Hello, everybody. Welcome to Strategies where we follow all the twists and turns wherever they lead. I am your host, Elise, and wow, today's going to be a fucking doozy. God damn it, I have to change my goddamn. I hate when they do this. Like, just save what I want, StreamYard. Why? Why do I have to keep changing it every day, for the love of Jesus? I had put out a tweet yesterday asking people to support the channel. I'm going to do this in the beginning because I always forget to do it in the beginning here. But I meant it. I am now the one asking for people to help because I'm just a small channel. I'm not a channel of 30,000 subscribers or 40,000 or even 10,000 for that matter. And the channel can't get by without a little help. So if you can, we would very well appreciate it. Make sure you get your membership though before Christmas Eve, before we have our Christmas Eve pajama party. Also, I appropriately wore my shirt today, and it says, I'm going to let karma fix it. And then at the bottom it says, because if I do, I'll go to jail. I thought it was fitting. It's kind of funny, It says because if I fix it, because if I fix it, I'm going to jail. That's what it says. I thought it was fitting. It's a little big on me, but it's comfy. I like something with a little more room so that it's comfortable. Kind of fuzzy from being, wash and dry, huh? But it's comfy nonetheless, and I thought it was a fitting shirt. I'm just saying, right? Let karma fix it. And sometimes I have to remind myself that karma does need to fix it sometimes. I can't fix everything. I can't. I literally can't. I try, but I cannot fix everything, right? Let me pop on the Walshe Trial for a second because they're just sort of talking to the judge, and then I'll go into some of this shenanigans that we're going to be dealing with here with the Turtleboy stuff in New Jersey because it starts at 9:30. So, good morning, Michael, my friend.
Is what the max is. I think it is a live issue that I'm still looking at, and I will have an answer for the court, but I don't think it's as simple as the Commonwealth is saying, well, they put it in their sentencing memo. That is the potential spread as the factual basis stands now. There very well could be a legal precedent or case that hamstrings, for lack of a better term, the court to the 10.
Thumbnail is hilarious.
Let me tell you what I'm doing on my end and where I think that brings me today, because I don't want you wasting your time. The statute, as you know, is written in a way that the very first time that this concept of imprisonment punishable or a crime punishable by life imprisonment, it's not a statute where there's a section that, oh, if you lie in relation to a police officer in relation to investigation that does not trigger a life felony, blah, blah, blah. And that's punishable by maximum 10 years. And then there's an alternate provision that says if you lie to a police officer in connection with a crime that's a life felony, it's 20 years. The first time that life felony is mentioned in that statute is in the very tail end of it when it's setting forth the potential punishments for the conduct. And as a result of that, in order to take a plea on that charge, which I did, the defendant only has to admit that he lied in connection with an investigation. And so that's what he did. He lied in connection with an investigation. It seems to me the enhanced penalty, I'll call it enhanced, the higher maximum penalty of 20 years.
Yeah, Zoom for both.
Which is triggered when an individual misleads the police in connection with a crime that is punishable by life imprisonment, then becomes an issue for the court to decide. We could debate as to what standard. It almost feels like a subsequent offense type scenario, but it's not. That's not how it's set up. But it seems to me that the time at which I should determine that is when this jury has spoken about whether or not the defendant has been found guilty or not, of any life felony, and not now. Because it could end up in a very perverse situation where I sentence him to an illegal sentence if the jury came back and found out and told me he's not guilty to a life felony. So I am going to put off the sentencing on the 2 charges until I hear from the jury on their verdict on the murder charge, so that I have the benefit of that jury verdict when I decide this issue. And I encourage the parties to continue to research whether or not the Commonwealth has an obligation to prove that he lied in connection with an investigation that was a life, punishable by life imprisonment at a sentencing, and how they do that. Is it through an evidentiary hearing, and to what standards? Now, if the jury's verdict is one way, it would seem to me that the Commonwealth could met out that burden if they get a conviction. And if they don't, it seems to me that it becomes a bigger task for the Commonwealth if the burden of proving that part for the higher penalty is beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's where I stand with regard to that.
Okay, makes sense. Good morning.
Yes.
Me?
Did you say something?
No, I was just whispering to Mr. Tipton.
Oh, maybe the whisper came out a little louder than you thought. Anyway, I also want to, I understand from the emails that came to me last night that the defense is no longer agreeing to all the William Fastow messages coming in. Is that right?
Not.
It is cold, so cold.
To hedge, but the court indicated that you were inclined to perhaps keep some out. And so my intention is, if any, then all, but I think Mr. Walsh deserves the benefit of knowing what the court's ruling is before I have to negotiate with the Commonwealth. So I apologize for that, but I am asking for some guidance there.
All right. That's like a...
Well, actually, can we approach? That might be easier.
No.
No. Okay.
So I'm not giving an advisory opinion. And so here's what I'm going to say to you with regard to that. I'm going to read something in the record because I want it to be clear under what authority I am allowing those text messages in, so the record is complete. And this ruling relates to both the my thought process with regard to the William Fastow text messages, to the extent that they reveal some state of mind evidence of Anna Walsh. And also, just so that I'm clear, these thoughts equally apply to the reason why on an earlier motion in limine with regard to the expected testimony of Alyssa Kirby, why I believe these state of mind statements are coming in. So just bear with me while I read this into the record. And this is my oral order on the motion to admit the text messages between Anna Walsh and William Fastow. And again, same reasoning for what I expect at some point will become a similar issue with regard to the conversation Anna Walsh had with Alyssa Kirby, I think on the evening of 10/12/29/22. The Commonwealth filed a motion in limine to enter text messages between William Fastow and Anna Walsh as evidence of Anna's state of mind. Quote, an exception to the hearsay rule permits the admission of evidence of a murder victim's state of mind as proof of the defendant's motive to kill the victim, end quote. Commonwealth versus Castano, 478 Mass 75 at 85, 2017.
Castellano or
such evidence
Castano?
Is admissible, quote, when and only when there also is evidence that the defendant was aware of that state of mind at the time of the crime and would be likely to respond to it. Period. End of quote. Commonwealth versus Qualls, 425 Mass 163, 167, 1997. There need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of the victim's state of mind, so long as the jury reasonably could have inferred that he did learn of it. Citing again to Castano, 478 Mass at 85. In this case, there is evidence from which the jury reasonably could infer that the defendant saw the text messages exchanged between William Fasto and Anna Walsh. Specifically, during his interviews with the police on January 4th, 2023, Brian Walsh told detectives that sometimes Anna's iMessenger comes up on his phone and that he had seen messages people were leaving for Anna. That is on the 1/4/23 interview transcript at page 30. During his January 7th, 2023 interview, Brian Walsh told police that Anna took a bunch of photos on New Year's Eve and that she sent one to William Fasto around 10 o'clock. That can be found in the interview of 1/7/23 transcript at 86. And during his January 8th, 2023 interview, Brian Walsh told the detectives that they could get the exact time that his son went to bed on New Year's Eve based on the time Anna texted Fasto the photo. That may be found on the 1/3/23 interview transcript at page 7. From such evidence, which accurately noted the time Anna sent the photo to William Fasto, it is reasonable to infer that the defendant had seen her text message exchange. Contrary to the defendant's contention, the text messages at issue contain some evidence of Anna's state of mind at the time of the crime. In particular, she sends messages regarding her feelings of confusion in her married life, her intimate relationship with Fasto, and her desire to make future plans with Fasto. While there was some discussion of redacting portions of the messages that are not relevant to the state of mind evidence, and I will reserve ruling on those as I now know the parties' positions has changed. I will reserve ruling on those. I continue to believe that there are certain messages that are not relevant to Anna's state of mind. And if the defendant objects during the proceeding of Mr. Fasto's testimony to those, I will rule on those real time, as we do in many cases. So that's that. Madam Court Reporter, we're starting at 1:45 today. Exhibit 145.
Yes.
And what about ID number?
5 for ID.
I is the next one?
5.
Thank you. All right, anything, the jury's ready to go, is that right? And is there anything that the parties need to raise with the court?
Your Honor, if I could have 1 minute, we have done some redactions of the Fasto messages that I think would take out some of the concerns that you had. We're having a printer issue this morning, so we couldn't make a color copy of it. But if I could just get a black and white copy for the defense and for you, I think that might help the situation.
All right, as I said, I'm happy to rule on it real time.
I'll just have.
And I don't know how you're parsing through those messages and how you can present them as I rule on it. So maybe are you saying it's going to be difficult for you to do that job if I'm ruling on them real time?
I think so. So I think it might be a little bit simpler if we could look at the redactions ahead of time, and I could just have that made. I'll have the copies made right now. I can start with Mr. Fastow, and then we can have those brought up. And when we're ready to do that, we could go sidebar.
All right. It's my interest in getting the jury out here and getting the day's work.
And I'm ready to start.
All right. Anything from?
May Ms. Cusick be excused so she can take them right down?
Sure.
Thank you.
And anything from the defense before we bring the jury in? Defense, is there anything that you wish to bring to the court's attention before the jury comes in? Bring them in.
Someday. Yes.
Okay. They just for a second. They keep like turning on and off the volume. That's not me, folks. That's not me. Don't blame me. That's not me. Okay. Hold on one second.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear. All persons having interest in the Honorable Justice standing for the justice of the Philadelphia Superior Court. Brought in here, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. Let's have a call to Massachusetts in this humble court. Please be seated. Please turn up your cell phones.
Hey, Brian.
Welcome back and good morning, jurors. Good morning.
He does think that,
We'll
Michael.
start today.
He does.
With questions. Jurors, were you able to comply with my
But he's
order
not.
that you not speak to anyone about this case?
Hold on a second, guys.
Have you given up on
Trying
answering?
to.
Let's try that again. Were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case?
Yes.
Were you able to comply with my order that you not go on any social media?
Good morning, everyone.
Take in any news media? And were you able to avoid talking to anyone about this case? Yes. And do you all still have open minds? Yes. With those 4 questions all answered in the affirmative, we're ready to start today's work, and I thank you for your continued vigilance to those rules, jurors. Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls William Fastow.
Ooh. It is a bit early, Kim. It is. My name is Elise. Yes, that is me. That is me. My leg is itchy. Psoriasis is a bitch. And my nail just broke too. That's fun.
Right this way. Step up and
Gosh darn it.
Thank you. Slide over. Shoot for you. No, a little bit more. There you go.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is William Fastow, Fastow.
Thank you. And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a real estate broker
Oh, I'm gonna give you.
And where
some.
do you do that?
in Washington, D.C.
Just trying.
And
to
is that
set
where you
something
live as well?
It is
And how long have you been a real estate broker?
just about 20 years.
Always in the DC area?
No, actually up here in Boston for a few years, and then a hiatus, and then back in D.C.
And were you familiar with Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh?
Yes.
And how did you meet the Walshes?
Anna Walsh was referred to me by a mutual friend, Jem Whitlow. They were looking for a home in the DC area, and I assisted them in purchasing a townhome in Chevy Chase, DC.
And did you know Anna or Brian Walsh before that?
I did not.
And where was that property located generally?
It was on 43rd Street in Northwest DC.
And you said it was a townhome?
That's correct.
Can you just describe that townhome?
So it was a semi-attached townhome. One side of it faced on 43rd Street. It had a staircase that led up to a parlor level. It was 4 floors and had a 2-car garage underneath.
And who bought the home?
Anna Walsh.
And was the deed in her name?
I believe so.
And when did Anna close on that property?
March of 2022.
And did you meet Anna in person?
Yes.
And when did you first meet Anna in person?
I think a couple months before that, she had come up to Washington once or twice to look at properties.
And did Brian Walsh come with her?
He did not.
Had you ever met Brian Walsh in person?
No, I have not.
Did you ever speak with Brian Walsh?
Yes, we had at least one, if not a few, teleconference calls to discuss the property.
So
Just a
after
few,
you
right?
sold the townhome to Anna Walsh, did you have further contact with her?
I did.
And when was your initial contact with her after you sold her the home?
Immediately.
And what was your initial relationship?
We quickly became close friends, then confidants, and before long we started an intimate relationship.
And what do you mean by confidants?
We would share conversations about our lives, what we were going through, personal troubles, those sorts of things.
And you said that your relationship became more, that
Yes.
it became intimate.
It did.
And when did that happen?
Shortly after she moved to Massachusetts, within a few weeks.
Massachusetts?
Sorry, excuse me, Washington, D.C. From Massachusetts to Washington, D.C.
And what was your marital status at that time?
I was separated.
And do you have children, sir?
I do.
Tell me about the types of things that you and Anna did in the course of your relationship.
We would go out to dinner, go to bars. She would accompany me to functions. I have a boat in Annapolis. She would come sailing with me. We did a couple of fitness dates together, see movies.
Fairy tale
those sorts of things.
romance. That's what it sounds
said
like.
movies?
But I want
Yes.
to dealing with Mr.
And you said
Crazy
fitness
Walsh.
dates. What do you mean by fitness dates?
Yoga, maybe?
Anna was very active physically. Being in shape was
Never
very important to her.
Brian.
I hosted a outdoor yoga event.
Chandler girl's the only
she
girl for
attended
you.
on multiple occasions.
When you say Anna was very active, what do you mean by that?
She was very focused on staying in shape, sort of recovering from her multiple pregnancies, getting her figure back. She was really, trying to dial everything in and be as active as possible.
Did she exercise?
She did.
Did you see her exercise?
Yes.
What kind of exercise did she do?
She had a home gym that she worked out in. I believe there was a treadmill and some weights and a small weight bench there. And then the yoga classes we discussed. I also think she may have taken a couple Pilates or other yoga classes on her own.
So how often would you see Anna Walsh in the course of your relationship?
Typically 2 to 3 times a week.
And would you see each other on the weekends?
Yes, when she was in Washington.
And how often would you and Anna communicate once your relationship became intimate?
Pretty much daily.
And how would you and Anna communicate with each other?
Phone calls, text messages, and a private messenger through Instagram.
Well, of course, yeah. Narcissist and all, you know.
Did she use a cell phone?
Yes.
And how many cell phones did you contact her on?
1.
Did you know her to use more than one cell phone?
I did not.
How about you? How many cell phones did you use?
Just 1.
And the cell phone number that you used to communicate with Anna, do you remember that number?
Not off the top of my head, but I know it was a 617 number.
If I said the number to you, would you recognize the number?
Yes.
Do you recognize 617-599-7966?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Did Anna use social media?
She did.
How do you know that she used social media?
She was a frequent Instagram poster.
And when you say frequent, what was her practice or custom with social media?
Typically, I'd say at least once or twice a week.
Any other platforms that she used?
I think she had a Facebook account.
And did you comment on her posts?
I did.
And did you comment on her posts using your name,
Yes, I did.
your full name?
Whatever, yes, that my account's under.
So the townhouse that you sold Anna, is that where she lived?
It is.
And did you go inside of that townhouse after she moved into it?
I had.
And did you ever stay overnight at that townhouse?
I did not.
Did she ever stay at your home in DC overnight?
She did.
So talking about her townhouse, you said it was 4 floors?
Yes.
And that starting like the garage level?
The garage was at street level, and then there was an elevated parlor, and then 2 bedroom levels above that.
And that parlor level is where the kitchen would have been?
Correct.
And what had she done about, was the home furnished?
You poor thing.
Yes.
Maybe we should call
And
him
how was
PW
the furniture?
instead.
Okay, and how was the home furnished?
She had settled in very quickly. It was important to her to nest as quickly as possible. So she had fully furnished it. She had built out the home gym, which I had mentioned earlier, furniture on the main level.
Oh, that's so true, though.
The owner's bedroom
Right.
and 3 bedrooms upstairs that were for the children.
So true.
And what had she done to furnish the bedrooms for the children?
She had acquired beds, accessory furniture. I think she had the rooms painted. She may have even gone as far as buying some individual items, clothes, toys, whatnot.
Did you ever meet Anna's 3 children?
I did not.
What did Anna tell you about where her children were?
Her children were living in Massachusetts.
What did Anna tell you about why her children were not with her?
She told me that her children were with their father, Brian Walsh, up in Massachusetts, and that they were there because his home confinement was predicated on him being the primary caregiver.
When did Anna tell you that?
Fairly early on. She had attempted to apply for a insurance policy, blanket coverage policy for her house, and the company she had reached out to was unwilling to underwrite the policy, and they had disclosed to her that it was because of Brian's history.
What did Anna tell you about how she felt about her children not being with her in DC?
Initially, she felt that it was something necessary for her to get through, but as time came on, it became a significant issue for her. It deeply upset her, and in time, she was even despondent about it.
Jurors, I'm going to give you a mid-stream brief instruction. You're going to hear through this witness evidence of Anna Walsh's state of mind. And it is limited to the purpose of establishing her state of mind as may be relevant to the defendant's motives in this case. Evidence cannot be considered as proof of the criminal act that is charged in this case. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. What do you mean despondent?
She was deeply upset about it. She was troubled. I think she was concerned about her role.
As to, I think.
All right. Restate the question and I'll have the answer.
What do you mean despondent?
Anna felt deeply disappointed that she wasn't in a position to be the mother the children deserved.
Did she tell you she discussed the children not being with her, with Brian?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
It was a point of contention for them. Brian's attorney had.
May we approach sidebar?
Yes, you may.
Ooh, they don't like what he's saying at all. Hold on. Yeah, you can't make this shit up, Sam. You can't. I was kind of trying to, like, this morning, check on anything that I did not see. And I mean, unfortunately, this is just the way it is. They're getting ready to start this hearing with the sewer turtle. And the problem is in New Jersey, they don't let you stay in the Zoom unless you're a party. So hold on. Hold on. They're still, I'm going to show you guys a video in a second. Hold on. Okay. So what the hell? God damn it. Damn it. So hard to do 3 things at once when I'm trying to get things ready for you guys. His hearing is about to be underway any second in New Jersey. I'm trying to do 17 things at once.
Did you keep your relationship with Anna secret?
I did not know.
Did you tell people about your relationship with Anna?
Yes,
Did you socialize together with any of Anna's friends?
we did not.
Did you socialize with any of your friends?
We did.
Did Anna ever discuss with you telling Brian Walsh about her relationship with you?
Yes. Anna felt it was really important that when Brian was to find out about the relationship, that she would hear it from her. She had expressed great concern, and I think she felt it would be a strike against her integrity if he found out a different way.
So, at some point, did your relationship become more serious?
It did.
When would you say
Oh,
that
no
your
worries.
relationship became
I
more
love answering
serious?
questions, girl. No worries.
In the early to mid-summer, around July.
And how would you describe it?
Yeah, there's apparently spaces tonight.
Anna had traveled to Massachusetts for Brian's sentencing, and the expectation was that she was going to be able to bring the children and him back to Washington, D.C. following a favorable sentencing for his art fraud issues. And that sentencing was delayed because of investigations of
Objection, Your Honor.
Yes, sustained.
At that point, were you seeing other people?
Prior to that, yes,
And at that point, did you stop seeing other people?
I did.
And did you begin spending holidays together?
Yes,
And did you spend Thanksgiving together of 2022?
we did.
And what plans did you and Anna have for Thanksgiving of 2022?
We had planned a trip to Dublin, Ireland together.
And when did you get to Dublin?
I believe we left on the 23rd or 24th of November.
Did you fly together to Dublin?
We did,
And how long were you in Dublin?
until the 27th.
And then where did Anna go after Dublin?
She flew to Serbia to see her mother via Paris.
I'm sorry, via Paris, you said?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you go after Dublin?
I returned to Washington.
And did you and Anna have plans for Christmas Eve?
Yes.
And what did you do for Christmas Eve?
We drove out to Annapolis to have dinner with friends of mine.
And where did you have dinner?
The Annapolis Yacht Club.
And where did you and Anna go after dinner in Annapolis?
We went back to my home in Washington.
And did you spend the night there together?
We did.
And what did you do on Christmas morning?
It had snowed the night before, so Anna's flight had been delayed or canceled. She left because I was taking custody of my children either later that day or the next day, in anticipation of taking a winter vacation with them.
And do you know where Anna went on Christmas Day?
She eventually ended up driving back to Massachusetts.
And I'm sorry?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, sorry. So she went to Massachusetts to Cohasset?
Yes, I believe so.
And did you and Anna discuss how Brian Walsh reacted to Anna not being in Cohasset on Christmas Eve and getting there later on Christmas Day?
She told me that they had an argument about it, and there were some points of contention.
Did you and Anna discuss any stressors about that, or any stressors in her marriage to Brian?
The biggest stressor was his inability to resolve his criminal case, and the fact that because of that, she couldn't be with her children and bring them back to Washington, D.C., and the fact that it felt like it was holding up her life.
I am. It's freezing up here.
Was there
girl.
any
Freezing.
discussion about credit cards?
Yes.
And what was that?
Anna was the primary breadwinner with her job in Washington. And one evening, she was looking through her credit card statement and had found numerous charges that Brian had made. And they had a conversation about it that was heated. It was about some sports memorabilia that he had purchased for some sort of sports memorabilia business.
When was the last time, I'm sorry, were you and Anna making plans to go on any other trips in 2023?
Yes. I was in Idaho with my children for New Year's, was flying back to Washington, D.C., and we had planned to celebrate New Year's together on the 4th.
And were you going to go to any other locations together, any vacation locations?
While we were communicating over New Year's, we had talked about doing a trip to New York City. Tishman Speyer, the company that Anna works for, has an ownership interest in Rockefeller Center. So she had mentioned wanting to go to New York, and we had discussed it. I think we may have even planned it at one point. But I was concerned coming back from Idaho that I would need to be back on the job, and I didn't want to commit to travel before coming back to the office.
So you said you went to Idaho. When was that?
I left early morning, December 27th.
And did you communicate with Anna while you were in Idaho?
I did.
And how did you communicate?
Through text message and through Instagram.
And how did you communicate through Instagram?
Through the private messenger feature.
And what is the private messenger feature?
Within the application of Instagram, you can send a private message to users.
And did you voluntarily provide text messages from between you and Anna to the Commonwealth?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may we be seen at sidebar?
You may.
gross right now. You know, the selective outrage from some of these people. The sewer crew. People are such cowards, especially some of these creators. If you are sitting there with selective outrage and you're saying nothing, not a single thing about Mike from the Young Jerks being attacked, unwarranted attack, simply for him telling the truth, then you are a fucking coward, right? Let's just make that known at this point, right? These people have selective outrage simply because it serves the sewer turtle. And if they dare defend someone, even when they know it's the truth, if they dare do that, well, the sewer turtle will have, rain hell on them. And so instead of sticking up for someone who's being attacked for no reason other than telling the fucking truth, they sit silent and they say nothing. And some of them join in on those attacks simply because they're too cowardly to go against the sewer turtle and his lies. I can back up Mike's story about what happened with the recording. For the longest time, me and Lindsay thought that maybe Mike altered it, right? Maybe he was the one who altered it, because he's the one who put it out, right? But we know there was two different versions of said recording. He sent one version, okay, of the recording with no, I'm recording you. And then when someone like Mike questioned, well, is this wiretapping? Then he adds in the part of I'm recording you in the beginning. So two separate recordings. By the way, it was wiretapped. He did not in person say I'm recording you. And the original is a video, not an audio. Let's make that abundantly clear here. The original is a video that he turns on and puts directly into his pocket so that she doesn't know he's recording her. You can hear it in the audio version, fluffing around, being put in his pocket, right? And I remember when Mike had sort of second thoughts about all of this, and I talked to him privately, and I'm sure he talked to many other people privately, and I warned him. I said, Mike, he doesn't care about anyone but himself. He sent the audio recording to you because he didn't want to get his own hands dirty. So when it came out that it was wiretapped, he could simply blame you. He didn't want to put it on himself because, well, that could get him a charge. He didn't care who it was going to hurt as long as it hurt someone else and not him. And let's just throw out there that he had done this previously. You ever heard of Chrissy Yakomowski? Bet some of you haven't. She was someone who was in the inner circle of Aidan, and he sort of convinced her to wiretap someone else. And then when she got caught and talked to the police and told them, Aidan told me to do this, whatever, he lied and said he most certainly did not tell her to do that. He made an entire video saying, well, that, I did not know. I did, but I told them I didn't. So essentially admitting that he lied to the police about the wiretapping. Right. So then when she got caught and told the truth about him, what do you think he did? He pushed for charges to be pushed against her to shut her up further.
All rise for the court, please.
The same thing he does every fucking time. And this was long before Karen Reed. Okay, so they're doing something. I'd like to play Mike's video if y'all don't mind. Exactly. But to be fair about Machado putting that video out, I immediately got on X and made a comment to Jess and said, Jess, let's be real. You put this out there because Aidan told you to, and you're doing his bidding, which is really fucking gross. And I have the screenshot where she replied, yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. I don't care. So she admitted to me that she said, yep, that's exactly what I'm doing, and I don't care who knows. Okay, cool.
Take a look at those redactions.
That's gross.
Okay.
When you're ready for me to come back out on the bench to address those.
Okay. So
I'm
that,
happy to.
okay, I would like to now play Mike's video since they're, doing this. They're not the lawyers are doing whatever here. In court right now is the sewer turtle. Hold on. One second. Aww. Okay. Aidan's already saying if he loses today, he's going to appeal. Appeal all you want, sir. You literally ignored a judge's order and then proceeded to tell the world how you were ignoring said judge's order because either you or your idiot attorneys are under some false assumption that the court has no jurisdiction over you because the court judge is from New Jersey. That is the most ridiculous thing I've actually ever heard someone say in life. Of course the court has jurisdiction over you. The victim is in New Jersey, you actual fucking idiot. But I would like to play Mike's video. Hold on. All right. Let's see. Gotta get. Is it here? No. It's not back here. For those of you who haven't seen it, I would like to point out what Mike did was brave. He should be applauded for speaking the truth because he knows what kind of attacks it's going to come with, even though he was already being attacked, right? But he knows what kind of attacks it's going to come with. Of course, Jim, of course. Anytime. I'm more than willing to answer questions, at least ones I can.
Hey, good morning.
This was yesterday morning.
And it is a good morning. Look at me. I'm in my penthouse suite.
It's beautiful behind him. Just
having
saying.
a great day.
Looks gorgeous.
I'm like the little boy who went and cried last night and didn't tell the truth.
Never
About the
tells the
time
truth.
he sent me audio right before Christmas 2 years ago. Ruined my
That
Christmas.
happened.
Didn't give two fucks.
Of course he didn't.
The little boy who got himself in trouble again, like he always does.
Shocker.
His life full of drama and ex-girlfriends and a bunch of bullshit, sends me audio of Lindsay Catani and him fighting, him calm as fuck, she's screaming and yelling, telling me, oh, she's crazy. Meanwhile, this dude,
of course,
he went to her house where he wasn't supposed to go when his lawyers told him not to go.
he did it anyway.
This little boy decided to include me, decided to send me his audio, asked me to post it if he went to jail. I listened to the audio. First question I had for the little boy was, hey, is that a legal recording? Is that wiretap? Can I actually release that?
Sure was.
And the little boy comes
Why?
back with a second video.
An altered version.
Right at the beginning, I'm recording you on the audio.
He altered it.
First thing I thought, oh, he's sending me an altered, edited audio.
Sure is.
But
sure
I can't
did.
prove it. I
That's
can't
right.
post this.
That's what he did.
Me being a fucking fool at the time, being somebody who actually wanted to believe Aidan Kearney and Turtleboy would never try to set me up for criminal charges, felony, witness intimidation.
Of course he would.
Charges.
Be real here.
Freak the fuck out. I couldn't believe the betrayal that this fuck would try to set up his followers for charges, for criminal charges,
he
because
would.
he had criminal charges. Like
Yeah.
a little child. That's what he did.
He is, a child.
Of course I freaked out.
Yeah,
It was
I would've
the
too.
ultimate betrayal. This guy don't give two
Absolutely.
fucks about anybody but himself.
Correct, Mike.
A little poor
Correct.
Aidan. Little
Wait,
poor little boy.
Poor Aidan.
Little boy, I ain't afraid of you.
Most people are not at this point.
You say I'm trying to be all tough and act like you. You ain't tough.
He's not
You're
tough.
like
He
five-
carries around a
you're like
camera.
this tall.
My camera.
You've never done any combat
He's tough.
sports. You've
He's
never
not
gotten in a
tough.
street fight. You never went to school with two black guys because you kept getting up and an older kid kept beating you up. You never had your parents called by the school nurse because you had two black guys in 5th grade because you kept getting up when the bully kept punching you in that face. You never did that because you're
Nobody
not a
did anything
man.
like that.
You
He's not
sit
his
there
child.
behind your little camera in your pathetic little house by yourself
Man.
talking shit about people. That's who you are. You're a little man. And let me just say this, AIDS. I protected you then. When I did that show, it was so that I wouldn't have to talk to the Mass State Police. So they would back the fuck off of me. So they wouldn't grab my phones and see that you indeed did wiretap her, didn't you? Lindsay and I both know it now. That's why I went to mental health counseling, because of the betrayal, the fact that you didn't give two fucks about putting me in jail.
He doesn't. He'll do it to
That's the
anyone
real
and everyone.
story you didn't tell, right? Last night, Aidan didn't
course
mention that you had sent me wiretap audio, and you wanted me to post it because you wanted me to catch a witness intimidation charge.
Lots of cracks.
And I gave you
East
the
Coast.
benefit of the doubt the entire fucking time
I think Mike wanted to believe
until I heard that Karen
Sorry.
audio, and it sounded just like Lindsay.
he was changing.
Same MO, dude.
Or
You're a
better.
rat. You're a little man, and your life will always suck because of you, not because of Lindsay, not because of Meredith, not because of Leogan do so, not because of any
Jen
of
Duso.
the women or ex-followers of yours
Sorry, Mike.
that have
but
seen the light.
I say it
Because of
correctly.
you. And you're not ruining my life because my life is still fucking good, unlike yours. And that's the best revenge, bitch.
Sure
'Cause
is.
my life is going to be good, and yours is going to continue to suck because you're a piece of shit. You'll turn on your friends. You don't even know what friendship is. You have no
Nope.
long-term friends.
Zero.
Your family doesn't even show up for you in court.
They're embarrassed of him. Shocker, right?
Your family doesn't even trust you to bring home a girl. You have no friends or family that trust you.
He doesn't
All
have
you
a
got is
wonky
little
eye.
sycophants. Oh, Mike Cryford.
Also,
I ain't crying.
my dad has a wonky
I'm
eye.
laughing my ass off at how
My
much of a
biological
bitch
dad
you are. Now you
got
try
hit
to
in the
set
face
me
with a
up for
rock as a
witness
child.
intimidation charges, and you act like I'm a wimp. When Aidan gets in trouble, he tries to bring other people into it. That's all he does. He's a little bitch boy.
Shocker.
And you try to set me up for witness intimidation charges, dude. You try to set me up
He does.
with a wiretapped audio.
Shocker.
And I never wanted to talk about it, but you're talking about my shit. So let's fucking talk about it, you little fucking weasel. You little fucking weasel.
Pretty much. I like that he called him a weasel. I loved that. It's like, that's exactly what he is. A weasel. A little weasel. It's a little weasel.
You're a fucking rat. That's what you are. You're a fucking rat. You
I mean,
get
we
in
already knew
trouble
that.
and then you try to bring other people into it.
Yep. Always will be. It's exactly who he is.
I hope
just-
you enjoy all of your chaos. Sitting in your little room by yourself watching the Pats game. How pathetic was that the other night?
Pretty pathetic.
What a life you have.
What a
On
beautiful life.
streaming every fucking night because you have no fucking life.
So it got cut off there. I don't know if Mike intended for that to happen or he just cut it off there. Right. I mean, come on, dude. First of all, I'm just going to say, my biological dad actually himself has a fucked up eye. He got hit in the face with a rock as a kid. And so he is blind in this eye. And so it does not go, the same way. But I don't think Mike has googly eye. He's wearing glasses. My eyes actually look funny when I'm wearing my glasses too. So, I mean, if that's what you're going to complain about, then you're not understanding the crux of what he's saying, right? The barnacles have been fallen off. the ship at this point, right? Right. And then it's gloves off, right? And at this point, you have to remember that Mike's telling this story now, but this is something new about back then, myself. I had a conversation with Mike. I can back up what he's saying. I was friends with Lindsay at the time, and we had thought that maybe Mike had altered it. And then I talked to Mike. And that's the way that Aidan had sent it. Sent one, and then sent the other one. It was questioned. And he wanted to believe, I think Mike wanted to believe that, Aidan wasn't or couldn't, screw over people in that way, or wouldn't do something so reckless or so disgusting. But I think over time, you start to see the little things here and there and here and there and here and there, and they all start adding up. And you're like, wow, I didn't think anybody could be that fucking depraved. I didn't think anybody could be that insane. I didn't think anyone could be that fucking dumb. Well, the reality with Aidan is it's absolutely true that this is the shit that he does, right? And I just want to point out, none of these people, these people who are supposed to be friends with Mike, where are they? And I can tell you, I dealt with this myself when Aidan attacked me. Where the hell are these people who are supposed to be his friends? I can tell you, a lot of the people on the sewer crew, it's unfortunate, and even the closest to him, people like Lauren and Deanna, they used me as a scapegoat, easily, by the way. I haven't seen them, and they're supposed to be friends of Meredith's, right? Where are they? I haven't seen one singular post from either one of them defending Meredith. I mean, just to point out, they happily used me as a scapegoat when Deanna took pictures of Lindsay at the Halloween party, right? They happily used me as a scapegoat and told Aidan that I took the pictures and sent them to Lauren, knowing full well I didn't even know they existed. I had no knowledge of any pictures being taken at all, right? But they happily used me as a scapegoat, happily, and said I did it because they were too afraid of what Aidan would do to them. Too afraid of what Aidan would do to them. Sad, right? Sad. Thank you, Biker. It's actually pink and blue. You guys can't see it. It's not very good on camera, but it's pink and blue. As a matter of fact, this eye is getting very dry. So give me 1 second so I can get my contacts. Sorry, I apologize. I had to change my contact actually and put a new one in because this one I pulled it out because it was hurting and it was dry. And it had a slight little scratch on it. No wonder why it was hurting my eye and making my eye dry. So I took that one out and I put a new one in. So I apologize. Yes, he's in court right now. I haven't gotten any updates at the moment. Yes, thank you, Biker Daddy. Definitely hit the like button. And I appreciate that. I wish the pink showed more for you guys because it's like a very bright pink. I love to play with colors. They are afraid. Barb is right. They are afraid, but they had no problem, either Lauren or Deanna, using me as a scapegoat. Not once, but twice. They further, a year later, used me as a scapegoat for something else they did. Because they figured, well, everybody was already hating on me, right, at that point, and Aidan was already attacking. So why not just add another thing on? You know, why not just add something else on and say, hey, F it. She's already being attacked. You know, he's already, you know, poo-pooing her. Like, let's just add more shit on that she, quote, did but didn't do, right? And with that came a slew of other really random assertions and false accusations about me. Shocker, right? I don't think anyone should be shocked when false assertions are made about people that come from sewer turtle camp, okay? Because I've lived it for 2 years. I have lived people literally repeating things that I never did, things that have literally never happened in my life, and people repeating to me, like, remember the time you did this, this, and this? And I'm like, remember the time that never happened? Like, remember the time that never happened and someone lied to you and you believed it? That's sad. You know, like, that's sad. Imagine being a sewer turtle and finding GoFundMes that have the same name as me, but are not me, from different states and whatnot, and then adding those into a list of ones that I actually did have for valid reasons. We had a fire and lost everything. So we had one for that. And then years later, my daughter needed to see the one doctor that studies her disease in Texas. And so we fundraised for that because we are a low-income family. Imagine using those real life things that happened and saying she's a scammer because she had more than one GoFundMe. Well, sir, I don't have family that can just cover what I need. I don't have anybody to help replace my furniture. Like, when you're renting, there's no such thing as like they replace it all. You know, they don't cover landlord negligence if you have renter's insurance. So yeah, when you lose everything and you have no way to replace anything, including, you know, the clothes on your back for your children, yeah, you tend to try to reach out for help in any way that you possibly can. And so, yes, I had GoFundMes. They were real life things that happened and I needed help. But imagine using those and then adding some other ones from God knows where that happen to have the same name as me. Bennett is a very, it's like Smith. There's a million Bennetts, all right? But imagine adding someone else's GoFundMes into that and calling someone a scammer knowing that they're not them, right? Imagine doing that, because that's the shit he does, right? That's the stuff he does. You know, you have to remember, a lot of people are afraid. They are afraid, Jim. Barbara is right. They are afraid, you know? And I do think that they are adding the validity to the people who didn't have evidence, but had it in their gut. And here, let me make no mistake here, okay? I absolutely have evidence of certain things, but I refuse to release it because then it would it would be easy to know who gave it to me at that point. And I don't want anyone harassed into oblivion because I've lived it for 2 years and I know how fucking taxing it can be. But I will tell you that with Meredith coming clean on some certain things and Mike on this, it goes back to what I've been saying for 2 fucking years. And you can go over all of my old streams. I warned people. I tried the best that I could in the best way that I knew how to warn people to stay the fuck away from him. He will happily throw you and his own family under the bus if he thought it would save himself. He will lie. He will scheme. He will falsely make up receipts to make you the bad guy. Everyone's crazy. Everyone's a scammer. Everyone's a junkie. Everyone's a this. Everyone's a that except him. His entire life is a giant dumpster fire, but he loves trying to pick on everyone else. It's amazing, right? You know? I think Mike tried, right? Mike tried, and you have to remember that they can be mad about Mike lying, But just assume that he wasn't lying, and just assume that, like, over time he started to figure out what the fuck was going on. Aidan's real good at manipulation and making up excuses for things and why he did X, Y, or Z. Oh, well, I, took this out, or I didn't send you the whole thing because, like, whatever. He's good at coming up with excuses and manipulating people. We know that because he manipulates and brainwashes people on the fucking internet. Hello, look at what he's done here, right? And I understand. I completely understand someone not wanting to go through what I've been through. They can just look at my case or what he did to Lindsay or anyone else for that matter and say, I don't want to deal with that. Why should I speak? If I speak, that's going to happen to me, and I don't want none of it. Claw's right. Claw's right. I have dealt with 2+ years of this, and it is fucking taxing. It's exhausting. It is mentally draining, right? Mentally fucking draining. Barb's right. Every one of those people that are protecting him right now will eventually be next. Make no mistake about it. He's done it 72 times, and it'll be one at a time or maybe just all at once. They don't seem to understand. I mean, but that's them not quite understanding, right? I get what they're coming from. And I get it, but they're not taking into consideration that he is very good at threatening people into submission and remaining quiet, trying to blackmail people, right? Or manipulation. It's what narcissists do best, manipulation. They have to understand that all of that is part of this, right? All of it, right? It's journalism, right? This is apparently what journalists do nowadays. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what they do. He's in court right now, correct? In New Jersey. Well, I think it's Zoom, but it's for New Jersey. I do think that the intervention is gaining strength. And I think he knew a shitstorm would come from the illegal recording, but he's done it to many other people. And I feel like, where was the outrage then? You can be outraged that he illegally recorded Karen Reed, but where was the outrage for anyone else he did it to? Where was the outrage for what he did to me? And I will tell you, Sean has had my back since day one. One of the many reasons why Sean never liked Aidan was because of what he did to me specifically, right? Sean saw right through it right away. Not many people did. They dogpiled onto me the way they dogpile onto everyone else, And he did. Mike brought this issue up way back. I spoke to Mike at that point before he did that stream and after. I was disappointed after that stream that he kind of went back. But I also understood that he's probably afraid at that point, right? People don't get the shit that Aidan does behind closed doors. He had to keep the peace there for, free Karen Reed at that point. And so did many other people. You think the Roccos love Aidan after he threatened them numerous times? I highly doubt that. And they kept the peace, but the dog pile is the same. My problem is that once I realized what was going on and the lies that were being told, I had two choices, right? I could just keep screaming free Karen Reed, even though I knew that was not, the evidence did not add up to what the fuck Aidan was saying, or Karen for that matter. And I know some of you guys are free Karen Reed supporters, so don't take this the wrong way. It's just my experience, okay? I knew I could keep screaming it and let the money roll in the way that it was. Or I could just say, fuck Aidan, nobody cares about him trashing me, and continue on with the free Karen Reed stuff. Or I could take a step back, look at what the fuck I was being sent and the non-public information I was given, look at his behavior and how he so easily lied to thousands of people and say, wait a second, something else is going on here. I took a step back and did my fucking homework. I did my research. And when I came back, it was time to hold my head up and say, sorry, guys, but I was misled. You were misled. I knew what kind of blowback that would bring. But I was prepared to deal with it, because what I'm not prepared to deal with is lying to people just for clicks and dollars. I'm not going to fucking do it. I refuse to fucking do it. I have watched how it destroys people's lives. You might make some bucks, but whose lives are you fucking destroying in the meantime? I lived it. I continue to live it every day. Right? I've been dealing with it for 2 fucking years. And just now are people waking up and going, holy shit, Twisted was right the whole time. Holy shit. And there are even some people who are still like sort of refusing to understand that I've been trying. Like well, she might have warned people, but I still don't like her. But why? Ask yourself why? Why? Right? Why? Why? Because you were told not to. Oh, yes, my friend. Oh, yeah. Listen, coming from the person who's like almost at the top of that grapevine, I can tell you it's not good for the sewer turtle, man. Whoville. I love that. I love that, Scorpio. And I don't knock people for finding it now. You know, it takes everybody's an individual. It takes everyone a certain amount of time, but I sure could have used fucking 2+ years of really good money. Maybe I would own a vehicle now, or just a used car would have been fine with me. We need a vehicle. We don't have one, right? I would have happily, been happy to take 2+ years of really good income. My channel is struggling. I'm not a channel. I mean, that's the other thing. I would have grown to 30, 40, 50,000 subscribers like they did, but I didn't because I wasn't willing to just lie. And so I have to slowly, organically grow without the lies, without the bullshit. And because I speak out against the sewer turtle, it's a lot harder for my channel to receive donations. It's a lot harder because I don't employ certain tactics like not reading you guys' comments unless it's a super chat. I don't do that, right? And so I feel like it's underhanded. So because I don't do things like that, it's harder for my channel. I could have made it a lot fucking easier for my life, myself, my money flow, to just go with what the group was going with. But how many lives would have been destroyed in the fucking meantime? And that is on my shoulders, and I will not have that. I've been through an abuser. It's not fun. It's not pretty. It's fucking gross. It hurts, and it's harmful. I will not back another person abusing people. You do not have to physically punch someone in the face to be abusing them. Mental, emotional, it is all abuse, period. Right? If you can't recognize that, I don't know what to tell you, right? Because there are so many people that are still so blinded by him and his bullshit. And it's unfortunate. With the sewer turtle, we can't watch it, unfortunately, but I will be getting updates. We can't watch it. The New Jersey is not the same as Math. We're going to watch tomorrow's, but we can't watch. But I'll get updates. Don't worry. Don't worry. The hearing's happening right now. Hey. Oh, yeah. I mean, a lot of these, Aidan joined forces with the people he's just gonna, harass. Sean did see it was all of us, right? Yeah, you absolutely are. You absolutely are. 100% you are in the top of that. And I know you've had 7 years, and I'm sure you did wish it was 2. And I don't wish this for anyone. I don't wish this for fucking anyone. I don't. I really don't. Whether it's a month, a year. I don't. I don't wish it on anyone. I don't. It sucks. It's horrible. Right? All I wanted to do is call it out and hope that people realized and did their own research and said, holy shit, wait a second. She's telling the truth. Hold on. We have to go back and look. And some people did. Some people didn't. And it's unfortunate because if they had listened to me, a lot of this could have been avoided, a lot less victims. But you have to remember, a lot of people were brainwashed, right? To just hate anyone he said to hate. That includes me, right? Twisted bad. He says twisted bad, so twisted bad. None of these people actually ask themselves, why? Why do you hate me so much? What did I ever do to you? Newsflash, I'm not somebody who does shit to people. If you knew me in person, like some of these people in chat do, you would know I'm not that kind of person. I don't do that kind of shit. I don't want to harm anyone. The money isn't worth selling your soul, but I could tell you how much easier that money would have made my life. A lot easier than it is right now, I'll tell you that much. And it's something I think about all the time. Which is like, they made a lot of money, but at what cost? Did you pay your soul that you sold with it? All the shit that you had to live with or be threatened by? No, thank you. No, ma'am. I lived enough aggravation just telling the truth. What's the purpose of lying, right? He keeps yes men. Barb is right? Let's hope so, Sam. Let's hope so, but he does. He keeps yes people around. And once those people start any sort of pushback, he starts in with the threats. I can tell you that he spent the last week DMing random people that expressed opinions that he sucks now, and trying to convince those people that he doesn't suck, everyone else does, right? That's what he has spent the last week doing, besides his live streams, I think he definitely at some point had to have realized it was altered, but I do know the brainwashing that happens. Believe me, I know. And I do know that it's mentally exhausting, but he's very good at making excuses and sort of twisting things. That's what he's good at, right? The twisting of things, the spinning of the narrative, right? He'll play your video and pause it and then tell everyone else what to think about it, or tell everyone else what you were thinking when you said it or what you meant when you said it. What? Right? What? Like, I don't wish it on anyone. I know you don't either, because you're very much like me in a lot of ways, which is probably why we're friends. It is. It's mentally it's taxing. It is taxing. If you guys saw my inbox on a daily, on some of the things that the Turtle Squad says to me, you would be disgusted and probably telling me to call the police. But there's no point. I promise you, there's no fucking point. I'm not going to do a goddamn thing. It's unfortunate. I've tried to warn people, and like deep in my heart, I feel like, and I talked about this at the end of yesterday's show, like, what could I have done better to warn people? Like, what could I have done better to stop this? And I can tell you that I've tried everything that I can to stop this, to stop new victims from forming or happening, new people from being smeared. But I do think about, like, what could I have done better to get people to listen? And it's hard, because you can't make people listen who are brainwashed into believing, like, no matter what you say, you're not telling the truth. And that's what he's good at, right? Is spinning the narrative of everyone else is bad and everyone else is lying, and just to hide his own misdeeds. And that's what he does. He especially goes off the rails when he knows that information may be coming out that could show the world who he is and what he does behind closed doors. And deep in my heart, I just think, what could I have done better? What could I have said? Where could I have shown them to go in other places? I have done everything imaginable to try to show people to look on their own. You don't even have to listen to me. Just go look over here and put all together the pieces yourself. This is what you're dealing with. You're not dealing with an honest person. You're not dealing with a person who does journalism, right? You're dealing with someone who doesn't care about anybody but themselves. There's no boundaries they will not cross to hide their own misdeeds. And that includes smearing and lying about other people. It includes making false statements to the police and literally making up false evidence that you then bring to the police station and court, right? That's the bottom line. Stone Cold said so. No, I'm kidding. I know it's not my burden, Kimberly, but if you knew me, like, as a person, you'd know, like, someone like me who has been a volunteer advocate for, 18 years or so, I feel other people's pain. I'm like an empath, literally. It's something that there's a reason I became an advocate, right? Like advocating for other people, I do amazingly. Myself, not so much. Other people, definitely. But this is the problem, right? Kimberly's right, like the power that he has over other people is real. It's real. The threats, the blackmail, and so many. Do you know how many times I heard from the Turtle crew? He would never be that stupid. He would never put blackmail in writing. He would never, record someone and get a wiretapping charge while he's out on bail. Newsflash, yes, he has a million times, and he does not care. I don't know what people don't understand, that he doesn't act on what's smart. He acts on pure emotion, impulsiveness, because that's what narcissists do, right? It's really that simple, Well, I have a little news flash for you, Lucky. This isn't new for him. This isn't new. This is not the obsessiveness with other women and harassing women. This isn't just from Karen Read. This goes way back. This is who he has always been. And I know some people are just seeing it now and they're thinking like, oh, he's just having a breakdown now. No. No. Leah can tell you this is the way he has been long before Karen Read was ever a fucking thing. I also have had some pretty amazing conversations with people recently who were Team TV and now starting to see what the fuck is actually going on. But there are just so many other people I feel like are just trapped. They're trapped. They're literally trapped in this. And I kid you not when I say like it is brainwashing. It literally takes time for these people, weeks, months, for them to like decompress. Like in the first 2 weeks of them realizing he's a shitbag and even saying it out loud, they will still find themselves defending some of his actions without even realizing, just subconsciously, automatically doing it. That is real brainwashing, folks. Okay? I'm not being dramatic when I say he uses brainwashing techniques. That's the truth, right? The literal truth, I think he probably knew something was wrong, but I'm sure that Aidan explained it away. That's what he does, right? He explained it away to something that sounds plausible, that you could believe him on, right? So I have no doubt in my mind that that's what he did. And then over time, Mike, little by little, was like, hold on, this is another weird thing, and this is another weird thing, and And I'm not saying, like, I don't think he's, turning on TV when he's already down. I think Mike probably at this point was tired of having TV run his mouth and say Mike's name, which is like, how many times can you let one person run their mouth about you before you say something? And it's like, I let Aidan run his mouth for a good 6 months before I came out and blasted anything. Because I figured, you know what? I'm not going to reply to a fucking turtle tantrum from a grown man who's throwing a tantrum because he knows that he is only doing this because I didn't lie for him. It's that simple, right? He couldn't tell his audience that, because if he told his audience that, he'd have to explain why he was cheating on his wife while he was married with 4 other women and he got caught. So he couldn't tell them that. If you go back to the beginning of him doing it, he's like, she just did something really bad to me. Really, really bad. Really personal and bad. If not lying is bad, then holy shit. I think you have to remember that it's a culmination of things that come together over time. And a lot of brainwashing happens. A lot. And it's hard. I mean, I guess, yeah, in a way it's repercussions of their own actions, definitely. But I still don't wish this on anyone. I've dealt with it for 2 years. It is not fun, and you can, you're trying to stand there with your head held high and sort of let people know, like, this is what happened. And you don't have to fucking believe me, but you should just go back and look at the patterns yourself. It is what I have done, but I mean, no, Aidan will never change. Make no mistake about it. Narcissists don't magically change, even with therapy, because they just lie to the therapist and they gaslight the therapist, and that, it's not something that's curable. And Barb's right. You kind of can't reason with the unreasonable. Aidan's unreasonable, I think Mike was probably definitely scared of being charged. And at that point, I think now he feels like he can probably say it, I know it's not, but God, do I wish that I could have done something, anything differently to make people figure it out sooner, because all of the damage that's been done in the meantime, all the people who've been hurt in the meantime, that's what I was trying to stop. And it feels like to me, like, did I really stop it? Did I stop anything? Looks like it's still happening no matter what I say or do. And that's hurtful, because that's all I wanted to do is just stop it all. Stop it from happening. Stop him from making more and more victims based on his own selfish need to lie to everyone and hide his own dirty, dirty, dirty fucking deeds and secrets, his illegal behavior behind closed doors. I mean, maybe he did. I don't know. I can't speak for him. Maybe self-preservation. I don't know. At the end of the day, no one really knows but Mike, And I get that. And I understand that. And that's one of the things that makes me saddest, which is, even though some of these people didn't defend me when they should have, I am not them. I am me. And I'm going to call it out when it is wrong, no matter who it happens to. Even if I think they deserve it, it's still wrong. The bullying, the dog piling, all of it is wrong. If I cheer it on or say it's okay for one person, then I have to be okay for other people. I can't, He is weird, but anybody he says is bad, you guys all have to believe is bad. That's how he operates, right? Yeah, he said she was bad for 2+ years. I've shown them so many receipts, and they're just like, oh, it's AI, oh, it's fake. And it's like, no, it's not. I wouldn't put something out there that was fake. I wouldn't put something out there that was straight AI. I don't put anything out unless I know it is 100% truth. Like, I don't put receipts out that I know have been altered or receipts that are AI. I only put shit out that I know is the fucking truth. You would know that. And that's part of the problem, right? Is he's ingrained these people to believe that anything they put out against him is a lie. It's all a lie. Everything's a lie, but that's what he does, right? He leaks it out through other people. He says, here, I'm not allowed legally to put this out, but here, you can. You're not on the order. You can do it for me. And these people, like good little puppies, do it for him. And then feign ignorance. Oh, he didn't tell me to do it. He didn't tell us to do this stream. He didn't tell us. We just did it anyway. And you expect people to actually believe that. And the sad part is some of these people do believe it. And it's like, I know some of these people don't know what's happening behind closed doors, but I do, right? I do. And so in turn, I try to warn people, right? And that's what he does. He calls everybody else the fake victim, calls Lindsay the fake victim. He's a perpetual fake victim, literally. Okay. Here are 10 concise signs that may indicate the presence of a cult. You guys ready for this? Absolute devotion to a leader or ideology. Sound familiar? Manipulative control over members' thoughts and behaviors. Gee, we could check that one off, right? Isolation from friends and family outside of the group. Can't listen to Twisted. Can't listen to anyone else. They're bad, right? Cool, guys. Check that one off, okay? Demanding of substantial financial contributions or assets. A poor woman was double or triple charged the other night on his stream, and he refused to refund her. By the way, that's illegal. If that happens and someone gets double or triple charged, you are required by law to refund them. You can't just be like, oh, it says no refunds. It was a glitch or a mistake. You have to refund that money. And he basically told the woman to go F herself. Imagine that, right? I don't get a ton of donations here. But if somebody ever was double or triple charged and it was brought to my attention, it would immediately be refunded, because that's the correct way to deal with things. You're running a business, right? Like, what in the actual fuck is he thinking? Oh, that's right. He's a selfish fuck. So he's not thinking. He doesn't care. That's what people don't seem to realize. He does not care. All right. Next one. 5, loss of personal autonomy and independent thinking. Gee, that sounds familiar, doesn't it? Number 6, use of fear tactics and intimidation to maintain control. Gee, all that, brainwashing, blackmail, and screaming and yelling and demanding that you do X, Y, and Z. Yes, that's what he does. He will call you up, so it's not in text, and he will scream and yell like an unhinged lunatic and demand that you get online and disparage 5 people he doesn't like. He will name them all. He will tell you what to write, and if you do not do what he says, he will do X, Y, and Z. He will release your old DUI from 15 years ago. He will tell the world that you were arrested, when you were 19 for stealing. He will put your personal messages out there or tell them about how your father has cancer. Like, that's who he is, right? It's what he does. So you can check that one off the list, okay? Group teachings claim to be the only source of truth. Well, that's what he claims. He's the only source of truth, right? He's the only one? Got it. Discrediting or dismissing critical information or dissenting views. Gee, I don't know where you could have possibly done that. 9, promoting an us versus them mentality and hostility towards outsiders. Well, the us versus them is something he created a long time ago. 10, punishing or shunning those who question or try to leave the group. Those are 10 things to look out for when it comes to a cult. And he checks every fucking box. When people say this is a cult, they're not being dramatic. They are in real time trying to warn people this is not okay, right? Does anyone really think if Mike couldn't continue to benefit himself from TV, he wouldn't be doing it? He doesn't care about what's true or right or wrong or victims. I mean, here's the thing. You have to take in consideration the way Aidan is, right? And yeah, he benefited from it, sure, right? Of course, they all did. But saying something now means that you're going to lose followers, you're going to lose a lot of money, you're going to lose, because his mob of rabid idiots that don't think for themselves, who have been brainwashed into oblivion, and some of them I don't blame because they have been brainwashed, right? So I try to have some empathy for them. But you have to take into consideration the tactics that Aidan uses behind closed doors. A lot of these people don't say anything because they've been threatened. That's the truth, right? And a lot of the times they're afraid that they're going to end up having to deal with the level of harassment that me and other people have seen. I'm not saying it's right that they wait all this time, but I also understand that it's not for me to decide how long it takes someone to be brave enough to do what they need to do or say what they need to say. That's an individual thing, right? And I do want to give credit where it's due, because he could have just remained quiet and said nothing still, right? So even if it took him 6 years, right? I do think we should give credit where it's due in coming out and owning something, no matter how long it's been, deserves the credit of owning it, right? I understand that he benefited greatly. I do. I get it. And I totally get you guys' points, and they're very valid. But I also take into consideration all the private things that I know, which are vast and very complicated. It's not just black or white. It's not just greed or not greed, right? There's a lot of other things sort of going around, and Leah can attest to this, that it's not just so black or white, unfortunately, there's a lot of different things that go into all of this. And I agree with Caleb. That's all he knows how to do is lie and brainwash. It's a thing, I was scrolling Just Shadow's life this morning. I thought she was a journalist during Karen Reed stuff, but she's just she's always just been a Turtleboy follower who's up his ass and around the corner. And I think that's another thing of fear. You have to remember, he did an entire story about her called Snatch Donkey, and how she claims that it was a hit piece that were a bunch of lies about her, but yet you are then in turn supporting someone who wrote a bunch of lies about you. You did the same thing to Tom CPU, right? Wrote an entire article about Tom CPU. Tom says that it's a bunch of lies, which I don't doubt that there's a bunch of lies in there, because that's all Aidan does is lie, right? But at the same time, then you turn around and support someone like that. Make it make sense. Most of it is fear. They're afraid if they don't just shut up and bow down, that they will continue to deal with the level of harassment they already dealt with. And it's a dark fucking place to be, believe me. In the very beginning of all that harassment, it is very dark. I'm not saying it doesn't tax on you from there. It does. Believe me, it takes its fucking toll. But in the very beginning, all the piling on is a lot for any one human to deal with. You know, she is very angry, but she's also very insecure. Those two things together, not a good sort of mix, you know? Not a good fucking mix. I think that D&E, the thing at D&E, that Blair, Nan, they should have both been arrested with him. Just saying. If he was going to be arrested, they should have arrested both of them. You know? Talking heads. Well, you mean like the sewer crew. Yeah, they say the same shit over and over and over. All the stuff that he says, they just repeat like parrots. That's been happening for as long as I can remember at this point. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just is. Like, hey, Ski. Right. Who cares if he recorded people? It never happened. It's AI. People do it all the time. It's legal in 30 plus states. But as soon as Meredith posts a recording, the cops get called and it's illegal and it's wiretapping. This is where the hypocrisy and double standards kick in, right? And it's funny you say that, Jim, because so many other people just don't get it. They just don't get it. They just don't get it. They will just keep supporting him, even though he is the poster child for hypocrisy. Right? First Amendment, First Amendment, First Amendment. But he only likes his First Amendment. Not like anybody else's First Amendment, especially when they tell the truth about him. He has to stop that and shut it up immediately. But what really drives him nuts more than anything are people that he cannot control, people he cannot threaten into silence. Can't threaten me into silence. Can't threaten Kevin into silence. Can't threaten other people who he has no control over into silence. And he hates that. He hates it. You know? I was once a supporter, not any longer, but seeing the live stream chats these days makes me feel Looney Tunes. I was never like that. Some of these people are devoted and in deep. Well, that's the brainwashing. I kid you not. And the sad part is when they finally get out of that brainwashing, right? When they finally get out of it, some of them will come to me and say, Elise, I can now admit I was in a cult. I want to apologize to you and other people that I hurt by just repeating the things that he was saying and believing the shit he was saying, because I now understand that what he was doing, right? I now understand the way he was doing things. But when I was in it, it just couldn't see it. And it tracks. When you're in a cult, you don't know you're in a cult until you're out of the cult, right? And some people never get out of the cult. That's half the problem. Yeah, they're supposed to be grown men, you know? Oh, I'm sure the IRS knows what he's breaking, he's raking in. I heard before last year he hadn't filed taxes in like 10 years. Like, bro, you don't know how to file as a sole proprietorship? That's what I file as. Because it's just me, right? Like, come on. Big Bubba. Get him some soap on a rope, Space Coast. I don't think you can have that in jail, but get him some soap on a rope. Here's some soap on a rope, bitch. Thank you, Leah, for sending it to me. Yeah, she's the one who sent me the list for all the things that, to look out for when you're in a cult. And the similarities are fucking insane. That's fucking insane, I was 100% serious too, but people actually think we're just being like facetious or like exaggerating when we say it is a cult. I'm not being facetious. I'm being dead serious when I say this, Yes, and that kind of is part of my point, which is it takes a lot to say you were wrong. Believe me, I did it, right? And the backlash that I got, even though it wasn't warranted, was big, right? And it's unfortunate. But I don't think that these people who keep, backing him, Nurse Kim, Will, Jimmy, realize eventually they will deal with it too. He is never, in the entirety of him being, quote, Turtleboy, has ever not attacked everyone he has been involved with. He has gone through cycles of mods and cycles of creators / friends. He does not know what a friendship is. He does not know how to have friends, right? Machado, Ray, to get his word out and gain more people. That's exactly it. He will turn on them. And that is not, remember I used to say, like, when Meredith and Aidan break up, that's not an if, it's a when. Remember me saying that over and over and over? Same applies here. It is not an if he will turn on Nurse Kim, Auntie Deb, Blair, Machado, or Ray. It is a when. It's not an if, it's a when. Eventually, he absolutely will. And you have a right to feel that way. You have a right to feel that way. There's a lot that I know behind closed doors that I can't always share with you guys. And, it's a lot more complicated than that. You know, it's a lot more complicated. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised if they were kicking back to him. You know, Ski, I just haven't talked to her in a while. I don't really know what's going on with her, to be honest. But I'm also not going to sit here and talk shit about someone I cared about. You know, see, I'm not that kind of person. I'm just not. And I think these days people don't know how to keep private things private, right? Like, I don't, you know, I'm not one of those people that like, oh, if we're not friends anymore, I'm just going to go share all screenshots of your messages. Like, even if I hated you, even if I absolutely did not like you, I would never take your messages and post them on the internet. I might share them with a friend and be like, wow, look at this. This is like, wow, how hypocritical. But I would never post them on the fucking internet as a way of a gotcha. I mean, that's just horrible, you know? Horrible. So hold on a second. Let me see if we've gotten any updates here. Oh, by the way, Ghetto Mellow, you guys remember that account? That one was Aidan too. Yeah. Oh, I remember you having that screen name. I remember that one. All right. Let's pop back over to the trial until I get an update on Aidan's hearing. Back this up a little bit here. Sorry, I'm trying to get it to the spot where we. All right. Here. Once I have an update, I will stop this immediately and give you the update, okay? So just hang in there. We will get an update on what's going on in New Jersey at some point. It's scheduled for all day. They have the courtroom for all day, and it's sort of like a trial, right? It's like a trial where for the order, right, that she has. So it could go on for hours. So just a heads up. When we get an update, I will let you know. Maybe Laura from London. I don't know who Laura from London is. The Gupta guy? I don't know who the Gupta guy is either. All right. I'm going to play this. If by any chance you would like to donate to the channel and support us, we would very well appreciate it. We are a small channel, and as you know, lots of people like the Sewer Turtle behind the scenes love to try to sort of squash any support that we could possibly get to keep the channel running. We have had a kind of a shitty month, and we would appreciate any and all donations to the channel, especially during trials. These are when we do 7-8 hour live streams, and it is a long freaking time. So any and all donations are more than welcome. We have, you know, memberships, super chat, super stickers as well. But the most direct routes are these: Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut. We have a link in chat and also in the description of the video that you can just click on it and enter any amount you want and use a credit or debit card. It goes to my PayPal, but it is made for credit and debit card. So you might see it say like, blah, 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 PayPal. It's run by Square, which is made by PayPal, but it is a processor for debit or credit cards. So it goes to my PayPal. There is just also a regular PayPal, and you can remain anonymous on any of these. I will not, you know, say your name. I usually read the little notes unless you say otherwise, unless you say like, keep, you know, don't read the note, or ANON. And it's, you know, I don't read people's like real names because, you know, the Sewer Turtle likes to try to have people skim my shit and then maybe try to harass people, which is another way to sort of stifle support for a channel that he doesn't like. And since he can't control the things that I say, he oftentimes will do that. So I try to keep everyone safe by not reading you guys' names on purpose. And if it's your screen name, I just, if you write in it, this is, screen name so-and-so, then I'll just say thank you to the screen name, obviously. Also, I got an alert yesterday, guys, that my shop says that you better get, if you're buying anything from the shop for Christmas, that you might want to get those in by, I think it was the 11th and the 13th, if you want it before Christmas. So, I have a store at Printful / like Shopify here. And let me see, I'll throw the thing in the thing here. But it says the 11th, and then it was the 11th, and then the 13th to make sure that you get your stuff by. Why is it not showing me? Yeah, order deadlines. That's what it was telling me. I don't know why it's not. It was connected at one point to my thing here. But, all right. When I find it, I'll put it. It's not showing me like the front of my. Oh wait, is it? View. Here we go. Online store. View your store. I'll put the link in the chat for you guys. So if there's anything you need to get from it before, we have ornaments that literally say I survived the Turtleboy cult. I kid you not. There are some actual like funny things in there. We have one that says Twisted Tragedies, True Squad on one side, and I survived the Turtleboy cult on the other side. And then there are ones that say Merry Twisted Miss, Twisted Tragedy podcast on one side, and then it has our logo on the other. We have sweatshirts, hoodies, beanies. We have like canvas bags. We actually have even wrapping paper. And then we have one that says I survived a Turtleboy tantrum. That one's pretty funny, not gonna lie. And then we have like a mouse pad that says objection, speculative and stupid. And then we have the little things for the dogs, and it says Justice Paws on it with our logo. And then we have a pet bowl also, Truth Hound, it says, and then our name and our logo. We have blankets, and we have the good old Sippin' on Turtle Tears cup, which I love. I'm a fan of this one. Justice for the Silenced sweatshirts, which is also one of my favorites. I have that one in pink. Water bottles, t-shirts. I added on the sleeve of the Justice for the Silence, so now it says Twisted Tragedies on the sleeve. And again, wrapping paper. So it's in the chat. Let's get back to this trial, and I will give you any updates as soon as I get them. I will pause this.
And who are these text messages with?
They're between Anna Walshe and myself.
I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
Subject to the prior objections. Any new objections?
No, Your Honor.
The text message packet, how many pages is it? Well, I'll have somebody count that.
43 pages.
43 pages. 43 pages of text messages between Anna Walshe and William Fastow are now in evidence as Exhibit 145.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, if I might again approach the witness and stand there for one moment.
You may.
Mr. Fastow, this is a printout that you gave, correct?
Yes.
And if you could just tell us who's in the blue and who's in the gray?
Anna Walshe is in the gray. My messages are in the blue.
Thank you. And in the course of this, you and Anna text some pictures as well. Is that right?
That's correct.
And going to page 40.
Yes.
What is that a picture of?
That's a toothbrush that Anna had given me that she had left at my house, and I had packed it to bring with me to Idaho.
And what does that toothbrush say on it?
It says Cohasset Dental.
And sir, these text messages also discuss,
Mine's cozy too, Casey.
Yes, I believe
You
so.
do have one. I love mine.
and your trip to Dublin.
Yes.
And,
You got a good color too on the Justice for the Silence, Tony. I love
you
it.
also received, a photograph, which is in that, well, you received several other photographs, which are in those text messages from Anna, and one of them is on apologize, Your Honor. One of them is with her son, is that right?
One of the pictures?
Yes.
Yes.
And she sent you that, and it says Anna and her son, is that correct?
Yes.
And she's showing you something that he made her, is that right?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
And is this that photo?
Yes.
And is that the next she's trying to show you?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
Objection, Your Honor.
It will be marked, the photo will be marked and admitted as Exhibit 146.
And Your Honor, this is blurred per the court's instructions.
Yes, so can I just see it quickly? All right, so can I see counsel at the side of the bench?
Oh, I love that though. That your friend is getting one. I love that. Hopefully she'll be a fan of the show after that, right? I feel like the Justice for the Silence hoodies could literally be a gift for anybody who has felt like they were silenced and didn't get justice, right? That applies a lot to Turtleboy victims, but it also applies to victims in many other instances of corruption, you know, people who've been blackmailed, threatened, people who feel like they can't even get. I mean, I'm a victim of childhood sexual abuse for many years, and my perpetrator has never went to jail because I didn't tell anybody until I was in my 20s, and even then, there are many other victims. So, you know, at that point, it's like,
That
what's the
now
point
be
of
published
going
for the jury.
You may
and
publish
saying
it.
anything? You know, that many years later, it's. And if I do that, I put the other victims who aren't ready to speak in a really shitty position, and they weren't ready. So, you know, so I chose to
Thank you.
not. And so you feel silenced because you feel like no
She
matter what you do, it's
also
not going to matter.
sends you a photo on New Year's Eve as well.
She did.
I know. Okay. May I approach?
You may.
I ask if you recognize this photograph.
Yes.
And what is this a photograph of?
This is a picture of Anna, our mutual friend Jen Mutlow, and one of her children.
I ask that this be the next exhibit.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
The photo of Anna Walsh, Jim Metlu, and the minor child are now in evidence as Exhibit 147.
Your Honor, this photograph is not redacted of the child, so I'm not going to publish it at this time.
Okay.
Exhibit 147. When did you plan to return from Idaho?
I was scheduled and I left on January 3rd.
And when did you return from Idaho?
I believe I came back very early the morning of January 4th. I think it was probably right around like midnight or 1 or 2 a.m.
And did you have plans to celebrate New Year's with Anna?
I did.
And when did you make those plans?
When I was in Idaho and she was in Cohasset.
And what were your plans for? When were your plans for?
Our plans were to have dinner on January 4th to celebrate New Year's and discuss our 1, 3, 5, and 10-year plans.
And what had you and Anna discussed about your future together?
We'd had a number of conversations about what a life together might look like, what merging two families would look like, how that might work. But I had always said to Anna that she needed to figure out how she wanted things to be with Brian and what she wanted to look like for her life before, you know, we could make any sort of commitments or decisions.
And did you have dinner reservations for January 4th?
I did.
Did you have dinner on January 4th?
I did not.
What was the last contact that you had with Anna Walsh?
I received a text message from Anna. It was a Happy New Year's message right around the stroke of midnight on New Year's Eve, East Coast time.
Did you respond to her?
I believe I did.
And then did you send her anything?
The following day, I had sent her a photo of me showing one of my children how to ski. I had sent her, I think, a waving hand emoji. I think I'd sent a question mark query and then a couple of other texts over the next day or two that went that were not responded to.
Did you try calling her?
I did.
When was that?
I believe I tried calling her on January 2nd, and it went straight to voicemail. I tried that a couple times, and then I called her from a landline, thinking that she may have blocked my cell phone.
Did she ever answer you?
She did not.
Were you concerned?
I was.
Did you have any contact with Brian Walsh after you sold the townhouse to Anna?
I may have had a call or two with him discussing the townhouse. I don't really recall. It would have been dealing with property matters. And then he called me on January 4th.
And did you answer that call?
I did not.
What did you do?
I pushed the call to my voicemail.
Why'd you do that?
I was in an intimate relationship with his wife. I had not heard from her in several days. And frankly, I was concerned that maybe he had found out and was calling to confront me.
Did he leave you a voicemail?
No.
Did you call him back?
I did not, but he called me a few hours later again.
When was that?
A few hours after the initial call, so maybe mid-morning, noonish. I couldn't tell exactly.
And did you answer that second call?
No, I pushed that to voicemail as well.
Did Brian Walsh leave you a voicemail?
The second time he did.
And did you provide that voicemail to law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the voicemail be the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
The voicemail message from Brian Walsh to William Fasto is now in evidence as Exhibit 148.
Exhibit 148. I'd ask Ms. Gilman to play that now.
Good afternoon, William. It's Brian Walsh. I hope all is going well. I was just reaching out to basically everybody I could. Anna hasn't been in touch for a few days. I spoke to work today. She hasn't been in. They went to the house and she wasn't there, or it was like she's been there recently. So just wondering if you've spoken to her in the near, recently, like Sunday or the last 2 days. Just so let me know, or if you know anyone that might have had contact with her, calling everyone. So sorry to bother you. Sure, everything's fine. And you can reach me at 617-929-8646. Thanks.
What did you do after receiving that voicemail, sir?
I immediately called Brian back.
And what happened when you called Brian back?
I told him that I was concerned. We had discussed that Anna had been missing since New Year's Day. And I was actually driving at the time that I made the call. I told him that I was nearby the house and that I could stop by the house and check to see if she was there, if that would be beneficial.
And what did you, did you do that?
I did.
And how did you get into the house?
Brian provided me the garage code. I opened the garage and entered the garage bay underneath the house.
And was there a car in the garage?
There was not.
Was there usually a car in the garage?
Anna usually parked in the garage, yes.
And did Anna have a car?
Yes.
Do you know what kind?
I believe it was a Volkswagen Taos.
Did she have one car, two cars, if you know?
Just one car that I know of.
Do you know, did you look inside the house?
I checked the door leading from the garage to the house. That door was locked, so I couldn't enter the house.
Did you notice any damage to the house?
I did not.
And what did you do after going to the house?
I called Brian, let him know that there was no sign that she was there, that her car wasn't there. It didn't look like anyone had been home. And then I actually came back later that evening and checked the garage again in the hopes that she might have shown up.
And did you see anything at that time?
No, it was the same.
Your Honor, my
You may.
Do you recognize that necklace?
Yes.
What is that?
It is it's a Gucci pendant necklace that Anna wore frequently.
Thank you. I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
Do you also recognize?
Marked and admitted as Exhibit 149.
Sorry, Your Honor. Do you recognize?
Yeah, he's a weirdo. Mr.
anything
Walsh,
else,
yeah,
in the photograph?
I don't
She's
disagree with
wearing
this.
a Cartier watch, which was her primary timepiece.
It's karma,
And
right?
I
Can't be doing that
believe
shit.
it's hard to tell with the resolution of the photo, but it looks like she's wearing her engagement ring.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, I'd ask that this be published to the jury. Again, this has been blurred at.
You may, and you can publish it electronically, and you can do it the old-fashioned way also.
I'd ask to do it the more modern way.
All right. Right ahead,
Thank you.
as you wish.
Thank you.
I'm here. I'm going to shut my camera off so I can eat for a second, guys.
You had said that you had communicated with her after New Year's Eve. Did you only text her, or did you also communicate through Instagram or other platforms?
I tried to call her through using the cell phone, the landline in Idaho. I sent her text messages, and I probably messaged her through Instagram, but I don't recall.
No, I'm sorry. I'm specifically referring to when you texted her like Happy New Year at New Year's at midnight. Was that on text message, through Instagram, or something else, if you remember?
It would have been text message or Instagram.
Okay. Thank you. And have you seen Anna Walsh since December 25th of 2022?
I have not.
Thank you, Mr. Fastow.
Cross-exam.
Good morning. You had mentioned that you met Anna Walsh, I guess, in the late winter, early spring of 2022?
Yes,
And you were introduced to her through a mutual friend, Jem Mutlu?
correct.
And Mr. Mutlu is also in the real estate business?
He is.
And at first you were introduced because Mrs. Walsh was looking for a property in the DC area to relocate her family.
Correct.
And you assisted her in, excuse me, finding the townhouse?
I did.
Okay. And when you were looking or showing her that townhouse, at some point you FaceTime with Mr. Walsh, who was back in Boston, so he could see the property as well?
Yes.
And this was a property for the whole family?
Yes.
Okay. I think you said that quickly you guys became confidants?
Yes.
Okay, and when you say confidants, do you mean really good friends? Would you share secrets? Would you commiserate about being, hardworking? What do you mean by confidant?
We were both at very vulnerable times in our lives. I was dealing with a separation and what was soon to be a full-fledged divorce.
Okay.
And initially unbeknownst to me, but became quite obvious, is that she was dealing with a pretty substantial family legal trouble.
Okay, let me start with, you had mentioned your separation. When you met Anna Walsh in that late winter, early spring, you were recently separated.
My wife and I had been estranged since late November to early December I guess it would have been 2021.
Okay, so just a few months.
Yeah.
Okay, and you had 2 young sons?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you had mentioned that Mrs. Walsh, Anna Walsh, had described an argument that she had with Brian Walsh about some charges on a credit card.
Yes.
So they had an argument about finances or money.
Yes.
Okay. During your marriage, did you ever have an argument or disagreement with your wife about finances or money?
Yes.
You had also mentioned that there was an argument, I guess, on or around Christmas Day between Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh, right?
Yes.
Okay. And am I correct? Excuse me. Am I correct that this argument was because she was delayed in coming home?
Yes.
On Christmas Day?
Yes.
Okay. And so it's Christmas Day. They have 3 sons and her flight gets canceled and she's late coming up, right?
Yes.
And so from what you talked to her about, that was upsetting to Mr. Walsh.
Yes.
The property that she purchased for the family, that was about $1.3 million?
Yes.
And was it paid for in cash? Was there a mortgage?
I believe there was a mortgage.
Okay. And it was a 4-floor townhouse?
Yes.
How many bedrooms?
4.
4. So 1 for each boy and then a master bedroom for Mr. Walsh and Anna Walsh?
Correct.
Okay. When you initially became friends with Anna Walsh, I think you said you would communicate with her through text message and Instagram?
Yes.
And Instagram, you said it's private. I think the kids say DM, you would DM each other?
Sure.
Okay. So when you were communicating on Facebook, you weren't posting romantic, intimate messages on her public Facebook page?
I was not.
Okay. And I think you had told us that you would comment on her page, but would you comment like, love you, can't wait to see you soon? Or would it be something like, oh, fun night or great pic?
It was more the latter.
Okay. So they weren't flirtatious, open messages?
No.
Okay. And you had mentioned on her Instagram that I think, or maybe you didn't, she would post a lot.
Yes.
Okay. You were never in any of those photographs?
I believe that she referenced me in one of those photographs. She had attended a yoga event that I had hosted.
Okay.
And she had posted a picture of herself at that event. And I believe that she had tagged me in that photo.
Well, you were the host, right?
Yes.
You set it up.
Yes.
So she went, it was like, hashtag thanks Will for yoga type thing.
Yes.
Okay. And your Instagram page, you weren't posting pictures of the 2 of you on that page?
I was not.
Okay. The timeline of your relationship with Anna, how quickly did it go from friends to more than friends?
Fairly quickly.
Bless you. So were you intimate with her after a week, after a month? When did you start becoming intimate?
To be honest, I don't remember the exact moment,
Okay.
but I know it was very shortly after her move to Washington, D.C.
Okay. You had mentioned, I think,
Yeah, a little
that
crazy.
things had gotten more serious in July, so it had been going on for a few months at that point?
That's correct.
Okay. So from the spring of 2022 through New Year's Eve of 2022, during your conversations or time with Anna Walsh, she never told you that Brian was suspicious of you?
I had asked Anna what Brian's reaction would be if she
My
ever found
question
out.
is not what
I
you
love
asked
that comment,
her.
Jesse.
My
Fucking
question is,
realtors.
At no point did she ever come to you concerned.
Goddamn
and say,
realtors.
I think my husband knows I have an affair or he's suspicious of you.
We had one episode where Brian called me while we were out to dinner, and I showed the phone to Anna because it was unusual for Brian to call me. Anna then later called Brian, and Brian had claimed that one of their children had taken his phone and called me by accident. That would be the closest thing that had happened where we felt concerned that maybe Brian had found out.
So I guess I'm not asking if you felt concerned. I mean, you're having an illicit affair. You're always kind of concerned someone's going to find out, right?
I mean, I suppose.
My question to you is, did Anna ever text you or call you and say, look, I think Brian is suspicious that I'm having an affair?
Anna never texted or called me and said that she felt that Brian knew that we were having an affair.
You had mentioned that you had introduced or socialized with your friends and Anna Walsh.
Yes,
The friends that you had that you would socialize with Anna Walsh, they weren't connected to Brian in any way.
no, except for Jem Mutlow.
Okay, and did Jem Mutlow ever come to DC?
He did not, but we had correspondence.
Okay. And as far as you know, well, let me ask you this. You didn't tell Jem Mutlow about your relationship with Anna.
I don't recall.
You don't recall. Okay. Anna never told Jem Mutlow about your relationship.
I'm sorry, is that a question?
It sure is.
I don't know what Anna told Jem Mutlow or what she didn't.
So Jem Mutlow was the reason you guys met, right?
Correct.
You guys, or you were good friends?
I would say that we were professional associates.
Okay.
Actually, let me couch that. I would say we were friends.
Okay. Did you and Anna ever socialize with Jem Mutlow together?
Not to my knowledge, no. Not that I recall.
So did you ever go to dinner with Jem and hold hands with Anna, flirt with her in front
No.
of Jem? No. So would it be fair to say that you were keeping this from a mutual friend of yours?
I don't know if I was keeping it from him. Jem Mutlow and I had numerous conversations during the time that I knew Anna. We've had conversations following Anna's disappearance. And frankly, it's a little difficult for me to tell you what Jem knew or when or what I told him. I mean, this is something that's played out over 3 years. So
Your answer is you don't know if you ever told Jem Mutlow about your romantic relationship with Anna Walsh.
I don't know if I told her before she disappeared.
Okay. So you talked to him after?
Yes,
And you told him after that you were in a romantic relationship
he certainly knew after that we were in a romantic relationship.
because you told him?
Yes, I believe so.
But you don't know if you told him when you and Anna were dating.
I cannot recall if I told him before or after.
Okay. You had mentioned on direct that you and Anna had conversations about your future.
Yes,
Definitely doesn't make it okay.
And going into the Christmas holidays, I know you were going to Idaho. Anna Walsh was planning to head back. At that point, there was never any specific plan for Anna to tell Brian about her relationship with you.
not that I'm aware.
Well,
To be fair, any attorney will tell you to
been
think
asked
about it
questions
before you
and
answer it,
testified about
the way
this
you're going to word it.
before, right?
That's correct.
And when you testified, am I correct that either Mr. Connor or Ms. Yaz were asking you questions about the nature of your relationship with Mrs. Walsh?
Is this reference to the grand jury testimony?
In fact, let me probably ask you this. Have you had a chance before you flew up today to review your grand jury testimony?
I reviewed my grand jury testimony with the state via a call that was, I think, over a month or two ago.
Okay. So you were specifically asked in March of 2022 if there was any specific plan to tell Brian about your relationship with Anna, and you told the grand jury that day that there was not.
That is correct.
So there was no plan as Anna went home for Christmas to be with her family that she was going to come clean and tell Brian about you.
As I said, there was no plan that I was aware of.
She never told you, hey, Will, I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna talk to Brian. I'm gonna blow up my marriage and come be with you. She never told you that.
That is correct.
She didn't tell you, I really want to tell him I just want to be with you before she went home for Christmas.
Objection.
Sustained.
That is correct.
You guys never communicated on Facebook Messenger, right?
We may have, I don't recall.
Well, did you have a Facebook page?
Yes,
And did Anna have a Facebook page?
yes.
And Did you turn over any Facebook messages between yourself and Mrs. Walsh to the police?
I don't believe so.
I think you had told us that Anna would never want, or maybe I'm paraphrasing, but Anna would never want her husband, Brian, to find out about the two of you inadvertently, right?
Correct.
That I think you mentioned integrity
Hey,
was the word
Sharon.
that she used, that if anyone was going to tell him, she wanted to be the person to do that.
Correct.
And at least in December, heading into Christmas, there was no plan to tell him.
Not that I was aware of.
You had mentioned that you guys would go to dinners together.
Yes.
Did you ever go to dinner with a woman by the name of Alyssa Kirby?
Not that I recall.
And Alyssa Kirby is a good friend of Anna's that also lived in DC,
Yes.
and she would socialize with Alyssa Kirby.
Yes.
You also mentioned that you go to bars together.
Yes.
Would Alyssa Kirby ever join you and have a few drinks, the three of you?
Not that I recall.
I think you mentioned that you brought her to some work functions.
Yes.
Okay. And at those work functions, as far as you knew, there was no one who knew Brian Walsh at those work functions.
That's correct.
And again, not to belabor this, but I think you went on boating trips, you went to the movies. This was with either just Anna or with your friends.
Yes. The only exception to that was I did go to a work event that Anna's company held. It was a Tishman Speyer Architects Forum.
Okay, and this was in DC.
Yes.
And Tishman Speyer is one of the things they do, is there a real estate management company? And I'm probably fumbling that.
I think that they're a real estate management and development and investment company.
Okay, and you're a realtor.
Yes.
Okay, so when you were there, were you kind of talking shop with other people there or colleagues there?
I was there in a professional capacity.
In a professional capacity, yes?
Yes.
Okay, and again, as far as you knew, there was no one at this professional or this function you went to for professional reasons that Mr. Walsh would know?
Not that I'm familiar with, no.
And I'm assuming, because you mentioned you were there in a professional capacity, you guys aren't holding hands and kissing and flirting with each other in front of other people?
We are not, but I was her guest.
Excuse me?
I was her guest. I was invited by Anna Walsh.
No, I understand, but at this function that you described, you were there professionally as a real estate agent. You guys aren't playing kissy face and holding hands in front of people.
No.
You had mentioned that Mrs. Walsh had talked to you about Brian's federal case, right?
Yes.
And in the summer of 2022, the expectation and hope was that Mr. Walsh would not have to go to jail.
That was my understanding.
And the plan was for the entire family to relocate down to DC
Yes.
and live in that townhouse.
Yes.
And I think you had said that Mrs. Walsh was the breadwinner.
Yes.
And so her job was, you know, she had kind of the big job, so then that's where the family would go.
Yes.
I want to talk to you a little bit about her job and her hours. I think you had said you'd see her 2 to 3 times a week. Roughly, what were her hours Monday through Friday?
I don't honestly know. I assume they were 9 to 5, unless she had to work late for either an event they were hosting or management responsibilities with one of the properties that she was in charge of.
Okay, so it wouldn't be uncommon that she might have to work late or go to a function.
Yes.
Okay. And were there ever any times where she'd have to go in early for a meeting or something came up?
Probably.
Okay. And you mentioned, I guess, professional functions. How often would that happen?
I couldn't say.
Okay.
I'm not just object.
Well, I'll talk to you about that in a minute, but we're going to go to our morning break.
All right, please. Close your notebooks, follow me.
I got that here.
Witness may step down. What's the objection?
I think she's asking things that he said he doesn't know.
So she wants you to lay the foundation.
I didn't hear what she said,
She
sorry.
said he didn't know. Everybody can be seated. We don't all have to
Didn't
all be
know.
standing. He
He
didn't,
didn't know what she was, her words.
Oh, that's
so
fine.
she's just asking you to lay the foundation that he has a basis for knowing.
Okay.
Anybody need anything?
No, thank you.
All right.
All right.
Okay. Well, that's the morning salad bar. Morning salad bar. So no word yet, in case y'all are wondering. Of course, now I have to pee, right? Right after they go on the stupid break. There he goes. Out they take him. Out they take Mr. Walshe. Out they take Mr. Walshe. Oh, damn it. Sorry, guys. My phone is like going nutty today, and I have to pay attention to it, obviously, for obvious fucking reasons here. I gotta get a good stretch in. Okay. Sorry. And again, I'll let karma fix it. My shirt says, because if I do, I'll go to jail. That's what it says. That's what it says. It says, because if I fix it, I'm going to jail. That's what it says. It's a funny shirt, and I thought it was appropriate for today, although it is long sleeves, and it's like kind of killing me because it's hot in my house. Hence why Leah got me those beautiful cooling blankets, which save my life at night because they are cool. After a while, they warm up to your body, and then you're like, God damn it. You try to flip it over or whatever, but she got me two. So that's the beauty of it, is I can put one away, right, and keep it like folded so that when the one gets warm, I can switch them out in the middle of the night so that I'm back to cool, right? Because I love those blankets. She definitely was like, I'm going to get her something for her birthday that she will need and use, and I appreciate that. For sure. So some bombshell testimony there from William Fastow, who was the guy who had a romantic relationship with Anna Walsh. I think he was getting a little testy there at the end with the cross, with the defense's attorney, which, I mean, you had an affair, bud. Like, that happened. I mean, obviously, that does not make it any better for Brian Walsh or for what he unalived his wife and cut her up, in my opinion, and disposed of her body pieces. So yeah, no, doesn't make him any less disgusting, in my opinion. Good morning, Lisa. But nonetheless, it's still bad. You had an affair, bro. Like, listen, I love my husband. We've been together 11 years. We're very good with communication. There's no secrets. We literally talk about everything. We're like children. Sometimes people are like, ew, you guys are gross. Like, go get a room. Like, you're all kissy and lovey and holding hands and like, what are you, 12? And we're like, yeah, we are. Yeah, we are. I mean, just listen to the song he made me for my birthday. If that doesn't show you the love, I don't know what the fuck does at that point, right? That was an amazing, thoughtful gift. I don't even know where he thought of that idea, but it's a pretty damn good idea. I mean, I guess you have to try to one-up yourself, right? 11 years is a long time to be with someone, but I'll take him for 100 more, right? He's my person. He's my yin to my yang, my peanut butter to my jelly, you know, the funny to my bone. You know what I'm saying? And he stuck with me until we're old and decrepit, and maybe I have to change his diapers, you know, even though I'm the older one. I'm technically 3 years older. No worries, Lisa. We know you're here, my friend. There's 197 of you, which is less than normal total. There's a lot of you on X. But I hope some of you from X pop over here. If you are somebody who has been blocked, and I'm going to say this today because oftentimes I'll get like a message from someone being like, hey, you have me blocked, or I had you blocked, and like, or somebody will send me a message like, hey, can you unblock this person? So if you are one of the cultists, or was a cultist, I should say, that is blocked, and you have seen said light, and you would like to be out of the blocked list, you can email me, twistedtragedies3@gmail.com, or have someone else message me that's not blocked, which is usually what people do. And I will unblock you. But I promise you, you won't get unblocked, and you'll just get reblocked if you're just doing it to troll. I don't put up with that kind of behavior. It's unfortunate. But here, or Jesse, you can email Jesse too. Now we got her email working here, which is perfect. Thanks to Wallflower. She had an appointment today, so she's just listening. But oh yeah, I need to see that picture. You got to send that to me, girl. I got to see it. I think she was tangled in the legal stuff with Brian and the kids and the finances, all very complicated. Doesn't make cheating okay, but doesn't sound like a normal happy marriage. Oh, definitely not. I mean, definitely wasn't a normal happy marriage, and it sounded like almost like a fairy tale, love story between her and this guy here, who she was having an affair with. I think, as far as we've heard, the story goes that she was sort of waiting for him to go to prison for the federal stuff to take the kids and go to DC. Because most people know if you get into a custody battle, with a state that you live in, if the ex-spouse does not want you to leave the state, you're not leaving the state. The judge will order you to stay in that state. You will not be able to leave. So I think she was hoping, that he would do some time in federal jail for the federal fraud charges for the art and whatnot, and then she could take the kids and go to DC. And a little part of me thinks that she was afraid of him. I mean, if he could kill her, I have no doubt that he would scream and yell and maybe even put hands on her. Oh, it is behind. We're behind. We were already behind a little bit just because we paused it. Oh yeah, I can skip. That's right. Boop, boop. We can skip. I'm still waiting for word from New Jersey. I've not gotten anything yet. As soon as I do, you guys will be the first people to know. I forgot that I was behind, so thank you for reminding me, Tracy. I appreciate that. Also, these are the ways to support the channel. You guys know how to do it. If you would like to, we would appreciate it. Yeah, so I think she was afraid of him. I do believe she was afraid of him. And I think that's probably one of the reasons why she kept everything a secret. The most dangerous times when a woman tries to leave the abuser, the narcissist abuser. That's the most dangerous time. And anyone, even pre being in a like when you're in it, that's the most dangerous time, right? So, you have to think about all of the circumstances to this. I was in one of those relationships. I know. I had to plan for a very long time how to leave an abusive relationship. You have to strategize how to leave it, right? If he's the breadwinner, you have to save money. Thankfully, she was the breadwinner, right? But you still, even if you're not, right? True. When? I don't know when. I don't know. It's scheduled for all day, so I'm not sure. As soon as I know, you guys will know. As soon as I know, you'll know. No, he didn't have a lot to lose. That's clear. But I mean, I remember literally trying to plan out how I was going to leave my abuser. And sadly, at one point, I'm going to pause this. I remember at this one point where he beat the crap out of me. And I thought, as soon as I get a second, I'm dashing out the door, right? I'm going to get help. And thankfully I got out. I was pregnant. I got out of the house and I was literally running up my street, and I ran down the street next to me, and I'm banging on a door and no one's answering. It's like 2 a.m. No wonder why, right? But I am banging on the door, no one's answering. So I went, I think it was 2 or 3 houses, and I finally came to one that had like a the first floor, but it was around the front side, which had been closer to where I just came from the house. So I went up the stairs to the porch on the second floor, and I'm banging on that door, and they didn't answer. And so I heard him coming, I could hear him coming. And so I laid flat down on this porch on the second floor so that he couldn't see me, right? I'm just laying flat, and my heart is beating, and I can't breathe, and I'm just laying there flat. And I hear him running, and I can see, but he can't see me, thank God, because I'm laying flat. Had I been standing there, he would have spotted me, no problem. Right? But I'm laying there flat, and he's running past, looking for me. So finally, when he went farther enough down, I get down from said porch, and I start walking downstairs, and finally someone opens the door, and I'm like, help, right? Like, help, call the cops, right? But even then, I didn't escape. It took another, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 months maybe to escape. At that point, many calls to the police, a restraining order he didn't follow. And so I know firsthand what it's like to try to keep yourself safe, trying to keep your kids safe, and escape. And you have to remember, even though mine was physical, mental, and emotional abuse, sometimes it's just mental and emotional, and that's just as bad in my eyes. It's torture. I'd rather be punched in the fucking face than be mentally and emotionally tortured. That's a fact. That is how I feel about it. That is my opinion. Obviously, not everybody adopts that opinion, but I would rather be punched in the face than be emotionally and mentally tortured. Facts. You don't even have time to pack your shit. I've literally helped women as like an Underground Railroad style almost. People I don't know, people who referred someone to me through the internet and were like, hey, this person can help you. And we went all the way out to like near Worcester. And I told the woman, when your husband goes to work, you're going to pack basics for you and the kids, whatever will fit in a suitcase. You want your most important documents, right? Clothes and your most important documents for you and the kids. Take nothing else. We will get you toiletries and like jackets and like anything you don't have or you can't take. We will fundraise. We will figure it out. That's not important. What's most important is your life. You pack up into a bag, anything you could take immediately with you. Documents, like I told her, put them all in one place when he's at, we plan this for like a week. When he's at work the first day, you plan to put all the documents in one space. And there was one night that we were going to do it, and he stayed home from work because he could feel something was going on. So we couldn't even do it that night. We were ready to go and couldn't do it that night. We had to wait until the next time he went to work, which was like 2 days later, to get her and the kids out, right? And she was like, I don't have enough gas. I said, screw the gas. We will come get you. Leave the car, right? Like, leave it. At that point, he had tried to take the car keys when he went to work, her car keys, so that, he clearly felt like something was going to happen. So we were like, you know what? F the car, leave it. We'll just come get you. And since he didn't know me or that I existed because I wasn't one of her friends or family members, he could not find her or the kids, thank God, until we could get her safe. And that's the thing. DV shelters don't just have spaces for you right away. You don't just call and they go, okay, let's help you. They'll say, call back every day for a week or call back every day for a month. And it's like, when someone is trying to escape, they don't have a week. They don't have a month. They have right now, because the abusers do feel it. They do know something's happening, and they will do anything to stop you, including fucking kill you, beat you to a pulp, like they, like mine did, and in broad daylight in front of neighbors. Like they don't care, right? So, we don't take that risk. We know that the shelters take a long time. So fuck it. If I have to bring somebody to my house and blow up air mattresses, that's what the fuck I'm going to do, right? And that's what we did. We didn't have a choice, but he could not find her because, well, told her take no phones, no devices. Can use mine if you really need to call family or whatever. We'll get you a burner phone from like Walmart, and that's what we did, because she wasn't safe, right? She wasn't safe. And at least she reached out to someone who then reached out to me. Someone previously I had helped, and they had reached out to me. And I was like, of course, we will do everything that we can to help, Sad. It is like a trial. It's like a trial for the order, if that makes sense. And they're scheduled to use the court all day in New Jersey. So yeah, they're killed before even though they have a safe way out, they're killed before they can do it, Morning, Shannon. Morning, Beach. It's just sad. I mean, to be fair, that was, I was 18 and it was over, I'm 39 now. So it was over 20 years ago, but it doesn't make it any less real in my mind right now. Like, I remember every second and minute of that. because it's so fucking traumatizing that you're like, is this real life? Like, I am running down the street, banging on doors for help at 2 a.m, laying flat on a second floor. Like, I'll never forget the way that I felt in that moment, ever, and it's often why I can point out a narcissist really, really quick, really quick. And to be fair, I would have never been with my husband, my amazing husband, if it wasn't for all that. So, sometimes, the universe works in weird and mysterious ways, Relationships are very complicated. It is not just easy to end it and leave, especially if you're dealing with someone who has the capacity to kill you. You know what I mean? And Sam's right. They're often damned if they do, damned if they don't, right? You didn't do this, so you're damned, and you didn't do that, so you're damned. A rock in a hard place, unfortunately. It's just the way it is. Yeah, it's ongoing all day, so you haven't missed it yet. Any updates I get, you guys will get them as soon as I do. It's not easy to leave either. You have to take into consideration a lot of things. And if you have kids, pets, like, that's a big thing, Even when you have support and a plan, think about all the women who don't. I didn't tell anyone. I was too ashamed to tell my family. And at the time my dad had already passed. My grandfather had already passed. So I had, my dad hadn't passed yet. My dad had moved to Florida. My grandfather had passed. My dad didn't die for another 3 years. But so I had my grandmother, and that's my grandmother, my aunt, and my sisters who were younger than me. So they were still in school. Like, I'm 7 and 9 years older than my 2 younger sisters. So, they can't help me. So, I mean, I didn't have much family even then, but my grandmother always has my back, or had my back, God rest her soul, no matter what. And I didn't even tell her, because I knew he would find me there. So it's like, that's not going to help me. He'll find me. And when he finds me, it's not going to be, he wouldn't follow the order. He came to my house, beat the shit out of me, even with a restraining order. What stops him, from hurting my grandmother or my sisters, right? Like, you start thinking about what they will do to get their hands back on you. That's a whole nother problem, whole nother problem. It is incredibly complicated. There is nothing black or white about it. I keep thinking that, Beach, that maybe New Jersey will fix this goddamn fucking problem that Massachusetts refuses to deal with, Me too, Sam. You got to kiss a lot of frogs to find your prince. You know what I mean? You just do. And I have to remind people, even people older than me, I have a friend who's a couple of years older than me, and she's like, but I'm in my 40s, and all I have ever gotten is shit bags. And I'm like, everyone has their own timeline, my friend. Some people, you might not find someone until your 50s, right? Like, it's a timeline. For everybody's different. It's individual. You will find that person that gives a shit about you, right? You will. But you have to, especially someone who's been traumatized in the way that her and I have. We have very similar stories, and we've been friends since my oldest, who is now 21, before she was born. So it's just sad, It's just sad. I always tell people, like, even if you haven't found it now, you'll find your person. I found my person, and it took a long time. My first husband passed away, and my second husband, I was with for almost a decade. So, and I was very young, when we got together. I was 23, I think, when we got married. Nonetheless, and we had been together years before that, but it doesn't always work out. My first husband didn't have a lot of family. When he passed, he just had a brother, and his mom had been out of state. We couldn't even find her to tell her that he had passed, which sucked. And but his brother was always been a very good person, and I've always been close with, sort of handled mostly everything that other people couldn't, because it was hard. It was hard. The way he passed was hard, and it was hard. And we were like best friends. Me and my first husband, we got married very young, and but we were like just good friends. Like, no matter what, we always were there. And he died young, right? That's what happened, and it's unfortunate. I think about, he had a daughter. I never had kids with my first husband. I had already had my first one. Not my second one yet, because my second one was with my second husband. but he had a daughter, and he loved his daughter very, very much. And I think about her a lot. She's an adult now. But losing her dad, like I lost my dad, is tough. It's tough. It's very tough. But especially when, there's not a lot of people. He didn't have a lot of family. So she might have some family through her mom's side, but he did not have a lot of family that was alive and living even when he passed. So shit stuff, But I'm glad she had some happiness before she died. Like Sam said, even if it wasn't the right way, right? Everyone's got to find their tablet girl. Brian found the tablet girl. Yeah, now I just say fuck off, right? You have to think about it, right? If you don't go through all of that, if I don't go through all of that, then I don't become who I am today, right? Like if I don't go through all those horrific, awful fucking things, I'm not as empathetic, sympathetic, and understand things in a way that isn't black and white. And I think each one of those experiences made me who I am. And where I obviously wish that some of them I didn't have to go through, I do understand where they taught me things, good and bad, Yeah, the restraining order usually just pisses them off further so that they press the gas when it comes to acting like a maniac, Do not force it. It will happen when this is exactly what I told my friend on the phone. I said, listen, I wasn't even looking after my first husband died, after I was with my second husband for many, many moons, I didn't really want a relationship after that, Your first husband dies, your second husband you're with almost a decade, and you leave because he's a miserable prick, even though you try and try and try and try. He was just a miserable fuck. Like he had a lot of abandonment mommy issues, and he just could not overcome them. And so everything was a problem, didn't matter what it was. And so I tried for many, many years and it just wasn't working. I was miserable. My kid was miserable, and it wasn't just gonna I stuck it out for many more years than I thought I would, just simply for my kid. And then I realized that was a mistake. But nonetheless, I didn't want a relationship, wasn't looking for one. And I stayed single for the longest time I've ever been single in my entire life, which was a year, on purpose. I was like, I don't want a relationship. I just want to, whatever, go out with some friends, have some fun, and just chill. I don't want anything I'm tied down to. And about a year into that, my husband, I told you guys a story the other day, I met up with his brother to go out with a bunch of friends, me, my other friend, and a bunch of other friends. We all met up down the Cape, sort of like a vacation thing. And my husband, who is my friend's brother, was there. And so that story starts there, right? And story I think I told you guys yesterday. And I was not expecting it, and I was not looking for it. And that's exactly when it happened. Let it happen when it happens. Don't look for it, because that's where you're just going to find trouble. And I'm glad Anna did find some happiness. Beach, you know what? You can't knock them. It's a trauma bond, right? And so I have had a few friends that have been with an abuser and then fallen for another abuser. But you have to remember, abusers don't have it written on their forehead. I am an abuser. I am an asshole, right? They don't have it written on their foreheads. So it's really hard to differentiate whether, and they love bomb you, and they pretend and they manipulate that they're this great person, and they lie. And so that's what you believe. And then by the time you start to get to realize that that's a whole lie, they have roped you in, right? Now you love this person and you're like, fuck, right? And so it's unfortunate, but it's part of trauma. And until you fully start to heal, and I mean fully, not like in the beginning stages, but fully start to heal from that kind of trauma and understand it, which can take decades, years, decades. I mean, it depends on the person. Everyone has their own, different journey. Then the statistics are that it does happen again, sometimes more than once, and that someone who was with an abuser ends up with another abuser. It's unfortunate, but it does happen. And I think people often will say oh, well, that woman, was with 3 guys and they were all abusive. And it's like, why are we victim blaming? No, it's not the victim's fault. She might have had a bad choice in men, right? But they are cunning. They are manipulative. They are good at being chameleons. That's why they're narcissists. That's what they're good at. Literally, literally, that's what they're good at. And so it sometimes happens more than once, even more than 2 or 3 times. It's, depending on person by person. But eventually, once you understand the trauma and you start to find the signs of people like that, you start to see the red flags. And instead of giving someone the benefit of the doubt, you don't ignore those red flags. The problem is we all want to give the benefit of the doubt to someone. We all want to explain away something that doesn't seem right, but could just be a fluke, right? And so we give the benefit of the doubt. And sometimes, rightly so, because it was just something stupid or silly or, overthinking it. And other times, not rightly so, and it's a narcissist that's lying to you, but there's no way to tell, I think about that a lot. You guys know that my fiance died in a house fire. I have his name tattooed on my hip here, the Shamrock. He was Irish. He went back in. He made it out of the house, and he went back in for 2 people that were inside. And unfortunately, he perished inside when he went back in. And that happened when I was very young. And so that affected me a lot, my whole life, my whole adult life. And he was way too young, obviously, at the time. But I oftentimes thank him because he is very similar to my husband now. They're so similar, the chivalry and the old school, like man pulls chair out, man, takes out the trash, man opens car door. Him and James are very much alike. And I oftentimes think like, well, James might have brought you to me, right? Like that's the reality, that's the reality. Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I mean, clearly the guy's got, some screws loose. I think you're right too. Some people try to force it for like kids or grandkids, or why don't you have kids? Some people's families very much want them to have kids, and I'm glad you're happy being an aunt and a godmother. My aunt, she's in her 50s. She never had kids. She's the only aunt I got, but she never had kids, and she's perfectly happy just being an aunt and a great aunt, and that's okay. I love that you're a godmother too. It's funny because people even take for granted like their parents being grandparents. Like my kids don't have grandparents, and that sucks. Not just for them, but for me. And it's like my grandparents were a big part of my life, a huge part of my life. And I can't imagine what my life would have been like without them. My grandmother basically raised me until I was in foster care. And even then she fought and fought to have them place me with her. And, my grandparents were a big influence in my life. And my kids don't get that. It's a hard pill to swallow, right? My kids don't have like, oh, your grandparents bought you these Christmas gifts, or your grandparents showed up to your birthday party, or your grandparents want you to have these dragged at their house. Like they don't get to really do any of that. And that sucks, sleepovers at the grandparents' house. They don't get that. I loved those when I was a kid with my grandparents. My grandfather spoiled me because I was his, pride and joy. And those are some moments that I will never forget. And it's just sad to think my kids won't get that. So people also take for granted the fact that their parents are good grandparents to their kids or something like that. And I'm like, listen, I wish, right? I wish if I could bring back all of my family that have passed away, I would. My dad, my grandparents, like big part of my life. And unfortunately, kids don't get to experience them. And that's a shame because they were amazing people, Psychology is something I think everyone should sort of delve into a little. You'd understand the human mind better. But it should be your choice whether you want kids or not, right? Like that's your choice. If you don't want kids, that's cool. You can totally spoil your... Listen, I have friends that I have been friends with since I was like a preteen or even younger. And even though I don't get to see them much, anytime I call just to say hi, we live on different sides of the state and I don't drive, so it's harder for me. But anytime I call to talk to them, in the background, all you can hear is the kids going, is that Auntie Elise? Is that Auntie Elise? Like those are my nieces and nephews, regardless, like I've known them long before they were even born, but when they were in their mama's belly, right? And so even if they're not blood family, they can still be your chosen family. And I have some chosen family. I just never really get to see them because I don't drive, right? So, and they don't drive. One of my friends doesn't drive. She has 4 girls. And I've been there before any of them were born, Me and mom have been friends that long. So, oh, I love that candle. It is less taboo, that doesn't make somebody better or less, like you said. That's everyone's individual choice. And it should always be someone's individual choice, you know? I've never had godparents either. My godparents passed away, but my godfather was my brother, my biological dad's brother. And I didn't even know my biological dad until I was an adult. So, and my godmother, same. So it's like my dad's brother actually got hit by a car when I was a baby and died in North Quincy. Sad, but happened. You know, it isn't. It's yours and yours only. Christmas magic. I think the magic has been stolen out of my Christmas for a while now, but I have a couple I wouldn't be in a hurry to bring back. Right? Maybe in a year or two. You know, but women shouldn't have to follow along. We should do whatever it is that our heart desires, just like men should do whatever their heart desires. All right, I need to check and see if we're getting any updates here. I haven't looked in a second. Nothing yet. And I have to conspiracy pee in the bathroom, so we'll play some more of that, and then wait. The New Jersey results.
Court is back in session. You may be seated. You can have a seat.
Thank you, sir.
And I'm gonna go conspiracy to the bathroom.
Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, or good morning again. Before the break, we were talking about whether or not there was any definitive plan for Anna to tell Brian about your relationship. I want to talk to you a little bit more about conversations that you did have with her in which she told you that if Brian was going to find out, she wanted it to be from her, right?
Yes.
And that it would really upset her if he found out any other way.
Yes.
To the point where it would devastate her if Brian ever found out that she was having an affair.
Yes.
And you had mentioned, I think on direct, that you had conversations about a future together,
Yes.
but you never had extensive, concrete conversations about being together and when that would happen.
Correct.
And at this time frame, that summer, fall, and winter of 2022, you were also in no position to openly start a new relationship with another person.
If you mean that I had not finalized my divorce, that is correct.
No, you were in a position that, because your older son would have been devastated if you started bringing another woman around.
Yes, I did say that.
And if I'm correct, I believe on page 36 of Exhibit 145, which are text messages that you turned over. Oh, apologize. No, it is 36. And this is, the text message that you turned over, just to be clear, are from December 29th of 2022 through January 5th of 2023.
I assume that's correct.
Want me to approach so you can look at it?
Sure.
You're on the radar.
You certainly may.
Am I correct in the text messages that you provided? It starts at December 29th of 2022?
Yes, that's what it says on the cover page here.
And on page 36, and I can approach again if you need it, you say, "He can't imagine me with someone else. Like all children of separated parents, he deeply wants us to reconcile. Introducing him to someone else would destroy that fantasy. It would crush him now." Right?
Yes.
And that was right around Christmas time and New Year's that you texted Anna Walsh that.
Yes.
So you had no intentions of having any immediate plans to openly start dating Anna Walsh with your two young boys.
Correct.
You were a concerned dad. You loved your son. You were protective of his feelings.
Yes.
At the same time you were having conversations just about her marriage and your relationship, you knew that it was always a possibility after having these conversations that Anna would stay with Brian, the father of her children.
Yes.
And while she would talk to you about arguments they had about finances or the stress of his federal case, she always spoke to you about him in a positive light.
Yes.
And you knew from her words, that she cared for him deeply.
Very much so.
And I believe during these times when you would talk about her relationship with Brian Walshe, she wanted everyone to see him in the light that she saw him.
Very much so.
The text messages that you turned over to the police, is it fair to say that the police asked you questions about whether or not you had any information that Mr. Walshe had discovered your affair with his wife?
Yes, I'd say that's fair.
Okay. And you understood that anything that could help them in determining if Mr. Walshe had discovered your relationship, you would turn over or it would be helpful.
Yes.
And so I asked you about Facebook and you said you don't remember.
That's correct.
Well, so you don't remember if you would send any flirtatious, sexy, or intimate messages or posts on Facebook? Isn't that something you would remember if you're trying to keep it a secret?
I don't recall if I used Facebook Messenger as a means of communication with Anna Walshe. I would periodically delete messages. I don't recall if I had deleted messages from Facebook. I had certainly deleted messages from Instagram and text messages I had had over the term of our relationship.
Well, why are you deleting stuff?
Honestly, I said things to Anna that I might have found embarrassing that I just didn't want to look at, so I would delete the messages.
But you weren't trying to hide it from anyone. It was just your own kind of squeamishness or embarrassness from whatever you had sent.
Yeah.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sir. Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Redirect.
Nothing, thank you.
The witness may step down. Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth will call Christopher Murphy.
That's crazy. My husband has a job, I have a job here. And actually, I'm the one that deals with all the money. Isn't that about a bitch, huh? Why? Because I'm the one that pays the bills on time and does all that stuff. He just puts his half or his amount in and I pay them, right? Like we do it together, but I keep track.
May I proceed, Your
It
Honor?
should be whoever's
You may.
better with
Thank you.
keeping track.
Sir, could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Christopher Murphy, Murphy.
What do you do for work, sir?
Construction.
Where were you working in January of 2023?
I was working at a painting company. I'm sorry, I haven't been working there for 3 years, so
It's okay.
it's been a while.
All right. So you were working at a painting company.
Yes,
How long do you think you were at that painting company?
a year.
And in that
Agreed,
time,
Brian.
what were your responsibilities at that company?
I was a salesperson.
Okay. In January of 2023, were you running any specials at that point in time?
Yes.
What was the specials?
We were offering 15% off any work that people needed to have done.
And so how are you contacting people at this point in time to offer the special?
We were calling all our past customers that we had, we used to work for. And we do like a cold call kind of thing. And I called, a bunch of people that day, and the defendant was one of them.
Well, let me get to that. Okay. So when you were calling people, do you remember what phone number you were calling from? Was it a work number?
It was a work phone, yes.
And if I were to tell it to you, would you, actually, I'll ask you right now, do you remember that work number right now?
No, I don't.
Because it's been 3 years, you haven't enough time to remember where you worked.
I don't remember my own number. But
all right. So at that point in time, was the number 774-534-2005 your work number?
Possible.
Okay, possible. So now, you said that you were calling people offering this special. And so at any point in time, did you have the opportunity to reach out to Mr. Brian Walsh?
Yes, I did.
Okay, can you explain to us how?
Well, we got a list of customers that we had, that were past customers, and each salesperson got a certain list. My area was in the Hingham area. So I just went down the list and called customers, and he was, one of the customers on the list.
What day did you make this call?
January.
Okay, early or late?
Yeah, early, yeah.
Okay. And did you ever have the opportunity to connect with Mr. Walsh?
I did, yes.
And so what was the conversation you had with him?
Again, just talking about, work that possibly needed to be done, and he stated that he didn't need any work to be done.
Okay. And then did you ever have any subsequent communications with Mr. Walsh?
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Can you repeat?
Did you ever have the chance to talk or communicate with him again?
Once, I believe.
Okay. And how did that occur?
It was really quick.
Quick? Was it a phone call or a text message?
It was a phone call.
Okay. And who called who?
I called him first, and then I received a text later on during the day.
Okay. And you said you received a text?
Yeah.
To a cell phone?
Yes.
All right. And you're on my phone?
Yes.
Do you recognize these images, sir?
Yes, I do.
What are they, sir?
They were pictures sent to me describing a ceiling that needed to be repaired.
Okay. Now, the pictures that you're looking at here, sir, are they the pictures that were sent to you, or are they pictures of the phone with the pictures on them?
No, they're pictures of the phone, but they were sent to me, yes.
Certainly. And are they your phone?
Yes.
Does Commonwealth would seek to have these marked as the next two exhibits?
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
Pictures of the phone of the messages are now in evidence as exhibit 150, 151. Thank you.
Your Honor, may I publish?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if we could have what's now been marked as Exhibit 150, which has a file name of Christopher Murphy, pick page 1. Sir, can you see this on the screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So whose phone is it we're looking at on the screen?
That is my phone.
Okay. And sir, we're looking at your phone. What is the message that begins this thread? Could you read it out loud?
I'm sorry. Let me just change glasses here. Oh, that's okay. It just says his address.
Okay. Does it say any names with it?
Phone number.
Could you just read the message, sir?
It says, hello, Brian Walsh, S16 Chief Justice, Cushing Highway.
And does it have a phone number attached to it?
Yes, it does.
All right. And underneath that, sir, you said there's a picture?
Yes, there is.
All right. Ms. Gilman, can you scroll down again? Thank you. And can we have Exhibit 151, which is Christopher Murphy picks page 2? Sir, I'm going to direct your attention to the bottom of this thread. Ms. Gilman, if you could enhance this. Sir, at the end of the thread, what is the message?
It says, "Good morning. Let me know about the ceiling. Best, Brian."
And what's the date on the message?
January 6th.
So, sir, did you have any phone communications with Mr. Walsh besides the initial one in relation to this damage to the ceiling?
No.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination?
No questions. Thank you, sir.
The witness may step down. Thank you. Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Suzanne Garland.
Right this way. Just watch your step for me. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Suzanne Garland, Garland.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I own a Bar Method studio. It's a bar workout in Hingham Center.
And how long have you owned the Bar Method in Hingham Center?
Oh, maybe.
Since September of
Got it.
2021, I opened the studio.
And is that a franchise?
It is, yes.
Initially.
And how many Bar Methods are in the United States?
I think at this point about 100.
And where exactly is your studio?
It's right in Hingham Center, sort of on South Street, 99 South Street, across from CVS.
And how many employees do you have at your studio?
16.
And how many clients did you have in 2022 into 2023?
I would say about 160 active clients.
And at that time, did you keep and maintain records for your business?
Yes.
And what kind of records did you maintain?
We maintained membership agreements and class history, purchases, time and date of classes taken, the number of classes each client took.
And how did you keep those records?
Electronically.
And why do you keep those records?
For regular course of business, but also to report to our franchise.
And do you have a corporate email?
Yes.
And what is that corporate email?
I have two, actually. One is hingham@barmethod.com, and the other is my personal business email, which is suzanne.garland@barmethod.com.
And you also keep payment information?
Yes.
And do you maintain all communications with clients in good faith?
Yes.
And do you keep your records in good faith as well?
Yes.
Did you know Anna Walsh?
I did.
And how did you know Anna Walsh?
I knew Anna for several years. Actually, prior to owning the Bar Method, it existed in Hingham Center. Another woman in town had owned it before, and I used to take classes there with Aunt Anna all the time. She and I would be there 4 times a week together taking classes. And then when I reopened the studio after COVID in 2021, she signed up right away. And again, she was coming 4 days a week up until the time that she was moving.
And what kind of membership did she initially have with you?
She purchased a Club Bar Unlimited membership, which allowed her to take as many classes as she wanted during the month for a fixed price.
And did you have a membership agreement with her?
I did, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Ma'am, do you recognize this?
Yes, this is our month-to-month membership agreement that we keep with all clients on the unlimited plan.
And I'd ask you to look at the last page.
This is her signature.
It's at the agreement with Anna Walsh.
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Marked and admitted into evidence, the membership agreement of Anna Walsh for Bar Method is in evidence as 152.
Ms. Garland, as part of the membership agreement, our members asked about their health.
Yes.
And do they have to sign off for medical information?
They have to sign that they are fit to take classes.
Why is that?
For liability purposes for the studio.
So in December of 2022, how often would Anna Walsh attend Bar Method?
So she would be coming whenever she was in town. She was doing quite a bit of traveling back and forth to DC at that time. So I think she was there 3 or 4 times at least. Whenever she could come in, she wanted to be there.
So do you mean 3 or 4 times a week or something else?
I think December of 2022, she was there 3 or 4 times total, right?
And did she have a membership at that time?
She did not. She was paying drop-in classes.
And did you have communication with her about the classes via email?
Yes, she had emailed me when she found out that she was getting the new job in DC. She emailed me that she needed to discontinue her month-to-month unlimited class membership and that she would, drop in when she was around. And then when she came back to DC in December of 2022, she emailed me, I believe it was December 30th, saying that she had purchased a drop-in class, but she would rather do a special we were offering, which allowed her to take an unlimited amount of classes over the next month because she was going to be in the area more.
And you said when she came back, she came to DC, but did you mean when she came to
I'm sorry,
Cohasset?
when she came to Hingham, yes.
Okay. And did you maintain the email communication that you had with her in your normal course of business?
I did, yes. I kept my email from her and I have it to this day.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm showing you 3 documents, if you could look at those. You recognize those documents?
Yes.
And what are those documents?
These are email communications from Anna to me. The first one is letting me know that she had gotten the new job opportunity in DC and telling me how wonderful her experience at the Bar Method had been. However, the last 10 years, she's taken classes in DC and the Boston locations. She said, we have developed an incredible team culture and feeling of being cared for. She loves the energy of the studio. She asked if we were ever considering opening one in DC. That was the first email. The second email was the one that I mentioned on December 30th, asking if she qualified for the 30-day unlimited special we were offering for $79. If so, could she exchange the single class that she booked for it, which is $29, and apply that towards the $79 special? And then I responded to her on January 1st because I was away on vacation at that time.
But yes.
And I said, technically, you don't qualify it since she had been in the studio recently, but I would honor it since her situation was so different than the norm.
Your Honor, I'd ask that those be the next 3 exhibits.
No objection.
All right. They'll be marked and admitted into evidence. So the 3 different emails are one from, what are the dates of those emails?
The first would be from February 27th of 2022.
Okay, that's in as 154. Well, did I mess that up? 153? Okay, so as it was coming out, I looked back up and saw there was no 153. So 153 is the email from 2/27/22. 154 is what? Date?
154 would be 12/30/2022.
Okay, and the third one?
The third one would be January 1st, 2023.
All right, those three are now in evidence, 153 to 155.
And did you also keep the registration for December 31st of 2022?
The class registration log?
Yes, I apologize.
Yes, we do.
Thank you for correcting me. And that's maintained in the normal course of business?
Yes, we have records of every single class.
And I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
Any objection?
And Your Honor.
The class registration for the bar method is in evidence. That's 156.
Yeah, Coach, Your Honor.
May?
And seeing that document, ma'am, do you, does that show, what does that show?
This shows that Anna Walsh created a reservation for class on the morning of December 31st. She did that on December 30th at 11:18 p.m. And it shows that she was checked in for class on December 31st at 8:17 p.m.
And does that show that she attended that class?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any cross?
Just briefly.
Good morning. Getting there.
The email that Mrs. Walsh had sent you asking to convert her drop into the unlimited monthly, that was on December 31st?
Was it December 30th or 31st?
December 30th or 31st?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason that she was asking to do that is because she expected to be in the South Shore area more the next month.
Yes.
Okay. You had mentioned that your studio requires a medical waiver.
When you sign the month-to-month agreement, you do acknowledge in there that you are healthy and that you have conferred with your doctor.
Okay. And she does that, or that person, for example, does that once when they first start coming to you as a client?
They sign that every time they sign a contract.
Okay. So when was the last time Anna Walsh had signed a contract with Bar Method?
I believe it was September of 2021. I don't think she was actually ever able to book that last contract she wanted to.
Okay, so the health waiver that you're talking about, or the medical waiver, was September of 2021?
Yes.
Okay, and the medical waiver that someone signs, do they have to provide any type of medical documentation to confirm they are in fact good health?
No, we don't require a letter from a physician.
So it's just self-reporting? Yes?
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Any redirect?
I
No,
used
thank
to
you.
teach pole dancing
The witness may
classes.
step
It's a
down.
great
Thank you.
workout. I'm sure you are, Brian. I used to teach them. I could still teach them now if I had a studio. As you guys know, I was a dancer for a
Commonwealth
lot
may
of
call its
years.
next witness.
The Commonwealth
Yeah,
will call
correct.
Ashley Semino.
The acrobatics were one of my favorite parts of it. Was teaching people pole tricks and the pole workouts. It works out every muscle in your body, and it's so fun. Just saying, so fun.
Right this way. Just watch your step forward.
I could totally do it. I would be happy to do it. I've taught some of my friends over the years when we've gone to clubs
May I
and they've had
proceed?
the poles.
Thank you.
I've taught them
Good
you know,
morning.
simple
Good
tricks on
morning.
those.
What is your name?
My name is Ashley Semino.
Can you just pull the microphone just a little bit closer? Thank you so much.
Fitness
And
works out
can
every
you
muscle in your body.
spell your last name for the record?
Yes,
Every
Semino,
muscle.
Cimmino.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I'm a special education teacher and a bar instructor.
So how long have you been a special education teacher?
About 7 years.
And you said that you're also a bar instructor.
Yes, that's correct.
And where are you a bar instructor?
Currently at the Bar Method in Hingham.
And where else have you taught bar classes?
The Bar Method in Boston, both the Back Bay location and the Financial District location when they were open.
So how long have you been an instructor for Bar Method?
So I started working there in about 2010. And so it's been about 10 plus years since I started instructing.
And how do you become an instructor for Bar Method?
So we go through an intensive training. We sit with a trainer from headquarters. This person goes through an entire day with us. We have to take an anatomy exam, and we go through at least 3 to 6 months of training after that, co-teaching with a veteran instructor. And following that, to maintain our certification, we have to take an annual exam.
So do you need to be certified?
Yes.
And you have to maintain that certification yearly?
Yes, every year we take an exam.
Were you familiar with Anna Walsh?
Yes, when I first met her, she was on a NIP.
And where did you first meet Anna NIP?
At the Bar Method in Boston.
And when was that? Do you remember?
It was probably around 2011. At that time, I was working at the front desk, and she would frequent the lunchtime class.
Some of us.
And which Bar Method in Boston?
Can do
The Back Bay location.
belly dancing.
So that was on
with pole
Clarendon
dancing.
Street.
Some of that is actually.
And how often did you see her when you were at the Bar Method in the Back Bay location?
Almost every day.
Did you ever see Anna NIP outside of the Bar Method studio in Boston?
Occasionally, if we were bumping into each other on the street, but that would be it.
Well, did you ever see her at a different job that you might have had in Boston?
Yes, she had come to one of the Celtics games that I was working at.
What did you do for the Celtics?
I was a dancer.
And what was her demeanor when she came to Bar Method in Boston?
She was always so warm, seeing somebody every day.
Objection.
Overruled. We'll let the answer stand. Move on.
While in Boston, did you ever meet Brian Walsh?
He did come into the Bar Method, yes.
And how many times did you meet him?
At least once or twice.
Now, directing your attention to Saturday, December 31st of 2022, were you working that day?
I was.
And where were you working?
At the Bar Method in Hingham.
And which class were you teaching?
I was teaching both classes. There's one around 8:15 and one around 9:15.
And who was in your 8:15 a.m. class?
Anna was.
And how long had you been an instructor at Bar Method in Hingham at that point?
That was my first day teaching at the Bar Method in Hingham.
And when did you first notice Anna Walsh?
So I wasn't familiar looking, we all get class lists of our class prior. So one of the Bar Method qualities is that we are able to call our clients by name as we're teaching them. And actually it was because of Anna in Boston that we always clarify with our clients, is it Anna or is it Anna? So I had asked our front desk staff that day, and she was like, I believe it's Anna. So when I started class, I just made a little note of it, but she wasn't there at the start of class.
When did she come in?
She came in about 10 minutes late.
And what did you do when she came in?
It was kind of like this, oh my God moment. Because with COVID, we had closed the Boston studios, and I had, had 3 children simultaneously at the time, so I took a little step back from teaching. And when those studios in Boston closed, I decided it was either going to Wellesley or Hingham, and I chose Hingham.
And what type of interactions did you have with her during the class?
During the class, I was instructing her. I was giving verbal adjustments, hand-on adjustments. But when she came in, we kind of had, oh my God, I can't believe that you're here.
And what type of exercise do you do during a bar class? How does it work?
So a bar method class, you work all your muscles in your body. You work your muscles to exhaustion, and then you stretch them to become longer and leaner, but also stay healthy and safe with your body.
So can you explain how you do that?
Sure. So we start off with a warm up. You could do up to 60 push-ups in class. We move into a portion of class where you're working your thigh muscles. You work a portion of your seat, you go into curl, and there's some stretching in between. And typically a class is 45 minutes to an hour, and you use light to heavy weights depending on the client's choice.
And do you remember how long that class was?
That was a 45-minute class.
And how did Anna Walsh perform during that class?
She was a powerhouse. Clients are given the option during my setup that they can do push-ups on their hands and knees, hands and feet, or up at the bar for a modification. And she was doing the push-ups on the balls of her feet, on her hands. She was completing the motions. She was someone that you wanted to take class with because she made you work harder.
Did you notice any injuries on her during your class on December 31st of 2022?
No, and she did not make me aware of any that would change any of the exercises that we were doing.
And after the class was over, what interactions did you have with Miss Walsh?
We chatted, and actually I remember having to tell her, I'm so sorry, I can't finish our conversation because the next class was starting. So there was at least 15 to 20 minutes between when her class ended and the next one started.
And what, if anything, did she say about coming to the gym in the future?
So she had been so excited to see me because she had told me that I was one of her favorite instructors, and she was so happy to see that I was in Hingham. She was planning on coming to a lot more, and she wanted to know my schedule.
And have you seen Anna Walsh since?
I want to pause this for a second so I can answer this. I don't know, because his hearing could go all day. They have the court all day. So I won't know until I get an update. So that update could come literally anytime. So I apologize that I don't have a specific time for you guys on the Turtleboy stuff. If I had one for you, I'd totally tell you guys. I have no idea when it's going to end and when I may get an update. It could be any minute. It could be another 2 hours. I do not have an answer for that. I apologize that I don't. But unfortunately, because they had the full day for this, the court is theirs for the full day and the judge for the full day. I don't know how long it's going to take. It could take until before lunch over there in New Jersey. It could take until after lunch. It could take until 4. I really don't. I apologize. I don't have an answer. But as soon as I know, you guys will know, right? And if you pop back in and we've already talked about it, I'll tell you. Just pop into the chat and be like, hey, I'm back now. And I can tell you if we already talked about it. And that way you'll know to like rewind, I wish I did have an answer for you guys on that, because I like to know like when, I would love to know when. But I do the best I can. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Saturday, December 31st, 2022. I might just have one moment, Your Honor. Nothing, thank you, Your Honor.
Cross.
Good afternoon. Afternoon.
When was the last time you spoke to the prosecutors or police about your testimony today?
August, I believe.
Okay. You didn't speak to them today or yesterday?
No.
Okay. And you had mentioned that you are a special education teacher,
Yes, I am.
and then you also still teach bar,
Yes, that's correct.
and you're a mom.
I am.
Okay. Are you, and I'm not trying to be flip with you, but you're not a doctor.
Nope,
You're not a
Court-
nurse.
I am not.
The court
Did
gave
you
them
perform any type of
all
medical
day.
tests on a Walshe December
for
31st?
this hearing, for
No,
this
I did
trial.
not.
They were scheduled for have the court room all day.
Not that I saw.
I saw that. Crashed his car.
I am not.
Are you aware of any undiagnosed cardiac
Crazy.
issues that she may have had on December 31st?
No,
Are you aware of any neurological issues that she may have been suffering from on December 31st?
no.
And prior to December 31st, what was the last date that you saw on a Walshe?
I couldn't tell you.
Over a year?
Probably.
Nothing further, Judge.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth would call Janet Cotter.
I hope that comment answers your question, Brian. He did violate it numerous times and ongoingly as well. Basically told the world in his own words on his stream that he was not going to listen to the judge. Even if the judge told him today to follow the order, he was not going to listen. And he's not going to take anything down. He's going to still talk about it, which is against the order. So he has violated it numerous times while the order's been in effect. And it's also the hearing, the trial itself is for the order to be extended for the year. So it's called like a final order hearing date.
And you may proceed.
So
Thank you, Your Honor.
two things at once, really.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Janet Cotter.
Ooh, nachos. You did not miss anything.
Cotter.
Ma'am, what town do you live in?
I live in Hingham, Massachusetts.
In January of 2023, did you reach out to the Cohasset Police Department?
I did.
Why?
I had had an interaction with Anna Walsh at a nail salon and had subsequently read about, what had happened to her. And
So I'm going to interrupt you there. I'd like to ask you about that interaction.
certainly,
Okay. Now, when did the interaction, first off, did you know
This name
Anna
looks
Walsh?
familiar to me.
I did not.
Okay. When did this
I don't know why, but she
interaction
looks
with Anna
familiar.
Walsh occur?
On New Year's Eve in 2022
I wonder
And
if she has a son.
where
named
did it
Brendan.
occur?
at a nail salon in Hingham called Walshe.
And now, how did you two interact at Glossy Nails?
We were just sitting side by side.
And did you have the opportunity to have any conversation with Anna Walsh?
I did.
Okay. First off, what was her demeanor when you were talking to her?
She was very friendly, very open and warm.
And do you remember what she was
Liar.
wearing?
It's not over.
I do. She was wearing yoga
Yes,
pants
too.
and a yoga top.
Also, let me point out, he lied either way, right? So if he claims like his case with Donna is over, that's a lie because he still got the criminal charge that I just requested, by the way, the transcripts or the audio video from that hearing where they and this just happened like a couple weeks ago, they read him his rights, okay? And then he was there for an arraignment, so they asked him to enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. He entered not guilty, and that is for the harassment charge against Donna. So that case is far from over, right? I'm in contact with Donna. That is far from over, so that's A, lie. B, this is the other victim in New Jersey, and this has been far from over because he knew that he was scheduled for all day in the court today for a trial of extending the hearing. And also because he has violated the order, the lawful order, numerous times and then boldly got on his streams and said, I don't care what the judge says. They're in New Jersey. They have no jurisdiction over me, which is completely and utterly false. And if one of his idiotic attorneys actually told him that, I would be shocked because that's just patently false, right? The judge made a lawful order for him to not talk about the case, not post anything about this woman, to take down anything he had posted about her. And he has flat out refused to do any of that. Said he's not going to listen to the judge. And then this morning apparently said that even if the judge orders him to not do it and follow the order, that he's still not going to do it. Blah, 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 First Amendment, blah, 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 journalism, blah, blah, blah. Which, by the way, none of this has to do with First Amendment or journalism. So once again, he lies, liar. Per usual, neither case is over or has been over at all. This is a final hearing to extend this order for a year and also to deal with the violations of that order. I know she kind of does look like Nancy Pelosi, but she also looks like, I went to school with a kid named Brendan with the same last name, and maybe, I don't know, maybe it's his mom. I mean, she looks very similar to him, but that's what I was wondering. My case with the t-shirt lady is over. Yeah, no, it's not, because he's got the harassment charge. That was the harassment charge he just pled not guilty to a couple of weeks ago. So that's a lie. That case isn't over. What he probably meant was the order case is over. That one's over. They didn't give her the order, but there's still the harassment case against him with her as the victim. And that case is not over. It's a criminal charge. He literally just, funniest part is he told his audience he doesn't know whether it's a criminal charge or not. Sir, they read you your rights and you were asked to enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. That here in Massachusetts is called an arraignment, sir. It might be called a final hearing there, but here it's called an arraignment, which means you were arraigned on those criminal charges, sir. You actual fucking idiot. Right. See, I don't watch his shows. People clip it or watch it for me because I do not have the capacity to listen to the fucking blatant lies that he tells. It makes me want to smash things. And I'm not a violent person. But all of that lying and gaslighting and twisting shit into oblivion makes me want to throw things. So I cannot watch him. I also refuse flat out to give him any sort of views at all, even a hate view. Sorry, not sorry. I'm not wasting my fucking time on that. But other people do watch it for me or send me clips of important shit. And I thank them for doing the heavy goddamn lifting because I can't. Right. Because his journalism the last 6 days has been unbiased and factual. You're right, Sam. You know, he does have another date in February for that one. He does. Absolutely. And he pled not guilty. Right. He had to take a plea of guilty or not guilty. That's what happens when you're arraigned on a criminal charge, is you have to put a plea in of guilty or not guilty. He pled not guilty. Still was charged. Still doesn't change that he was criminally charged with harassment. Believe me when I say you're saving yourself a lot of aggravation from not watching it. It is deplorable, you know? I've seen the Free Karen Reads claiming it was a complaint and not a charge. Oh God, they don't seem to, oh my God. This is the problem with people who pretend to know what the fuck they're talking about. The complaint itself turned into a charge, right? She made the complaint. And then what happens is the DA has a choice to either go forth with the complaint to a charge. Within 45 days, they have to decide whether they're going to take it on or not take it on. They chose to take it on, but they dropped it from cyber harassment to just harassment, right? They downgraded the charge from cyber harassment to harassment, but the DAs still chose to go forward with the criminal charge. So if they want to call it a complaint, what they seem to not understand is the complaint has already turned into a criminal charge where he just had to plead not guilty. If the DA didn't want to take the citizen's complaint, then they wouldn't have charged him. He wouldn't have been arraigned and he wouldn't have had to put a plea in. Okay. They would have just not gone forward with it. They had 45 days to decide and issue the complaint to him, which they did. That now turns into a charge where you're going to be arraigned, in which he was, where you're asked whether you're going to plead guilty or not guilty. See how that works? So if they want to still say it's a complaint, that's because he's still saying it's a complaint because he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. That's why. It's not still a complaint. It turned into they were either going to drop it within the 45 days or they were going to issue the charge. They issued the charge. They downgraded the charge, but they still issued it. And then he had to plead not guilty. Once you plead not guilty, that is on your record forever, right? That's why if they're going to drop it, they do it before arraignment so that it never hits your record. Now that he has pled not guilty, that will forever come up on a record when the cops run his name. He had a case on this day, and it was disposed of on this day, and the result was guilty, not guilty, whatever, quaff, whatever, right? Forever now that will come up. He has been arraigned on it. He has taken the plea of not guilty. It's a criminal charge. He has been charged. I don't know what he's not seeming to grasp in his tiny pea brain there, but hi. 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 Yeah, you know, abiding by all those principles and ethics of journalism that he does on a daily basis. Journalism? What do you mean? I hope they play for the judge. Oh, my friend, you can 1,000% bet that's the first thing they did this morning. Is play his own words to the judge. Well, maybe if you didn't say stupid shit, you know, maybe you wouldn't get played. But since you want to be so blatantly disrespectful and spit in the face of a judge, did you not think that her very good high-priced attorneys who have more experience in this specific law than really anyone were not going to bring that up? Then you were smoking some serious shit. Oh, so many. And I'm gonna bet there's just a few more coming. You know, just a few more. Multiple states, just a few more, you know, just throw an extra few on there. What's, you know, shit. Yes, they do, Brian. They believe everything's a setup and Turtleboy is just being set up. It's just a setup. Yeah, they're gonna, well, they already did. It's like almost 1 o'clock, but yeah, they already played his words to the judge to say, here you go, Your Honor. This is what he thinks of all of these proceedings, and this is what he thinks of your lawful order to do X, Y, and Z and not do X, Y, and Z. So the logistics would be like this. If they so chose to have him held, since it's Zoom, what would happen is the state of New Jersey would have to issue a warrant for his arrest. The state of New Jersey would then have to send that as because he violated the order to the Massachusetts State Police, who would then also share it with his local PD, and they would also send a reminder to the state that interstate orders, which means you have an order against you and it's from another state, legally have to be enforced, right? So essentially what would happen is the state police here and Holden police would arrest him and they would extradite him out to New Jersey. If that's what New Jersey wanted, they would hold him here until New Jersey came and got him, or they would pay Massachusetts to bring him, one or the other. What they choose to do, I don't know, we'll see. But there are logistics involved. They could also ask him to turn himself in. That could also be an option. There are a couple different things that could happen. But that's a kind of the logistics of what would happen if that was the case.
And what did she tell you about her work while the two of you were talking?
I believe she told me that she was employed in commercial real estate in Washington.
And where did she tell you that she resided?
She resided, I believe, in Washington part-time, but also lived in Cohasset.
What did she tell you about her family?
She told me she had 3 sons.
And did she say who was raising her 3 sons?
That varies, Sam.
She indicated that her husband was helpful.
And what did she tell you about her plans for New Year's Eve?
She told me that she was entertaining. She was having somebody over for dinner. Yeah.
No, I apologize. I interrupted you. Did she say anything else?
She did not.
And what did she tell you about her plans for New Year's Day?
For New Year's Day, she told me that she was going to some kind of special dinner. Yeah, I think it was in Marblehead. And she was very much looking forward to it. She was going with just her husband.
How long did the two of you talk for?
Probably no more than 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
And I'm not someone who gets their nails done. What were you guys doing at the nail salon?
Well, we were getting a pedicure at the time, but we were there to get both.
Did you see any injuries on her at this point in time?
I did not.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ross?
No questions. Thank you, Ms. Cotter.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
I agree, Miss GNX. As long as it's somewhere, I don't give a shit. Keep them till after Christmas. Also, I do have an appointment between 2 and 2:30. It'll be a quick, maybe 15-minute sort of appointment on the phone. So just so you guys know,
Commonwealth may
during
call
those
its
15
next
minutes,
witness.
The Commonwealth
I will
would
not
call
be able
Julie
to-
Bassler.
speak. And I'll be on mute with my camera off.
Right this way. Stuff funny.
Okay.
Slide this chair for you. There you go.
Thank you.
I don't get Christmas gifts, but that would be the
may
best fucking
proceed.
Christmas
Thank
gift
you.
ever. Keep his ass.
You might want to move up just a
Send
little bit and
yourself
move that
on a road,
microphone
baby.
in. Just there you go.
That'll be our Christmas gift to the turtle. We'll send him soap on a rope. Don't drop the soap, bitch!
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Julie Bassler, Basler.
Thank you. And what do you do for work, Miss Bassler?
I am the executive director of the Learning Experience in Dedham. I'm a work for a daycare.
Thank you. And how long have you worked in childcare in general?
Over 30 years.
And where did you work in January of 2023?
Kindercare in Norwell, Mass.
And was that also in December of 2022?
Yes, it was.
Well, actually, how long did you work in Kindercare in Norwell?
For 1 year.
And in that capacity as the director of the center, did you have the opportunity to know the Walshe family?
Yes.
And how did you know them?
They were a family that attended, the 3 boys attended Kindercare.
And when were the children enrolled?
I believe probably September, around September maybe. I might be wrong. September 2022.
And how many children were enrolled?
3.
And what were the ages of the children that were enrolled?
The youngest was around 2, maybe about 15, 17 months. The middle child was 3, and the oldest, I believe, was 5.5, 6 at the time.
And did the oldest child stay at Kindercare, or did the oldest child move to the public schools?
He went to the public schools, yes.
So in December into January of 2023, how many children were in the school?
2.
And how many days a week at that point, and I'm talking about December of 2022 into January of 2023, how many days a week did the 2 children attend the center?
5 days a week.
And who dropped off the 2 Walshe children?
Brian Walshe and sometimes the grandmother would be with them.
And by the grandmother, do you know the name of the grandmother?
I unfortunately forgot.
And do you know whose mother?
Brian Walsh's mom.
And what time was the typical drop off for those children? What time did Brian Walshe typically drop them off?
I really can't remember. Maybe 8:39, maybe 9, closer to 9.
And what about pickup? Who would do the pickup?
Brian Walshe as well.
And do you see Brian Walshe in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please point him out?
Yes.
And can you say an article of clothing?
A pink tie and white shirt.
Your Honor, might the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
And how often did you see Mr. Walsh's mother at the center?
Maybe once a week.
I need a nanny, damn.
And what time of day would that be?
Usually in the mornings, around 9, drop-off time.
And did you ever see Anna Walshe at the center?
I saw her a few times. Usually I would see her at pickup.
And what days would that be?
Usually a Friday.
And how many times do you think you saw Anna Walshe at pickup?
3 or 4.
How many classrooms are at Kindercare?
maybe 9 or 10.
How many students?
I would say at that time, around 100.
Can you tell us the layout of the kindercare in Norwell?
Sure. You walk in the front door and you need the key code to enter the building. And then there is a good sized lobby. And you go through another door with another keypad code to get into the building. But the director's office and the assistant director's office is, when you walk into the lobby, there is a door that opens. And if we were in the office, that door would generally be open to, greet parents and families. And you could also go through that office to the hallway. So depending on which door you went, you would walk into a long hallway. And if you went to the left, it would be the preschool ages. And if you go to the right, it would be infant and the toddler ages.
And when Mr. Walsh dropped off the children, how would he generally enter kindercare?
Usually we would say hello, and most days he would come through the office, and the boys like to go through the office.
And what, if anything, did you do to help him to get into the center?
Sometimes we would, we would just have them go through the office. That would be where the boys usually came through, and he usually came through the office area.
And what was he like in the mornings?
Very, would say hello and good morning, and, trying to get the boys to their classrooms.
And did you have conversations with him?
Yes, we would talk. We would say hello, and, we would ask each other how was your day? Just small talk. Like I said, part of my job was to build relationships with the families, get to know them, and, check on the boys, ask how the boys, morning was or how their night was, things like that.
At any point, did you and Mr. Walsh speak about the children leaving the center to move?
I think that we did once. I think we did once about possibly him taking them out. Yes.
To go where?
To go to Washington.
And did you ask him about that?
I did. Yes.
And what, if anything, did he say?
It just wasn't definite yet. It was in the works.
Did he tell you when he expected to move?
I don't remember.
And why was it important for you to know?
If we have space available, we would love to fill those enrollments and, let families know that we have space available in those 2 classrooms.
So in January of 2023, how many days did you see Mr. Walsh drop off the children?
2 days.
Which days?
I want to say it was the 3rd and 4th.
January 3rd, that'd be a Tuesday, and January 4th, a Wednesday?
Yes.
Okay. And what was his demeanor when he dropped the children off on those days?
He came in with the boys and went through the other door, the other key code door, and they did not come in the office. I do remember saying hello to him, and I believe my assistant director was also in the office. We both said, "Hi, Brian, good morning." Like I said, that was part of our routine to greet the families.
And what was his demeanor?
It was, in a rush. It's kind of like, "Come on, boys, let's go." I remember, when they went through, and that was it. He dropped the children off at class. So it was, definitely a little different than the usual conversations we would have in the morning.
Did you talk about anything those days?
No.
One moment. Thank you.
Any cross?
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello. Good afternoon. Hi.
I want to talk to you a little bit about kinder care.
Sure.
Is this one of the more high-end, fancy schmancy daycares?
I think it's in the middle right now. I think it was back then as well.
Okay. And when you said enrollment, is there usually a wait list?
There is.
There is.
Yes.
I think you had mentioned that the two boys were coming 5 days a week,
Yes.
and they enrolled in June of 2022?
I honestly don't remember the exact date they enrolled. I apologize.
No, not at all. You testified before with the prosecutors about this case?
Yes.
And you were asked questions about when the boys enrolled?
Yes. And like I said, I don't remember right now.
You don't have to remember.
Okay.
Looking at a copy of your transcript, refresh your memory as to when the boys enrolled?
Yeah, that would be great.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
What page? Just ask all of you.
Sorry about that. I don't have my glasses, so I think it's.
Okay.
I used to not need them,
Okay.
but I think it's either that page or that. Just take a look and let me know if it refreshes your memory as to when the boys enrolled.
The end of June.
End of June.
Yes.
Okay. Of 2022.
Yes.
Okay, and so from June of 2022 until the end of December of 2022, the two boys were coming 5 days a week.
Yes.
And you had said that Mr. Walsh would do drop off every morning.
Yes.
And I think sometimes you said his mom would be with him.
Yes.
Okay, and then he would also do pickup.
Yes.
And in those 6 or 7 months, you had said that you had met or seen Anna Walsh, I think 3 or 4 times.
Yes.
And those pickups, were those on Thursday or Friday night?
Usually Fridays, or I might have seen her once on a Thursday night.
Okay. And you had mentioned, let me ask it a little bit better. Ms. Yaz was asking you about Mr. Walsh's demeanor those 2 days in January when he dropped the boys off. And you had said that it was different,
Yes.
that he didn't say anything to you or have a conversation.
Yes.
You said it was different than the other mornings when you speak with him.
Yes.
So the other mornings when he would drop off his two boys, he was friendly.
Yes.
He would say good morning.
Yes.
He didn't seem rushed.
Yes.
Would he chat with you about how you're doing?
Yes.
How's work? Oh, yes?
Yes.
Okay. This was different.
Yes.
Okay. When someone brings their kids to daycare, do they have to bring a lunch for them?
No.
Do you provide lunch and snacks?
Yes.
Do they have to provide diapers, formula?
Yes.
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 Do they have to provide a change of clothes?
Yes.
So each day, whoever is dropping off the child, parent, friend, auntie, they have to bring a little bag for each kid.
Yes.
And it's something that presumably the parent would pack each night or each morning.
Yes.
Okay. And when Mr. Walsh would bring his two little sons, he would have two little bags that would be packed for both of them.
Yes.
And again, change of clothes, diapers, anything else that they bring?
If they had like a favorite stuffed animal, maybe,
Okay.
things like that.
Okay. And am I correct that when kids are at daycare, sometimes they'll make little art projects or drawings about their parents or about
Yes.
their life? Yes. And then those would be given to the parents when they come pick them up.
Yes.
Okay. And in those 6 or 7 months, was there ever a parent-teacher conference or a school night or anything?
Yeah, we would have some school nights, like babysitting nights,
A what night?
like a babysitting night, like it's parent night out.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember if the boys ever attended that.
Okay. But would there be, I guess, options for parents to communicate with the teachers or staff at KinderCare about how their kid's doing if there's any issues?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever have conversations with Mr. Walsh about how his boys were?
I believe once.
Okay. And it was good? Everything was great? The boys are cute, fine, there were no issues?
Yeah, there was just, we talked daily, ask questions, things like that.
When you say you talk daily, you mean with the little kids?
Yes, and with the parents.
Okay. And that is something that was common with Mr. Walsh, that when he would come in or pick the kids up 5 days a week, that he was friendly, right?
Yes.
He was engaging.
Yes.
He was invested in his son's
I agree.
life.
I think he would
And he
run.
talk to you about their progress.
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
Witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know. Good question. Yeah, he actually talked about running to an ex semi recently.
Commonwealth may
2
call
years
its
ago.
next witness.
Commonwealth would call Sandra Waldrop.
Maybe will let him share his mommy's basement with him. Will you let Aidan come stash in your basement? Will your mommy say it's okay?
Right this way. Just watch your step. A little bit further in. Oh, there you go.
And I sit down?
Yep, you're all set.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name for us, please?
Sandra Hempel Waldrop. Last name is Hempel, Hempel, Waldrop, Waldroup.
Where do you work, ma'am?
I work at the Claremont in Abington, an apartment complex.
Where is the Claremont located in Abington?
At 500 North Quincy Street in Abington, Massachusetts.
And what do you do for the Claremont?
I'm the general manager.
And how many units are at the Claremont?
91.
What are the responsibilities of the general manager?
Well, my responsibilities, I'm also head of maintenance, so I do everything. If there's nothing that I do not do, I do everything.
And how long have you held that position at the Claremont?
Since 2018.
What does the Claremont have for surveillance videos on the outside?
Could you rephrase?
Sure. Do you have any
different
surveillance
states do.
cameras at the Claremont
New Jersey
apartment
does.
complex?
Yes.
Okay.
Massachusetts might not, but New Jersey does.
How many cameras do you have for the outside of your apartment complex?
Oh, for the outside.
Yes.
Give me 1 second.
Sure.
2, 3, 4. 4 on the outside. I believe 3 in the back
Oh, I have no
parking
doubt
lot
he'll be found
and
guilty.
1 at the front.
Now,
there's a jury
how
with
many
a brain.
dumpsters are there at the
Will
Claremont?
be.
A total of 3 dumpsters. 2 gated areas, 2 dumpsters in one, and 1 dumpster on the top hill.
On the top of the hill. And the Claremont, is it near any other apartment complexes?
Yes, it's so right behind us, our back parking lot, there is the Chestnut Glen. Years ago, it used to be the same owner. It used to be connected.
In Chestnut Glen, is that an apartment complex or is it assisted living or like what is Chestnut Glen?
It is a home for the elderly and disabled.
Okay. And now, I had asked you about the surveillance videos. In January of 2023, did you have the opportunity to produce any surveillance videos to law enforcement as a
Yes.
result of this case? You did. Okay. And have you had a chance to review those videos on a thumb drive?
I didn't review it I saw it on the screen, actually, yes.
Okay. And let me ask you this about your videos. Are they kept in the normal course of business?
Yes,
Are they kept in good faith?
yes,
And I take it your cameras, they're always recording?
yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you this drive and ask if you recognize it.
Yes,
And how do you recognize it?
because I initialed it and signed it. This is what I watched on the screen. This is the thumb drive. Yes, sorry
All
about
right,
that.
so what you watched on the screens were your videos.
Yes, that is correct.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this drive marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor, with the videos from the Claremont of January 3rd, 2023.
No objection.
No objection. It's marked and admitted into evidence as, are we at 157? Thank you very much.
Your Honor, may I publish?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, could we have what's now been marked as Exhibit 157? Could we go to the video channel 14? And if you could bring us to 3 minutes and say 15 seconds. Pause, if I may. Ms. Waldrop, what area are we looking at of the Claremont?
This is the front entrance, the right when you come in. So, yeah.
Okay. And how many entrances are there to the apartment complex?
6.
6. Okay. Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Thank you. Ms. Gilman, could you pause? All right. Now, Ms. Waldrop, I have some questions about your videos in and of themselves.
Yes.
The date on the video, what is the date in the top left-hand corner?
January 3rd, 2023.
And the time, what does it denote the time?
It's 4:33 p.m.
Now, in January 2023, were there any issues as far as the time on your videos being different from the real time?
Yes, I believe at the time it was, I don't know for sure, but I believe it was about 20 minutes difference. And sometimes it does that. It jumps and then I don't notice it till I actually have to pull up video for some reason. And then I'm like, okay, then I see it in real time that it's wrong.
Okay, so there are times when the time on your video is not the correct time.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, as a result of working at the Claremont, are you familiar with the vehicles of your residents?
Yes.
And how many of your residents had Volvos XC90s at the time?
None to my knowledge.
Miss Gilman, if you could press play, please. Pause. Ms. Waldrop, did you recognize this vehicle as being one of your residents?
No.
And if you press play, Ms. Gilman. On this same video, Ms. Gilman, could you bring us to 13 minutes and 59 seconds? Ms. Gilman, I'm going to ask now if you could bring us to the next video from Claremont, which I believe is titled Claremont. Thank you. Ms. Waldrop, if you could just pause it at this point in time. Ms. Waldrop, where are we looking at the Claremont apartment complexes in this second video?
So this is right when you come to the back, this is actually at the bottom of the hill or of the backside where the two dumpsters are located in that fenced area right there.
In that fenced area. And you said they're gated. Is there a lock to them or anything like that?
No.
And what access do you give the general public to your dumpsters? It's people who don't live there. Can they use them?
No, they're not supposed to. No. And there's signs that, yeah, it's private property and they are on the surveillance. I mean, it's on surveillance. So they're not meant to use our dumpsters. No.
Could you press play this, Gilman?
I mean, probably, possibly, but right now they live with their mothers. I haven't lived with my parents since I was a teenager.
Thank you, Ms. Gill.
I was out of the house before I was 18.
And finally,
and on my
how many
own.
ways are there in and out of the property?
One. There is really one. So there used to be, there's a smaller little, almost like a narrow walkway now that people used to use sometimes. Weren't supposed to because you can't actually have a vehicle. It's not the width of a vehicle. So technically, could you take another way? Yes, but there's only one driveway. Yes, one entrance, front entrance. Sorry about that.
I think that my earlier question was probably an art. When I asked you how many ways are there into the property, you said 6.
Oh, entrances. I thought you meant entrances as in the doors. We have 6. I'm so sorry. We have one way to get into the complex, one driveway to get in, 6 exits or entrance doors, and there is a little pathway coming from Chestnut. Yes, but it's not a driveway. It's not, but if somebody, I've seen it before when there was a roadblock and then people would just, but it's not meant to be used. So my apologies.
No, you don't have to apologize. I didn't ask the right question. You fixed it, so thank you. My question was, how many ways are there into the property, I guess, from the street?
One.
Okay. And then there's this path area that sometimes people should use, they could use.
It rarely now, I haven't seen it actually in years, but there was a time and then, yeah, it stopped.
And that pathway would lead Chestnut Glen.
Yes, and into their parking lot.
Got it.
Yes.
And as far as how to get in and out of the buildings, there's 6.
Correct.
Nothing further. Thank you very much.
Cross?
A few questions.
Sure.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Glad I get to ask you a couple of questions.
Sure.
Those dumpsters you just told us about that we saw in the video.
Yeah.
Is there any signage on the dumpsters saying when they're going to be picked up?
No.
Do you have a website for the Claremont?
Yes.
Does that have any notice on when the dumpsters are going to be picked up?
No.
Thank you very much.
May I ask one on redirect?
You may.
When was the dumpster picked up? After January 3rd?
What day of the week was that? When it was a Tuesday? I'm sorry.
Sure, I have a calendar right here on my desk. If January 3rd was a Tuesday, when would the dumpster been picked
Wednesday. It gets picked up Mondays, Wednesdays, Thursday. Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
Thank
3
you.
times a week.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Any recross? You may step down.
Thank you.
The Commonwealth is called Connor Keith. I think so.
Try to fix the work for me, raise your right hand.
You saw this where our phone testimony should be in false down here.
Thank you, sir.
Nothing further?
Thank you. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before I drop that, I'm just going to put some of this stuff over here on this chair because I can see where that is going. Now, sir, can I ask your name and could you please spell your last name?
Yes, it is Connor Keefe, last name Keefe.
And sir, where do you work?
I am a trooper for the Massachusetts State Police.
How long have you been a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police?
8 years.
And do you work within a certain unit of the State Police?
Yes, I do.
What unit do you work for?
I work for the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
And what do you do there, sir?
I am a homicide investigator, digital forensic examiner, and a cell phone record analyst.
Now, how long have you had that position working with the DA's office?
4 years, approximately 4.
And do you have any certifications as far as being a digital forensic examiner?
Yes.
Can you tell us what those certifications are?
Yes, I have certification from Cellbrite, which is a digital forensics company. Cellbrite certified operator, Cellbrite certified physical analyst, Cellbrite advanced smartphone analyst, and the Cellbrite Apple forensic fundamentals.
And just what is Cellbrite?
It's a digital forensics hardware and software company.
And how did you get the how do you get the certifications in those Cellbrite topics?
Usually a in-person class test at the end.
Did you pass the test?
Yes.
Now, have you received other trainings concerning digital forensics?
Yes.
From who?
Magnet, Gray Key.
And who administers these trainings?
The companies themselves.
And have you received trainings from any other law enforcement agencies?
Yes.
Which ones?
I've taken cell phone record analysis classes from the FBI and LexisNexis, which is another cell phone record analysis.
Now, in addition, could you just tell us your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree from Providence College.
And have you served in the military?
Yes.
Can you tell us where you served?
I was an officer in the Rhode Island Army National Guard for 8 years. Got out as a captain.
And sir, have you ever testified before giving your opinion about digital forensics or cell phone record analysis?
Yes.
Now, on Thursday of January 5th, 2023, did you have the opportunity to become involved in an investigation into the disappearance of Anna Walsh?
Yes, I did.
Where did you go on the 5th?
I went to Cohasset Police Department.
And why did you go to the Cohasset Police Department?
I was asked to analyze a Verizon cell phone records associated with Anna Walsh.
And are you familiar with the concept of pinging a phone?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
Usually it's through an emergency ping by law enforcement, usually missing person, someone's in danger. The law enforcement has the ability to ask the provider to ping a phone, which gives an estimated location of that device in order to hopefully locate the person.
And so when you went to Cohasset Police Department on January 5th, did you have the opportunity to review any data corresponding to that type of pinging activity?
Yes, the data we received then was called RTT data from Verizon. It is round trip time. And in that report, Verizon is able to provide an estimated distance that a device is from a cell site, a cell tower.
And so I take it the data you were reviewing had been provided by Verizon.
That is correct.
So at this point in time, I would seek to admit the data from Verizon for 3 different phone numbers. One being 617-599-766. The second being 617-895-8082. And then the third being 617-939-8648. Verizon data. If there's any objection.
Any objection to those?
No objection.
Counsel, on the first one, I'm sorry, I'm keeping track of the numbers. What's the first? It's 76.
It would be 7966.
That's where I missed it. 7966. All right. So now in evidence as Exhibit 158 are the Verizon records of 617-599-7966. And then 159 is the phone number ending in 8082. And 160 is the phone number ending in 8648.
Yes, Your Honor.
They're in evidence.
Yeah. Ms. Gilman, could we have the RTT file for 617-599-7966? So Trooper, looking at the file entitled RTT Details 5997966, is there a date range in that file name?
Yes, there is.
What is the date range?
It is January 1st, 2023 to January 5th, 2023.
And these are some of the records you had the opportunity to review for the ping data. Is that correct?
The estimated distance data, the real-time tool data from Verizon, yes.
Thank you for correcting me.
Yes.
So this is a bunch of numbers. What are we looking at?
I can explain.
I'd love for you to do that. Yes, please.
Can I touch this, or is it you'll go through the columns? Or
I'll tell you what. I'll ask you about the columns.
Okay.
What's record source mean?
Record source is the technology used for this event on the network. So for this, 12 is Samsung and 1 is Nokia. So the technology on the tower that completed this event.
All right. And when you say event, does that mean it's a phone call?
No.
What's an event as far as data goes?
So for these records, it's a signaling event from the cell site, the tower, to the device and back. Verizon is able to estimate a distance that the device is from the cell site.
And what is start time and end time?
That is the beginning of the event, the signaling event.
And then I take it end time's the end of the event.
Yes, sir.
All right. Subscriber MSISDN. What's that?
That is the phone number associated with these records.
And what is an IMEI?
That is the International Mobile Equipment Identifier. It's the unique identifier of the device itself.
And so then a device will have its own identifier in addition to a phone number.
That's correct.
What is an IMSI?
That's the International Mobile Subscriber Identity, and that is essentially Verizon's number for this account or device. So it's for the subscriber on that device.
What's manufacturing, or MFG model? What's that?
The manufacturer model, so Apple iPhone 12 Pro Max.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll over. Sir, are there any columns that are blank here?
Yes.
What are those?
Those are the Ericsson, so that there was no Ericsson technology used in these records.
So then that's why they're blank?
Yes, sir.
All right, if we could scroll over to say column L, thank you. What is market 4G, then column M, ENB, what are those two?
Those all pertain to the cell site. So it's essentially the cell site number and the sector in which the event occurred.
And so which one's which? There's a cell site and there's a sector. So maybe I'll take it one at a time.
Okay.
What's market 4G? Why is there a 5.7 there?
5.7 indicates the market in which the event happened. So think of it as an area code like Boston 617. So Verizon knows to route this transaction to the right area. And then eNode B, column M is 52. That is the cell site number. So that's the cell site number in which the transaction occurred.
So there's a cell site, like a tower, within a sector or within a market.
That's correct.
Okay. And so I don't want to use the word sector because that's the next column. What's sector?
Sector is on a cell site. It's typically three-sided. They have antennas on three sides. So sector 4G, sector 3 was the transaction started on sector 3, and then carrier 4G is so the transaction ended on sector 2.
So the event occurred on one and then moved to another.
That's correct.
All right. Now, if you went down on carrier 4G, column O, there's a 7. What's the significance of a 7 in that column?
So for Verizon, they start with their antennas, their sectors start with 2, 3, 4, and then most providers, the antennas are stacked on top of each other. So it should be the second row in numbers.
Now, there's a bunch of another empty columns there. What are those?
There was no 5G technology used in these records.
He likes those.
And then first distance MI, last distance MI. What's that?
So that's the first estimated distance that was provided, and then the end of the event was the last distance.
And what happens when there's an NA there?
That means Verizon was unable to provide an estimated distance of the device for that date and time during that transaction.
So, and does that correspond to the technology in the first column?
Yes, sir.
And why is that? Like, what technology had the data and which one didn't?
Yes, after analyzing records, all the data with a 1, which is Nokia, they were unable to provide any estimated distance of the device. The one with 12 was Samsung technology, and they were able to provide estimated distances for that.
And so Samsung and Nokia both had antennas on this tower.
Yes.
And then what is VoLTE?
That is voice over LTE. That would indicate if it was a call or not, like a voice call.
All right. And could we keep on going all the way to the end? All right, if we could stop. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. So I take it there's no Ericsson's issues on why, because there's no Ericsson technology?
Correct.
And then there's a series of entries or columns from Z to AC, PCMD, and then that information. What is that?
Column Z is the per call measurement data. And the 2 indicates that it was not an emergency call. A 0 would be invalid, 1 would be an emergency call. This is just how Verizon marks their data for these records.
And then what is procedure duration?
That is, again, per call measurement data. That's how long the transaction in milliseconds was for this signaling event.
So milliseconds, that's not seconds, it's milliseconds.
Correct.
All right. And then I take it date, month, day, and year, those are pretty much standard?
Yes, sir.
January 1st, 2023.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, can we go down to the bottom of this and then go back over to the left? And now, sir, there's a series of columns now at the bottom of this spreadsheet. What is it that we're looking at down here?
This is the tower list for the transactions that occurred in this data. So these are the tower lists, and all this data occurred within this tower. So the tower list is located at the bottom.
And then there's longitude and latitude. What do you do with it? What is that?
That's the GPS or the lat long of the cell site location. Could be a building, could be, in this case, it's a water tower.
And scrolling over, street address, city. I take it that's pretty standard, self-explanatory?
Yes, sir.
So now, Ms. Gilman, if you could go back all the way over to the left. Thank you very much. Looking at these records, sir, were you able to come to a conclusion as to the last time Verizon was able to estimate a distance of where the handset was when it interacted with the network?
Yes.
Okay. How are you able to do that? Or I should say, when is that, according to these records? That's a better question.
That would be line 828. It would be January 2nd, 2023 at 3:14 a.m.
And how do you know it interacted with the network at that time on line 828?
If you could scroll over, please. The technology is 12, so that means it's a Samsung event. And then if you could keep going over, please. If you could just highlight 828, if you don't mind, just so I could see the column. Thank you.
Okay, so 828, we see 0.024. What's that?
That is the estimated distance that Verizon believes the device is from the cell site located on Reservoir Road in Cohasset, Massachusetts.
And so is that measured in feet, inches, or what?
Miles.
So approximately quarter mile,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay, now, how do you know what direction it is from the tower in Reservoir Road, according to these records? So is it, are you talking that it's a circle or what?
So it would be the azimuth in which the antenna is facing.
Oh, okay. And so help me out with that because I don't know what azimuth is. What is the azimuth of where the antenna is facing? What does that mean?
So the provider puts these antennas on the cell site in certain directions, 360 degrees, usually it's 120 per azimuth in which they're placed on the tower.
And so as far as the direction of where the phone was from the antenna, can you tell us, based on these records, what the general direction of the phone was when it interacted with the network on January 2nd at 3:14 a.m.?
It was from the cell site, the tower, it was southwest in the area of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
So it was in the area of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, Ms. Gilman, on this file, there is a second folder. Could we go to that second folder? Yep. Are you familiar with subscriber data, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is subscriber data in relation to Verizon?
This is from Verizon. These are Verizon's business records associated with an account.
Looking at the spreadsheet that is on the screen, subscriber MTN 617-599-7966. Is this a subscriber data from Verizon?
Yes, sir.
All right. What is the first column search value?
That is the phone number of these records, associated with these records.
Okay. And what is the search start date and end date?
That is the report date that these were run.
Okay.
So January 7, 2023.
And then column D has MTN. What is MTN?
That is mobile terminating number. That's the same as the search value. That's Verizon's, the number associated with these records.
And Ms. Gilman, could you just expand column D for us? Thank you. All right. And then account number, what's that?
That is Verizon's internal account, an account number for this, this line.
Now we get to last name, first name, business, address. What's that?
That is the account holder of this number.
Okay. And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll across to the right? All righty. Now we have a column P and Q. What are we looking at here, sir?
I'm just waiting. That is the subscriber under this account for this phone number.
Okay. So there's an account holder and then there's a subscriber.
Yes, sir.
And so the account holder, I take it they pay it?
Yes.
Okay. They're responsible for it.
Yes.
Okay. And what is the name for columns P and Q?
Walshe Anna.
Counsel, is that a good place to stop for lunch?
It's always a good place to stop for lunch, Your Honor.
We'll do that now.
All rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, follow me.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anybody need anything? Have a nice lunch.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm muted, sorry. Between 2 and 2:30, I have a phone call, an appointment that I have to take about 15, 20 minutes on the phone. So I'll just shut my camera off and mute myself between 2 and 2:30. But since we are behind in this, we can skip forward. We should like almost be back from lunch at this point. This is now live. So we've caught up at this point. What I will say is they're still in the hearing. Okay, so Sue Turtle is still doing the hearing in New Jersey. Nothing I can do about that. They had the court for all day, probably for a reason. He loves to drag shit out anyway. But I would expect that the attorneys will be extremely thorough with this for various fucking reasons, right? There's a lot of shit going on in Turtle Land. There's 351 of you watching on X. I would love if the 352 of you now on X, some of you would hop over here onto YouTube. We have a live chat. I would appreciate if you guys hit that like button. Subscribe on YouTube. That's free to do. Don't have to spend any money for that. Make sure that if you want to be a part of our Christmas Eve pajama party bonanza, that you do so and get your membership to the channel before then, before the 24th. So membership lasts a month. So get it now. You'll have it, for then. Oh, one of my nails broken. I didn't even know it. Gosh dang. Let's check real quick. Let's check X in a second. Hold on. Hitting that like button's always a help. Yes, if you'd like to support the channel, there's one of a bunch of different ways to do so. We could always use the support. We're a small channel, and without donations from you guys, that means we don't get anything. So there's a bunch of different ways. In the description of the video, we have an Amazon wish list. If you're getting anything from my merch store, I just got an alert yesterday that the 11th and the 13th are the deadlines to order something by if you want it before Christmas. The most direct routes to any creator, of course, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Revolut, the ones on your screen. You have Chime as well. It's the exact same tag as Cash App. We have a link for credit or debit cards if you don't have any of the apps, and that works for all countries too. The same as Revolut is something that you can use out of country, in country. There's great exchange rates. So if you're someone who's watching someone from outside of a country and they have Revolut, it's a great way to send and receive money. Even if you have a family member or relative outside of the country that you live in, Revolut does dozens of countries, the US, UK, all over the place. Japan, like all over the place. You can send and receive money between countries. It's the only app I know of that you can actually do that besides PayPal. So we do have those options. The PayPal comes up as Wicked Pearls. You'll see it when you type in the email. Oh yeah. And Jesse got the email from the post office yesterday. I didn't even see it until I was off stream. And then I got an email from Shopify that was like, oh, hey, you want to tell people that the 11th and the 13th are the deadlines for ordering anything from your shop to get it before Christmas. So, I mean, that's pretty much everything except Amazon, I would guess at that point. Amazon's pretty good with, if you order it by like the 22nd, you'll get it before Christmas. But anything after that, you're playing Russian roulette, right? You're playing Russian roulette at that point. And also Amazon's the one place that you can like pay $3 for them to like wrap it, like gift wrap it, put it in like a gift wrapping, which is nice because say you get it for someone, and it gets there before Christmas, it's unwrapped. They're going to know what it is, right? And you want it to go under their tree, you can just pay the extra $3. They will gift wrap it in this very pretty sort of drawstring bag. I don't know what they do for bigger items, but for that, it's a drawstring bag. And they can just place it under the tree and not know what it is until they open it on Christmas, which is kind of cool. I love that option. I love that option. I'll pay the $3 to make sure that someone I care about can put it under the tree and have it for Christmas, All right, so those are the ways to support the channel. Let me see if I can, real quick, before they come back, which is any minute now, and before I get this phone call, which is any minute now, see if I can check on some stuff here. If you didn't know, X is a shit show, and we are actively waiting for any word here from what's happening. Unfortunately, nothing yet, other than they're still there. As soon as I know, you guys will know. Oh, I hear them people coming back into the courtroom. God damn it. Just want to see. He has another court hearing tomorrow, actually. Funny enough. on Zoom, though. We do have that one. We have the information for that Zoom. So, oh, something new over here. Something new over here. Hold on. This one says, once again, Aidan said so is not the truth. I mean, it's definitely not evidence. Aidan said so. I mean, Aidan also said that I live in a hotel. Does this look like a fucking hotel to you? Does this look like a hotel to you? Common sense. They don't think they let you bring your own chairs and set up, you know, a stream with 2 computers and a desk. And, you know, pretty sure that you can't do that in a hotel. I think they already have desks. Most of them, at least. You know, so just saying. I mean, he still parrots that lie, even though it's abundantly clear that that's just not fucking true. But I mean, here we are, right? So the new claim that his documentary offered Karen 1.5 million for it is a flat out lie. Karen was never offered that amount. Ask me how I know. Because it's far more than Aidan himself is being paid. Ouch. Be serious for 1 second. Does anyone actually think the greediest man alive would ever let Karen make more than him on anything? He should probably stop spreading this lie before he embarrasses himself further, because I have his actual contract. Oh boy. But he won't. He'll just keep spreading said lies. If he keeps defaming Karen and trying to sabotage her fundraising, I'll be more than happy to post it. Oh boy. Oh, and this is a Nick Rocco post that says gaslighting. How's this for a fun fact? Karen Reed was never offered 1.5 million to do the doc. Alrighty then. Well. And then something else posted from Nick that says, I'm not gaslighting anyone. I see things out here that are just false. The fact you believed she was offered 1.5 million and turned it down shows you will believe anything. Well, duh. Why would you need use that pic though? Him talking about going to Florida, etc., etc. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. No idea why. Maybe I can't answer that. I have no idea why they would use the picture. Right, that got cleared up real quick. Here's one from 4 hours ago. Coming soon. Preview. You want us to send someone to help you find your shoe? We don't really do that. Maybe just go to bed. I'm guessing the cops told Aidan that. Also, fun fact from what Meredith has said on her page here, he had 2 other pairs of shoes there. So the whole like, oh, she hid my shoe thing. I mean, how do you hide a shoe and then call the cops about your missing shoe when you have 2 other pairs of shoes? Like, are you that drunk? Right? Call the cops to ask them to help you find your missing shoe. I mean, that's fucking nutty. Also, why do you not take an Uber, right? I was stuck and I couldn't leave and my key fob's missing and my shoe's missing. Okay, cool. Uber works, right? You have your phone, right? Lyft, that work. Hotel, I mean, you have plenty of money, right? Just asking. Yeah, he had more shoes. He had 2 other pairs of shoes apparently there. And that pile of clothes he was laying in are mostly his, where he would put all his stuff apparently. That's what she said in the post, at least. But he called the cops. This is what he clearly called the cops. And they said, you want us to send someone to help you find your shoe? We don't really do that. Maybe just go to bed. The reason I can tell that that's the cops is because who else should you be calling that's going to say, we don't really do that? I mean, who else would you be fucking calling? I mean, it doesn't say he called anyone either, but it's like, I'm sure you weren't talking to the neighbors because she said on her post that he made like the temper tantrum and she was worried about him like disturbing the neighbors. So clearly you called someone, and I'm guessing a friend, he doesn't really have friends, but aren't going to say, we don't really do that. So the only person who's going to say on the phone, we don't really do that, is cops. And then apparently maybe just go to bed. So that means they probably could tell that he was fucking belligerent, you know? Oh, he does. That's a very, I love this point, Casey. Bring in the truth bombs for the truth squad here. Bring in them truth bombs. I love when we do it. Shit, that's my phone call. All right, you guys are going to have to hold here for a minute.
Court is back in session and may be seated.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, can we go back to that RTT file for the phone number ending in 7966? And can you scroll all the way down to the bottom, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. Trooper, I believe we left off with RTT that the last time Verizon was able to give you a location, an estimated location of the handset was around 3:14 a.m. on January 2nd. My question to you is, according to these records, and if you could go all the way down to the bottom, Ms. Gilman, according to these records, when you analyze them, were there any other times after that there was any interaction between Verizon and the handset?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that based on the records?
Yes.
Okay.
Again, it's estimated distance of the device, not location, estimated distance of the device.
Thank you for correcting me.
Sorry, Judge, I just need to ask for you to speak.
Yes. Can the witness make sure you lean into the microphone and speak up?
Yes, Your Honor.
And so you corrected me. Verizon gave you the estimated distance of the device from the tower.
That's correct.
Okay. So my question to you is, after that time of 3:14 a.m. on January 2nd, 2023, according to the records, were you able to identify any other incidences where the phone or the handset had any interactions with the Verizon network?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at these records, can you tell us when you were able to determine that and what happened?
So line 831.
Yes.
That would be January 2nd, 2023 at 4:13 a.m.
Okay.
The technology was Nokia. That's the start and time of the duration. And then if you could go scroll all the way to the right, please. The columns V and W, there is NA, which means they were not able to provide an estimated distance of the device. So there was a signaling event between the tower and the device, but they were unable to provide an estimated distance of the device.
Were there any other interactions from Verizon after that event?
Yes.
What was the final interaction that you were able to determine from the Verizon network? Or not interaction, the final activity of the Verizon network according to these records?
Yes, if you could slide back over to the left, please. There's line 832, January 4th, 2023 at 4:14 a.m.
Yes, sir. What happened at that time according to the data?
There was a signaling event, but signaling event from the network, Verizon, to the device, but they were unable to complete that transaction. So if you could scroll all the way to the PCMD procedure, keep going, please. Right there, column AA, alpha, alpha, the procedure time, there is no time. So the network was unable to connect with the device at that time.
Okay, so am I missaying this? The network sent out a signal, but the device never connected with it at that point?
Essentially, yes.
Okay. Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could close out of that for us, thank you very much. So that's January 5th, but what time were you working on this at Cohasset PD?
It was later at night.
All right. So what do you do on the 6th on this case?
The 6th, I am at the command post in Cohasset, Massachusetts, and I receive 3 devices from Lieutenant John Fanning.
Where was the command post in Cohasset?
The Stop and Shop Plaza.
Okay.
Kind of in the center of town there. Not center of town, but.
Forgive me, I'm not in the military. I wasn't in the police. What's a command post?
Usually like a uniform command where agencies collaborate, locate, there's communications, establish different units to collaborate and come up with a plan and action.
Were there any vehicles or anything like that brought in?
Yes.
What?
There was different police vehicles, I believe, maybe some four-wheelers, stuff like that, from what I recall.
Okay. So it's January 6th. You're at the command post and you received what for devices?
3 electronic devices.
And who gave them to you?
Lieutenant John Fanning.
And what devices did you receive?
I received an iPhone 13 mini, an iPad 6, and an iPad 6 mini.
And what did you do with these devices?
I transported them back to the digital forensics lab at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in Canton, Massachusetts.
And so about what time did you get back to the lab?
Around 9:30 p.m.
And so what did you do with these devices around 9:30 p.m.?
I began the extraction process on the iPhone 13 mini.
Walk us through, what's the extraction process consist of?
So in this case, I used GrayKey, which is a forensic hardware and software company. You will take the device, you plug it into the hardware on a forensic computer running forensic software, and then the data will be extracted from the device.
How long does this take?
It can take hours, up to hours.
And so did you do all three devices at once?
I did not.
Why not?
It got towards later in the evening, and I finished the devices the next day.
And so do you have 3 GrayKey machines, or can you put all one onto one machine?
No, it's one at a time.
Okay, so one's going to download, then you can get the next one.
Yes, sir.
And this information, once you download it, where does it go?
It goes to the forensic server at the office.
Okay, and does anyone have access to the server?
Just the people assigned to the forensic lab.
How many people are assigned to the forensic lab in January 2023?
At that time, I believe it was 3.
And so you said that you came back on the 7th to work on this?
Yes.
About what time did you finish downloading the devices?
Before lunchtime on the 7th.
And what was done with the devices?
They were returned back to the owner.
And who was your understanding the owner was?
Brian Walsh.
Now, once you've downloaded this information, can you just read it and go to town, do what you need to do?
No, sir.
What do you do?
The data is in a raw form, and then we use a program, Celebrite, which is another forensic software that we take the raw data, it is ingested into Celebrite. Celebrite creates a readable, interactive image of the data. It breaks it down to calls, contacts, pictures, videos, text messages, web history, stuff like that.
And so when did you finish getting the data into a readable format?
The late afternoon on the 7th.
And so on the 7th, what did you do as far as analyzing data from the iPhone 13 mini?
I began analyzing data from December 25th, 2022 through the date of, I received them January 6th.
And was that now, did you ever have a second opportunity to download this data from the iPhone 13 mini?
Yes.
When did you do that?
Trooper Nick Areno did that, I believe in the January 9th.
Okay. And so on January 9th, in addition to the iPhone 13 mini, did you have the opportunity to analyze data from any other iPhones?
Yes, I did.
What was the second iPhone you had the opportunity to analyze data from?
That was an iPhone SE.
And now, as far as looking at this data on January 9th, did anyone help you look at this data?
Trooper Nick Areno was there.
Now, are you familiar with the term native location data as it applies to iPhones?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what it is?
Yeah, so native location in iOS, Apple iOS operating systems. Native location is made up of location services on the Apple device, and location services are made up of GPS satellite, Bluetooth beacons, wireless connections, and cell tower information.
And so native location data, how is that different than the Verizon data you just talked about?
So this is data taken directly from the device, and the other data is from a cell phone provider.
Okay. And so which one is more specific as far as a location then?
The native location data.
And so when you were talking about the handset being in the area of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway, based on the Verizon records, what are you able to determine based on the native location data of the location of a handset?
It is more accurate to a specific location.
And at this point in time, Your Honor, I would seek to enter in the electronic files of the location data of the iPhone 13 mini and the iPhone SE.
There's no objection.
I'm just writing, but I'm happy to hear you. No objection. So the native location date or the location data for those two devices, the iPhone 13 mini and the iPhone SE,
Yes, Your Honor.
is now in evidence as 161.
Thank you.
Did I mess it up?
I believe that our last exhibit was 158, Your Honor.
I have
No, we had the Verizon records, which were
158, 159.
159 and 160 were the Verizon records.
Oh, I see. We had one drive that had 3 sets of records on it, and it got 1 tag. That's why.
All right, well, just listen up when I'm announcing them. So let me clarify the record
Yes.
and make sure that I'm getting it right this time.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So there were 3 sets of records. They were the Verizon for those 3 different phones ending 7966, 8082, and 8648. And I had previously announced on the record that they were 159, 158, 159, and 160. And now I'm being told that they're on one thumb drive. And all of those 3 records for those 3 Verizon or those 3 phone numbers that have Verizon records are now in evidence as Exhibit 158.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay. That will mean that this records, the location data for the iPhone 13 mini and the iPhone SE is now in evidence as Exhibit 159.
Thank you, Your Honor. My apologies. So, Ms. Gilman, could we have what's now been marked as Exhibit 159, and could you go to the file for the location data for the 13 mini? So, Trooper, directing your attention to the screen, we're looking at an Excel spreadsheet from 159 titled iPhone 13 Native Location Data. Can you tell us what we're looking at here as far as, I'll ask you, the first column has a number associated. What does that column represent?
That indicates the number of records line by line in this file.
When it says type, what's that supposed to indicate to you?
Type of data in the file, location data.
And then the next 2 are blank. And what are we looking at as far as this series of records, location, date, time, destination, and description?
These are native location data that I exported from the iPhone 13 mini.
Okay.
And that is date, time, and then the latitude, longitude.
So when you get this information of the latitude and longitude, what do you do with it? Well, you've got this spreadsheet. What do you do with it?
I take the data that has been exported in an Excel form, and then I ingest it into a program called LexisNexis Tracks, which creates a KML file, keyhole markup language file. It's a Google Earth file. And then that brings up Google Earth. I ingest that file into Google Earth, and it presents a readable interactive map of the data.
So this gets into another program, and that becomes a readable map of data.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when it says item number, how many points of data did you have between the iPhone SE and the 13 mini?
Upwards of 40, 50,000 points.
And so how is it that the phone has all these different locations in it? Why has it got this 40, 50,000 between these two phones?
Any apps that you have location services on, anytime you use Apple Maps, Google Maps, stuff like that, your phone's consistently collecting this location information.
Now, in addition to getting this location data, did you also get the subscriber information for these two phones?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, Ms. Gilman, I'm going to ask if we could go back, close out of this, go back to Exhibit 158, and go to the file for the phone number ending in 8082. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And so, Trooper, looking at subscriber MTN 617-895-8028. My bad, I said 8082. It should be 8028. Looking at this, what is the name of the account holder?
Diana Walsh.
And what is the address for the account holder?
330 Paradise Road, Unit 1320, Swampscott, Massachusetts.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll over to the end. If you could stop right there. MTN effective date, what does that mean?
That means when this number became active on the Verizon network.
All right.
And that would be December 22nd, 2022.
And so is this number, 8028, the iPhone 13 mini, or is it the SE?
The iPhone SE.
Okay, 8028 is the SE. Now, Ms. Gilman, could we have the file for 8648? Subscriber information from Exhibit 158. Trooper, looking at this subscriber MTN 617-939-8646. Someday I'll learn how to read. 8646.
Can I see counsel at the side of the bench?
Yep.
You may continue.
Thank you. So, Ms. Gilman, actually, stop right there. Sir, what is the name of the account holder on this account?
That is Diana Walsh.
Okay. And what is the address for the account holder?
330 Paradise Road, Unit 1320, Swampscott, Massachusetts.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, can you scroll to the end of this row of information? Okay. What is the effective date for this phone number?
December 12th, 2018.
And this phone number corresponds to what phone that you analyzed?
The iPhone 13 mini.
Okay. Now, sir, did you have the opportunity, Ms. Gilman, if you could close out, thank you. Now, with this information, did you have the opportunity to see where the iPhone 13 mini traveled on January 5th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. What did you discover in your initial examination of the location data of the iPhone 13 mini as far as where it traveled?
January 5th, 2023, the iPhone 13 mini was approximately 8 a.m. The device was in the area of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. And then at approximately 9:30 a.m., the device is in the area of 330 Paradise Road, Swampscott, Massachusetts.
And are you aware of any of Mr. Walsh's relatives that live in and around 330 Paradise Road?
Yes.
Who?
His mother, Diana Walsh.
Now, where does that device travel in that area on January 5th, 2023 of 330 Paradise Road?
It is stationary in the southeast corner of the apartment complex where there is a large trash compactor.
Can you tell from the data you saw whether or not the iPhone 13 mini went into the buildings of 330 Paradise Road that morning?
I do not believe so.
Now, did you ever have the ability to compare this data from January 5th, 2023 of the iPhone 13's native location data to its native location data, say, of December 27th, 2022?
Yes.
And when you look at the native location data from December 27th, 2022, can you determine whether or not the phone goes inside 330 Paradise Road?
Can't determine if it physically goes inside the building, but is in a different area, in the general area of the building, as opposed to the southeast corner.
Now, as far as the location that you're determining of the phone, based on the data from January 5th, what day are you examining this data that you see this?
Could you repeat the question?
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's not really a well-worded question, so good for you. So what day were you looking at this phone's data?
That would be that weekend, January 8th, 9th
Okay.
Of 2023.
And so when you saw that it was in and around a dumpster on 330 Paradise Road, did you alert anyone?
Yes, sir.
Who'd you alert?
I alerted my immediate supervisors.
All right. And have you had the opportunity, utilizing this native location data from the two phones, to create a PowerPoint presentation of points that you've discovered these two phones went to?
Yes, I did.
And at this point, Your Honor, I would seek to enter the PowerPoint presentation as the next exhibit. I've reduced it to a thumb drive.
Is there an objection to that?
No objection.
So the PowerPoint presentation is now in evidence as Exhibit 160.
So at this point, I would seek to publish the PowerPoint presentation, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gilman, could we have the PowerPoint presentation for iPhone SE and iPhone 13? And can we go to the first slide? Okay. Trooper, is this the PowerPoint presentation you created?
Yes, sir.
All right. So what number or in what device are you looking at native location data and mapping in this slide?
This slide refers to the iPhone SE, the phone device ending in 8082.
And
Can I see counsel at the side of the bench?
No, Your Honor, you cannot see counsel at side bench bar. Sorry, guys. Yeah, that call went a little longer than I thought, but it was an appointment and I could not cancel it. So here I am. Also, no, I do not have word yet on New Jersey, in case you're wondering. I've been looking and making sure. I'm going to go with Brett's comment here. Give him the fucking silver bracelets. Maybe we won't even send him soap on a rope. Just saying. He doesn't deserve soap on a fucking rope. Although he did crash his car the other day into something while doing a live stream, which I find funny. I know it's mean. I'm not a mean person, but it did give me like a little satisfaction. I'm not even gonna lie. Can't lie. I'm not gonna lie. It's the truth. I don't know what I do with my headphone. So I took it off to take the phone call. You can still hear the trial though, funny enough. That's how loud these little headphones are, which I love. I only wear one so that I can sort of hear if anybody knocks on the door or, you know, anything like that. My husband's actually home today though, so I don't have to worry about that. Oh, and they just died. Power off. Cool. Thank God I have another pair ready to go, huh? Flip these in. I didn't charge them fully. They also usually die around 3:30 anyway, so that's why I got a second backup pair. And these ones always lasted me forever. Did I turn them on?
all right, so which one's the accurate number?
The accurate number is from the Verizon records ending in 8028.
There we go.
Okay. And so in the PowerPoint presentation, you made an error as far as transcribing those two numbers.
Yes.
Okay. So, Ms. Gilman, if we could close out of that, and
No
for the
news yet.
record, on your PowerPoint presentation, the last two numbers are wrong.
Correct.
Okay. So if we could go back to that slide that we had.
Not
Now,
yet.
looking at this,
As soon as I'll have it, you'll have it. As soon as you all
on
have
January
it, I get it,
1st,
you'll get it.
2023, that's the date you've put these points in.
Correct.
What is the significance of the red dots?
That signifies this was the data from the iPhone SE.
Okay. So let's go to the next slide. Now, again, the number in the corner, the last two numbers have been transcribed, correct?
Correct.
Or transposed.
Yes, sir.
Transposed.
So it should be 8028.
That is correct.
All right. Now, what is the significance of the red dot 2?
That was the line of data from the Excel. That's what the 2 represents. And this is the data from the iPhone SE.
Okay. Now, what is the date and time corresponding to that line of data?
January 1st, 2023 at approximately 5:07 p.m.
And where is the device located according to the native location data at 5:07 p.m. on January 1st?
In the southeast, at the landing at Vinnon Square Apartments at 330 Paradise Road, Swampscott, Massachusetts.
Okay. Could we have the next slide, please?
I'm shedding. My hair is shedding.
This next slide, again, the numbers should read 8028.
Correct.
Okay. And what is the significance, or what is the date and time you have with the red? What is the significance of the red dot 3?
That represents the native location data from the iPhone SE.
Okay. And what is the date and time of the native location data that corresponds to the location of that line of code?
January 1st, 2023 at approximately 5:41 p.m.
And where is the phone located?
In the area of Lowe's Home Improvement in Danvers, Massachusetts.
Okay. Could we have the next slide, please? Looking at this slide, again, this should be 8028, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What is
didn't have
the
to be
significance
smarter
of the red
than
dot 4?
Again, that's the native location data from the iPhone SE.
Oh, that's his phone too.
And
Yes.
what is the
Got it.
date and time corresponding to the data for line number 4?
January 1st, 2023 at approximately 6:24 p.m.
And where is the phone located at 6:24 p.m. on January 1st?
in the parking lot of CVS Santander Bank in Danvers, Massachusetts.
Santander.
Okay, could I have the next slide, Ms. Gilman?
Santander.
Now, this next slide, again, the numbers should be 8028, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Yeah, the lows.
Where,
video is
what is the
disturbing.
significance of the red dot 5?
The native location data from the iPhone SE.
Seriously.
And what is the date and time corresponding to the number 5?
This represents January 1st, 2023 at approximately 6:53 p.m.
And where is the phone located?
In the Stop and Shop Plaza in Swampscott, Massachusetts.
Could we have the next slide, please, Ms. Gilman? And again, 8028 is what it should read, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. What is the significance of the red 8?
The native location data from the iPhone SE.
And is that dot's telling you where the phone would be, right?
New Year's Day is the holiday.
What is the date and time
A lot
of
yes,
the
pharmacy.
where that phone is at 0.8?
They can choose to stay open.
January 1st, 2023 at 8:08 p.m.
And where is it located?
Are open.
In the Stop and Shop Plaza in Cohasset, Massachusetts.
Is usually closed.
Can we have the next slide, please? Now, same question. This should be 8028?
Yes, sir.
All right. And
Pretty much.
what
retail
is the
open.
significance of red dot 10?
Represents the location of the native location of the iPhone SE.
And so that's where the phone would be located.
Yes.
And what is the date and time of where the iPhone SE is according to point 10?
On January 1st, 2023 at 8:31 p.m. It
Okay.
is located in the area of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway, Cohasset, Massachusetts.
Going to the next slide. And again, same question, 8028 is what it should read in the corner?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what is the significance of the number 12 with a red dot underneath it?
Represents the native location of the iPhone SE.
And what is the date and time corresponding to point 12?
January 2nd, 2023 at 9:30 a.m., approximately 9:30 a.m.
And where is the phone located according to point 12?
In the Home
Me
Goods
too.
TJ Maxx parking lot in Norwell, Massachusetts.
Yeah, like a lot of works are closed.
Then
for
going to
summer.
the next slide. And so now, what is the phone number here?
Now the phone number, this is the native location data for the iPhone 13 mini. Phone number 617-939-8646.
Is that the same number that corresponds to
Well,
the
we do.
Verizon
We have
records?
stuff that's
Yes,
open
sir.
Okay.
on New Year's Day.
Now,
Not everything, but
what is the significance of the blue dot with the 1716?
To distinguish between the iPhone SE and the iPhone 13, this data from the iPhone 13 mini is blue, highlighted in blue. And 1716 is the line of data from the thousands of data points from the Excel sheet.
So before this point, there would be 1,715 points of data before this.
Yes, I would, yes.
Okay. And so what is the date and time that corresponds to the 1716?
That is January 2nd, 2023 at approximately 4:15 p.m.
And where is the phone located according to this line of data, 1716?
In the entrance parking lot of Home Depot, located in Rockland, Massachusetts.
Going to the next slide.
New Year's Eve, yeah. Chinese food.
What is the significance of the blue dot with the 1801?
I don't know why that's a thing.
It is
though.
the native location
But
of
it
the
is.
iPhone 13 mini.
And what was the date and time that corresponds to the native location 1801?
January 2nd, 2023 at approximately 5:14 p.m.
And what phone number is this for?
The number ending in 8646.
And where is it located?
The Derby Street shops by the Shake Shack in Hingham, Massachusetts.
If we could go to the next slide. What phone number corresponds to this slide?
The phone number ending in 8646.
And this corresponds to which phone?
The iPhone 13 mini.
And what is the significance of 1872?
That represents the native location data for this point.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to 1872?
January 2nd, 2023 at approximately 6 p.m.
Maybe that's
Where
why we
is it
over the
located?
cooking.
The Stop and Shop Plaza in Cohasset, Massachusetts.
I like
Could we have the next slide, please?
No.
Looking at this slide, what phone number is this for?
The phone number ending in 8646.
And what is the date? What is the significance of 1895 with a blue dot?
It represents the native location
Fun fact,
of the
my husband
iPhone
loves collard
13 mini.
greens.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to that data?
My husband loves
January 2nd, 2023 at approximately 6:13 p.m.
And where is it located?
The Walgreens Shaw's Plaza in Cohasset, Massachusetts.
Could we have the next slide, please? Now, sir, what is the significance of the blue dot 3776?
This represents the native location data from the iPhone 13 mini.
And you say iPhone 13 mini is the number ends in 8646?
Yes, sir.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to this data?
January 3rd, 2023 at approximately 4:30 p.m.
I'm not a fan of
And
the
where is
taste,
this
but my
phone
husband likes them.
located?
They do stink though.
The device is in the area of the Claremont Apartments in Chestnut Glen in Abington, Massachusetts.
Can we have the next slide, please? What phone number corresponds to this slide?
The phone number ending in 8646.
And that corresponds to which phone?
The iPhone 13 mini.
And what is the significance of the blue dot with the 3840?
That is the native location data.
And what is the date and time?
January 3rd, 2023 at approximately 4:48 p.m.
And where is the phone located?
The Point Apartments in Abington, Massachusetts.
Could we have the next slide, please? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Looking at this slide, what phone number does this correspond to?
The phone number ending in 8646.
And what is the significance of the blue dot with the 3926?
The native location for the iPhone 13 mini.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to this?
January 3rd, 2023 at approximately 5:14 p.m.
And where is it located according to the native location data?
The Chatham West Apartments in Brockton, Massachusetts.
Could we have the next slide, please?
I love vegetables.
Looking at
I
the
do.
next slide, what phone number does this
Asparagus. I love
correspond to?
asparagus.
The
Garlic
phone number ending in
asparagus.
8646.
And what is
Delicious.
the device that corresponds to?
The iPhone 13 mini.
Ooh,
And
steaming them is the best
what
way.
is the significance of the blue dot with the
Best way.
5228?
That is the native location of the iPhone 13 mini.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to that point of data?
January 4th, 2023 at approximately 9:44 a.m.
And where is the phone located?
The Home Goods TJ Maxx Plaza in Norwell, Massachusetts.
Okay. Looking at the next slide, please. What phone number does this correspond to?
The iPhone 13 mini ending in 8646.
And what is the significance of the blue dot with the 6461?
The native location data.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to?
January 4th, 2023 at approximately 12:47 p.m.
And where is it located?
The Shaw's Walgreens Plaza
It
in
takes
Cohasset,
2
Massachusetts.
years to grow.
And could we have the next slide?
Damn. I did not know
Looking
that.
at this slide, which phone number does it correspond to?
You got
The
lots of
iPhone
cleaning
13 mini
supplies.
ending in
Mr.
8646.
Walsh.
And what is the significance of the blue dot with the 8194?
The native location.
And what is the date and time that it corresponds to?
January 4th, 2023 at approximately 4:25 p.m.
And where is it located, sir?
The Lowe's Home Improvement in Weymouth, Massachusetts.
And could we have the next slide? Looking at this slide, which phone number does this correspond to?
The iPhone 13 mini ending in 8646.
And what is the significance of the blue dot with the 15 333.
That is the native location data.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to?
January 5th, 2023 at approximately 9:30 a.m.
And where is the phone located?
The southeast corner next to a large trash compactor.
Of what area?
The Vinnon Square Apartments, the landing at Vinnon Square Apartments at 330 Paradise Road,
all right? I don't care
Swampscott,
what's in it.
Massachusetts.
No,
Now,
scratch that. I care what's
If we
in
could
it.
close out of that. Sir,
Right?
what do you do to corroborate native
Listen,
location
I
data?
would take that in a stalking. Just saying.
We use cell site location information. So from the provider again, we
years
use
to grow
LPRs and
ginseng?
surveillance video.
Probably because it's good for you.
LPRs? What are those?
License plate readers.
Okay. Now,
License
in
plate
addition
readers, I
to
do not
getting
agree
native
of those
location
things
data,
existing.
did you have the opportunity to review the search history from the iPhone 13 mini?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you create a report of the search history of the iPhone 13 mini?
Pretty much.
Yes.
When I say search history, what is the search engine the iPhone 13 mini was using?
The Safari web browser.
I'm sorry, I should have said that. What browser is it using?
Safari.
Okay. So if I'm wrong, correct me.
Yes, sir.
All right. So it's using the Safari web browser to go onto the internet.
Yes.
And so how is this different than, say, the internet history if this is just the search history?
So this would just be the search terms related to Safari. So the term entered on Safari, whereas the web history would include pages visited, the amounts visited. It would have more details.
And with the web history, did you also create a select report for the web history of the iPhone 13 mini for December 31st at approximately 9:30 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you a binder and ask you to recognize the documents inside of it. Take a look inside.
Yes, sir.
The first chapter, do you recognize that document?
You guys do a
Yes, I
lot
do.
of like
What is that
thinking
document?
about how to
This
get away
is
with
the
it.
Safari search history of the iPhone 13 mini.
You created that?
Yes.
Using
And
what
remembering what
program?
other killers
Celebrate.
Okay, could you turn to the next
Gross.
chapter as well? It's all the way to the end. And that second chapter in the book, what is that?
That is the web history.
The web history. Now, the search history, what dates did that correspond to? If you want to turn to the front, you can.
Sure. That is December 25th, 2022 through January 4th, 2023.
Okay, in the web history, what time frame does that cover?
That was just December 31st, 2022.
Around 9:30 a.m.
Yes.
Before she went missing.
So when you create these reports, you can choose the times and filter them out that way.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to have this binder as the next.
Good advice. Is there justice? That's good advice.
Apple iPhone 13 mini.
Never take your cell phone when dumping a body or body parts, people.
2022, 2023.
Dumbest criminals ever.
And Safari web history. Apple iPhone 13 mini, December 31st, 2022.
It is wild.
8:28 a.m. to 8:31 a.m.
Okay. Can I see at the side of the bench?
Yes.
Uh-oh. Judge isn't happy about something. All right, there's like really no way to summarize that other than like he went to a bunch of places. Like that's it. But they're also talking about places he went to before she went missing and then places he went to after. You know, I'm assuming that some of these places are trying to put into the jury's head, like these are some places where he went to get these chemicals and to dump her, right? To chop her up, to dump her, whatever. Some of the places he went to for like real life items, for like, I think he went to CVS for the prescription, I believe. I can't remember. But I mean, while you're going about your everyday life, you're also then plotting on how to cut up, dismember, and then dispose of your wife's body. Like, what kind of sick weirdo? I mean, you have to be effing deranged, all right? Oh, let me go pick up my kids' prescriptions. And while I'm on the way, fuck it, let's just get Tyvek suits and bleach at Lowe's so we can figure out how we're going to cut up and then dump my wife's body. Like, what kind of maniac do you have to be? Just, I mean, what kind of actually psychotic psycho? This is why I wonder. Well, thankfully, some of the exhibits, if these are exhibits, the jury gets them, right? So the jury will be able to physically look at these exhibits and say, okay, this is where he was on this date at this time. That's the red spot there is the ping to his phone. Murder on aisle 1. I think it can still be tracked on airplane mode though,
So,
I believe. You just can't get incoming information.
Yes.
Outgoing,
All right,
like your
so the
location
Safari
can still be tracked, I
search
believe.
history and the Safari web history for the iPhone 13 mini for the times indicated by counsel is now in evidence as Exhibit 161.
Definitely dumb as criminals, some of these people. You know? Yeah, these are places where he was stalking.
Your Honor, may I publish the Safari
GPS
search
points
history?
with
Yes,
his
you may.
phone.
Thank
It's
you,
his
Your Honor.
phone pinging on
Ms.
the
Gilman,
places he
could
was
we have the
stopping.
Safari search history for the iPhone 13 mini?
Right? Pigs, New Bedford fishery, you know. Not saying I've hit any bodies, but if I was going to, the New Bedford fisheries is a great place to do it. I.e.,
So, Trooper, can you see this?
Used to dump
Yes,
bodies
sir.
back in
I'd
the
like to
bed.
ask you some questions
Here in
about the
Mass.
columns at the top.
Yes.
Fall River,
Okay.
New Bedford fisheries.
So, what is the number column?
The number of data in this, sequentially in this file,
Okay. What's timestamp?
date, time the search occurred.
Okay. What is source?
Source is the database in which the data was extracted from.
So on this first line of code where it says Safari, are there other databases that this draws from?
Yes.
SQLite,
What is the other database that this draws from?
The knowledge C
Great
database.
Key.
And so
They're using- they can
what
use a
is the
bunch of
difference
different
between the two
things.
databases?
Knowledge C is a larger database within the iOS operating system. Takes app data, app usage, phone information, internet history. So it's a larger database. Safari is just the Safari database.
Now, if there is a search in the Safari database, and then there's a
Read books.
search in the Knowledge C database, are they two different searches?
No,
We are.
It's the same search located in two different
Two
places
different
within the phone.
databases.
that's correct.
Okay. So the data will repeat within this
Different databases.
report.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. What is value?
Value was the search term entered.
What is parameters?
So for these blank columns, not all reports, Cellbrite is not able to extract or parse out the data for specific apps. So in this case, Cellbrite was not able to parse out any information pertaining to these columns.
And so when we see
Doesn't have open
account, service
source
identifier,
code.
parameters, and there's nothing there, Cellbrite couldn't read the data or
Yes.
couldn't produce it.
Correct.
Okay. What does it mean if origin is unknown?
The source origin of the search was unknown.
Okay. So I'd like to direct your attention to item number 16 on page 2. What is the date and time of item number 16?
The date is December 25th, 2022 at 11:52 a.m.
And what is the value?
Check a flight JetBlue.
And so value, what does that mean as far as, just so we're clear, what is value, how is value created
Value-
on the phone?
Search term entered by the user of the device.
Okay, so it's not being generated by the phone, it's not being generated automatically by the phone. The user is inputting the value.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could we go down to item 21? What is the date and time of item 21?
December 25th, 2022 at 12:09 p.m.
And what is the value inputted into the phone?
William Fastow, DC Real Estate.
And could we scroll down to item 27?
Oh, we are. We definitely are. We can't.
What
leave
is
them
the
behind. They're right
date and
everywhere.
time
Those
of
people are so
item
insane.
27 on page 3?
Dude, leave it at home, dumbasses.
December 25th, 2022 at 12:09 p.m.
And what is the value input into the phone?
William Fastow, DC Real Estate.
Scrolling down on page 3 to item 35. What is the date and time on item 35?
December 25th, 2022 at 12:22 p.m.
And what is the value input into the phone?
Anna Walsh, Tishman, Spire.
Can we scroll down to item 43 onto page 4? What is the date and time stamp for item 43?
December 25th, 2022, 12:28 p.m.
What is the value input into the phone?
Christmas Day plane crash.
Can we scroll down to item 50? What is the date and time stamp for item 50 on page 4?
December 25th, 2022 at 12:31 p.m.
And what is the value that is input?
Jeff Chad Tishman Spire.
Can we scroll down to item 53? What is the date and time stamp of item 53?
December 25th, 2022, 12:45 p.m.
And what is the value that
Eyewitnesses
is
are
input?
notoriously bad.
Anna Walsh found dead.
Can we scroll down to item 57 on page 5?
Casey.
What is the date and time stamp of
Also
item
true.
57?
December 25th, 2022 at 12:46 p.m.
And what is the value that is input?
Jeff Chad.
Chad.
Now, Ms. Gilman, can we go to page
I'm gonna say what
14
everyone's
and look at
thinking,
item
Toad.
193?
Everyone was thinking it, all right? I just said it. You said Chad.
Sir, what is the date and time stamp of item 193?
December 25th, 2022 at 8:28 p.m.
And what is the value that is input?
Autobahn.
And can we now go to page 22, item 316? What is the date and time stamp of item 316?
December 27th, 2022.
And what is the value that's put in?
It was at 6:57 a.m. and the value was all my exes.
Now, the next one down, is it fair to say that's all my exes live in Texas?
Yes, sir.
That, are you familiar with that being a song?
All my
Yes, I believe
exes live
so.
in Texas, the Drake song.
Can we
Thank
now
you.
go to page 54 and go to item 804? What is the date and time stamp of 804?
December 29th, 2022 at 9:13 p.m.
And what is the value put into the phone?
Mazda
was a
Building,
presumptuous date.
Washington.
Mazda
Scrolling
building.
down to 813. What is the date and time for item 813?
December 29th, 2022 at 9:15 p.m.
And what is the value that is input into the phone?
Mazda Building, Washington, D.C.
Scrolling down to 820. What is the time stamp for 820?
9:15 p.m.
And what day?
Sorry, December 29th, 2022,
And
9:15 p.m.
And what is the value input?
Crossing Building, Washington, D.C.
And can we go to page 85 and line 1271? Sir, what is the date and time on item 1271?
That is January 2nd, 2023 at 6:42 p.m.
And what is the value that is input?
I'm good.
Going down to the bottom of page 85 and looking at item 1274, what is the timestamp for that?
It is January 3rd, 2023 at 11:25 a.m.
And what is the value that is input into the phone?
Washington, D.C. Police.
Could we go to page 90?
I doubt
Thank
he'll
you.
testify. That would be very dumb of him. But I would love it for the answers.
The line 1, can we scroll down to 1343? Thank you. What is the timestamp for that?
That is January 3rd, 2023 at 7:23 p.m.
And what is the value put into it?
How to file a missing persons report.
Can we go down to page 91, item 359? 1359. Item number is 1359. And I'm sorry, I meant to say 1358. Could you go up one? Thank you. 1358. What is the timestamp for 1358?
January 3rd, 2023 at 7:27 p.m.
And what is the value?
Washington, D.C. Police Department.
And can we go to page 92 and look at item 1368? What is the timestamp for 1368?
January 4th, 2023 at 10:11 a.m.
And what is the value that was input at that time?
The crossing wash.
Could we go down to item 1389? What is the timestamp for 1389?
January 4th, 2023, 10:14 a.m.
You could.
And what is the
I almost
value that
never
was put
do,
in?
but
Mazza Building, Washington, D.C.
it'd be interesting if you did,
And
definitely.
could we now go to
Good.
item 1402, scrolling down the page? We're now on page 94. What is the timestamp for item 1402?
January 4th, 2023, 10:15 a.m.
And what is the value that is input?
Jeff Chad Tishman.
Can we go to item 1414 on page 95? What is the timestamp for 1415? I'm sorry, 1414?
January 4th, 2023, 10:56 a.m.
And what is the value that is put in there?
Will Fasto.
And then underneath that, is there a different spelling of Fasto for item 1415?
Yes.
And then scrolling down to item 1438 on page 96. On page 96, what is the timestamp for item 1438?
January 4th, 2023 at 1:24 p.m.
And then underneath that is item 1439. What is the timestamp for that?
Sorry. January 4th, 2023 at 1:26 p.m.
And this looks different than the other values. What is this?
This was a search from Apple Maps. Sorry.
So when you see that bolded result, is that saying it's from Apple Maps?
Yes, you can see the source file, Apple Maps.
So that's different than Knowledge C, and that's different than Safari.
Yes.
Okay. And then the last one is the one directly underneath it, 1440. What is the timestamp for that?
January 4th, 2023, 2:49 p.m.
And what is the value that is put in there?
I'm good.
Now, if we could close out of this and go to the second chapter in that binder, web history. On this, sir, what is this, the columns that look different, I want to ask you, what is URL?
Uniform Resource Locator. It's the website, essentially the website visited.
Okay. And what is the URL in item number 1?
Casinos.bally's.com/Lincoln.
And what is the last visited time and date?
December 31st, 2022 at 9:28 a.m.
And going to visits and usage pattern, are those are columns that are empty like our last sheet. Was that Celebrite didn't have any data, couldn't give you any data on that?
Yes.
And then for source info, it says knowledge C. And the one directly underneath it says Safari. Is this also pulling from different databases?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay. So as far as the searches, or I'm sorry, as far as the web history for the device, for items 1 through 12, what did you notice about the URLs?
They contained the casinos.bally's.com URL.
And after .com, there's a backslash. What's the next word?
Oh, sorry, Lincoln.
Now, going down to item 13 through 17. So, sir, what did you notice as far as the URLs for items 13 through 17 on page 4?
The URL was mgmspringfield.mgmresorts.com.
And what is the date and timestamp for 13?
December 31st, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Now, if we could then scroll to item 25. On item 25, sir, what did you notice as far as the URLs on items 25, say through items 30 to item 34?
Again, they contain the mgmspringfield.mgmresorts.com.
And what is the timestamp for item 25?
December 31st, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
And could we then go down to items 38 and 39? On items 38 and 39, did you notice about the URLs?
Again, it was the mgmspringfield.mgmresorts.com.
And what is the date and timestamp for item 38?
December 31st, 2022, 9:31 a.m.
Now, sir, in addition to having access to native location data and web history and search history, you can close out of that, Ms. Gilman. Thank you very much. Did you have the opportunity to, through Celebrite, look at text messaging or messaging in the phone?
Yes.
And then when I say the phone, I'm talking about the iPhone 13 mini.
Correct.
Okay. Now, with the iPhone 13 mini, can you break out the text to individual chats with certain numbers?
Yes, you can.
Okay. So, and with that, did you create certain reports that correspond to these chats?
Yes, I did.
May I approach your honor?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recognize this first report?
Yes, I do.
And did you create this report?
I did.
And it's in this report, can you tell us what it is?
It is a text message report.
And what are the numbers that correspond to the text message?
The last four is 8646.
Okay, and that's the iPhone 13 mini's phone?
Correct.
And then the next phone number, last four digits?
2005.
And does it have a designation or an ID or some kind of identifier next to it?
Yes.
What?
Contact associated as paint.
And what is the time frame of that?
This is January 5th, 2023.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this text thread as the next exhibit you're on.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
Kind of are a little bit.
Labeled paint?
I feel like it's like that with most people because they don't know the things that have been happening
Sure.
behind
Why don't
closed
you
doors.
read it into the record?
Certainly.
So I feel like almost everyone's going to be like feeling like they're
8646.
watching season 3 without watching season 2.
Okay, sounds good. That's now in evidence as Exhibit 162.
So now I'll do it 162.
Ms. Gilman, can we have that text thread up? So you said contact information when you referred to paint. Did you create that or is that from the phone?
That was pulled during the extraction process of the phone.
So, but you don't do anything to put that number as paint?
No, I do.
The phone, Celebrite, through examining the data, gives you that contact information?
Correct.
Okay. So looking at this first entry, what is the significance of this bubble being in green?
Green means it was sent by the owner, the number ending in 8646.
And then underneath, so the from and to, who is this from?
That is from Brian Walsh.
And who is it to?
The number ending in 2005 with the contact paint associated.
What is the body of the text?
Hello, Brian Walsh, 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway, 617-939-8646. New address from last time. Thank you.
And can you tell whether or not this text was actually sent?
Yes.
How so?
The status in the bottom left
And
says
so then there's a time and date at the bottom. What is that indicative of? What is that telling you?
the date and time the text message was sent.
Can we scroll down to the next message? Sir, looking at this message, who is the sender of it?
Brian Walsh.
To who?
The contact of paint.
And in the body of the text, is it fair to say it's just images?
It appears to be 2 images, yes.
And was it sent?
Yes.
And can we scroll down to the final one? The final text, who is sending it?
Brian Walsh.
And what does the body of it say?
Good morning. Let me know about the ceiling. Best, Brian.
What was the date and time of that text?
January 6th, 2023, 7:49 a.m.
Can you close out of that, Ms. Gilman? Thank you very much. May I approach you, Your Honor?
Yes?
Thank you. I'm showing you another report and asking if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
And is that a report you created from Celebrite from the iPhone 13 mini text messages?
Yes, sir.
And What is the last 4 digits, or actually, what is the number that's the text message is being sent to, last 4 digits?
The number ends in 5605.
5605.
Yes, sir.
And this is printed on both sides, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it's 2 pages, but on 1 piece of paper.
Yes,
All right. And you created this using the Celebrate.
I did.
Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as next exhibit.
Any objection? The Celebrate report between 8646 and 5605 is now in evidence as Exhibit 163.
Gilman, can we have that text thread between 8646
Oh my God,
and
yes.
number ending in 5605?
So long.
Thank you.
It's like it's dragging forever and ever.
Sir,
and
who's sending the
ever.
first text in this thread?
Brian Walsh.
And can you tell us the body of this text?
Hello, I called MGH, South Shore Hospital, Brigham and Women's. They don't have Anna. Thank you for your support, Brian. Please let us know if you have any updates.
What was now under this it says, there's a section that says delivered.
Yes.
What does that mean?
When the text message was delivered to the receiving party.
How is that different than the other timestamp in the bottom?
Because it could be sent, it was sent approximately 4 seconds before it was delivered to the device itself.
I'm sorry, I talked over you. This status, it indicates that it was sent as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Could we scroll down, Ms. Gilman, to the next text in the thread? Sir, who's sending this text?
The number ending in 5605.
And so what's the significance of blue?
It is an incoming text message.
And incoming to the 8646 number.
That is correct.
And what is the body of this text?
Hugh Dunleavy, 1-347-913-2053.
And this text, this has a red line on it. What does that mean?
That's when the message was read on the device.
And in addition, there's a status. Does that also indicate it's red?
Yes, sir.
And then the last timestamp, what is that telling you?
That's when it was delivered.
Can we scroll down to the next text? Sir, who's sending this text?
The number ending in 5605.
And can you read the body of this text?
Hi, Brian. I believe Hugh has been in touch with you and understand the police are taking over. I adore Anna, thinking of you and the boys. Please let me know if you need anything. Teresa.
And can you tell if this text was read?
Yes.
At what time?
It was January 4th, 2023 at 8:10 p.m.
And can we continue to scroll down, Ms. Gilman? Who's sending this next text, sir?
This is Brian Walsh.
Or the phone associated with Brian Walsh.
Yes, the phone associated with Brian Walsh.
And just to be clear, you don't know who's sending the actual text. You just know the phone is sending it.
Correct.
Okay. And so can you read the body of the text?
Good evening, Teresa. Thank you for your support during these difficult days. The private investigators wanted to know if Anna had any vacation days this week. Thank you again. Best, Brian. P.S. We adore Anna too. Looking forward to her coming home soon. And she spoke very highly of you always. I'm.
And when was this text delivered?
January 5th, 2023 at 4:12 p.m.
Can we scroll down to the final text? And who's sending this? Which phone number is sending this?
The number ending in 8646.
Canonius.
And
Canonius.
sir, what's the body of this text?
Last question. Are there Tishman Spire personnel at the Mazza building? Thanks.
And when was this text delivered?
January 5th, 2023 at 4:17 p.m.
May I approach?
You may approach.
Thank you. Do you recognize this report?
Yes, sir.
Is this an additional report of text messages you created from the iPhone 13 mini?
Yes.
And this corresponds to a contact. What's the contact name?
Alyssa?
And the other phone number associated with this text thread is 8646?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to have this marked as the next exhibit.
So it's between 8646 and another number, or just Alyssa?
Another number ending in 2189.
I know, girl.
2189 it is.
I feel
The
it.
text
I feel
message
it.
thread between the iPhone mini 8646 and 2189 is now in evidence as exhibit 164.
It's just like dragging at this point. Like, come on, man.
Ms. Gilman, could we scroll down to page 2, the top text? Sir, this is blue, this top text. Who's sending it?
The number ending in 2189?
And what is the body of this text?
Thank you so much, Brian. Happy New Year. Hope you're well. 4.
And when was this read?
January 2nd, 2023, 3:05 p.m.
And scrolling down to the next one in green, which phone's sending this?
The number ending in 8646?
And sir, on this text, what does the body say?
Hello, I know we did this a week ago, but have you heard from Anna?
And when was this delivered?
January 3rd, 2023 at 10:34 a.m.
And scrolling down to the next text,
If I was the jury, I'd be tired at this point,
who's
too.
sending, which phone is sending this? Which phone number?
The number ending in 2189?
And what is the body of this text?
Hey, Brian, sorry for the delay. Was sleeping. I have the flu. Super sick. I texted with Anna on New Year's Day, but no, haven't heard from her. Is she working today? She's usually running around super busy with work.
And what was the date and time that this was read?
January 3rd, 2023, 12:51 p.m.
Can we scroll down to the next one? Which number is sending this?
Number ending in 8646?
And what is the body of this?
You're right. I'll let you know when she calls. Feel better soon.
And what is the date and time it was delivered?
January 3rd, 2023, 12:51 p.m.
And can we scroll down past that? One more. Thank you. To the top of page 4. Thank you. Looking at the top of page 4, which number is sending this?
The number ending in 2189?
And what is the body of this text?
Did you ever hear back? Question mark.
What is the date and time that it was read?
January 4th, 2023, 10:10 a.m.
The next text in the thread, which number is sending this?
Number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of this?
No, they are looking for her at work now.
When was this delivered?
January 4th, 2023, 10:19 a.m.
You may.
Trooper, do you recognize that report?
Yes, sir.
Is that another report you were able to create from messaging in the phone?
Yes.
And this has a contact associated with it. What is the contact's name?
Alexandra,
And what are the last 4 digits of Alexandra's contact?
5332.
And the other phone number associated with this thread is 8646?
Yes, sir.
And does this contain the messages of that thread?
Yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
No objection. The Celebrate report between the iPhone mini 8646 and 5332, that text thread is now in evidence as 165.
Sir, what is Viber?
Viber is another messaging app.
And this text thread, did this utilize Viber?
Yes, sir.
And so Celebrate reads Viber text messages just like it reads the regular text messages.
Yes, it has the ability to extract it, yes.
And so I'm going to ask you some questions about this Viber text thread with the Alexandra contact. Ms. Gilman, if we could have that up, please. Could you scroll down to the next text? Thank you. If you could stop right there. Sir, this green bubble, which number is sending this one?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of this?
Happy New Year. Have you heard from Anna? She has been out of contact longer than normal. Speak soon.
What is the date and time associated with this text?
January 3rd, 2023, 10:35 a.m.
And below that, is there a response?
Yes.
And these, because they're Viber, they also show up in green and blue, correct?
Correct.
All right. Well, I shouldn't say because they're Viber, but they, like the other text messages, they show up in green and blue.
Yes.
Okay. So which number is sending this text?
The number ending in excuse me, the number ending in 5332.
And what is the response?
Hello, no, I haven't. Last time was on 3112.
And what was the time of this text?
January 3rd, 2023 at 11:24 a.m.
I'd now like to scroll down to the first message on page 3.
Excuse me, that was 11:21 a.m.
11:21 a.m.
Yes.
So if we look at the first text message, the first message on page 3, which number is sending this message?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of this message?
She had to leave early due to an emergency at one of the buildings. She left early on Sunday morning. I didn't have my phone till last night because William hid it in his bed. Thomas found it. I wasn't worried at first, but she has never been this long out of communication. I will call her work tomorrow morning.
And what is the date and time with this message?
January 3rd.
Just froze for no reason. Like, cool.
Looking at the green bubble, which phone number is sending that?
I don't
The
think
number
so.
ending in 8646.
And what is the body?
No, I'm not sure.
I know. Let
This is
me, if
Brian
you get in
Walshe,
touch
I
with
don't know.
her, I will let you know when I speak to her.
What is the date and time associated with that message?
January 3rd, 2023, 9:12 p.m.
And then the next message beneath that, which number is sending that?
The number ending in 5332.
And what is the body of that message?
That means no communication for almost days.
Now, if we could go to page 11. And if looking at the blue bubble, which number is sending that?
The number ending in 5332.
And what is the body of that?
If she's not at work tomorrow, or if they haven't heard from her, what are you going to do? Question mark.
And what is the date and time of that message?
January 3rd, 2023, 9:25 p.m.
Could you scroll down, Ms. Gilman? Looking at the green bubble, which one sends that?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body?
Call everybody she knows in DC and then file missing persons. Let's hope there is an explanation.
Could you, Ms. Gilman, could you go to page 12? Scrolling down, the second message on page 12. Which number is sending that?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of that?
They can't find her at work.
And what is the date and time of that?
January 4th, 2023, 10:33 a.m.
And if, Ms. Gilman, could we go to page 14? And could you scroll down, Ms. Gilman? Ms. Gilman, could you stop? Looking at the last message on page 14, who is the sender of that? What number?
The number ending in 5332.
And what is the body of that text?
I think that you need to report this ASAP.
And what is the date and time of that message?
January 4th, 2023, 10:59 a.m.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Showing you this, is this another one of the reports you created via Celebrate of a text thread?
Yes, sir.
And does this involve 3 numbers?
Yes.
So besides 8646, what is the first contact that's associated with this text thread?
A number ending in 7966.
And what is the name of that contact?
Anna, new, and then a number sign.
And then what is the other phone
Thompson.
number associated with this thread?
A number ending in 6708.
And what is the contact name?
Gem.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor, which would be a text thread between 8646, 7966, 6708, and 670.
Thank you. Any objection to that? Now in evidence says 166. Bless you.
Ms. Gilman, may we have this published? Looking at the first message, sir, it's blue. What number is sending this?
The number ending in 6708.
And what is the body of this?
It is a picture.
And then above the picture, is there any words?
I love my necklace, exclamation.
And then under recipient, what does it say? Participant, sorry, misread it.
The number ending in 8646.
And does it acknowledge what time it was read?
Yes.
What time was it read?
January 2nd, 2023, 2:26 p.m.
Going down, please, Ms. Gilman. Who's sending this text? What number?
The number ending in 6708.
Gem?
Yes.
And what is the body of this?
Last night was so good, exclamation, thank you.
What is the date and time of this text that it was read?
It was read January 2nd, 2023, 2:26 p.m.
Going down to the next text. Which number is sending this?
The number ending in 6708.
And what is the body of it?
The chef, world class, and company equally so.
And when was this read according to the phone?
January 2nd, 2023, 2:26 p.m.
Can we scroll down to the top text on page 3? On the top text of page 3, which number is sending this?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of it?
Looking good, buddy. Thomas just found my phone. It was in William's bed. Another amazing New Year Eve together as a triumvirate. Looking good in your new necklace.
And scrolling down to the final text. Which sender is this?
The number ending in 6708.
And what is the body of it?
My new necklace made a big splash yesterday as I wore it everywhere. I got double takes in the streets and at Whole Foods in Swampscott.
And what was the time that that text was read?
January 2nd, 2023 at 4:13 p.m.
Can I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Showing you another text thread. Is this another one that was created another report you were able to create from the phone?
Yes, sir.
And does this only have 2 numbers associated with it?
Yes.
What are the 2 numbers associated with it?
The number ending in 8646
Yes, sir.
and the number ending in 6708.
And that also has a contact designation of Jem.
Yes, sir.
The Commonwealth would seek to enter this as the next exhibit, Your Honor. The text thread between 8646 and 6708.
Any objection? The text of thread between 8646 and 6708 is in evidence as 167. $167?
Directing your attention to the top of page 2 of this thread.
Could you have a publisher?
Oh, yes, I apologize. I neglected to ask that. Your Honor, may I publish this?
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it. Ms. Gilman, if we could go to the top of page 2. And I imagine, Trooper, it's a whole lot easier to see it now.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, who is the sender of this?
The number ending in 6708.
And what is the body of this first message?
Merry Xmas to you, buddy. I miss you. Merry Xmas to all of you.
Date and time?
December
That it was read.
December 25th, 2022, 9:45 a.m.
Going down to the next text, who's the sender of that next one?
The number ending in 6708.
And what does the body of that say?
Her phone is going directly to voicemail.
And what was the date and time that this message was read?
January 4th, 2023, 10:54 a.m.
And the next text in that thread? Which number sends that?
6708.
And what is the body of that?
Any news? Question mark. Have you alerted everybody at her work and the DC police? Question mark.
Now, I'd like to scroll down to page 4. In the middle of that, which is the sender of this blue text?
The number ending in 6708.
And what does the body of it say?
Hey, buddy, can you send me the photos we took on New Year's Eve? NYE? Question mark.
What was the date and time it was read?
January 5th, 2023, 11:17 a.m.
And the next thread, the next text down, sir? What number is sending that?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of that text?
All the photos were taken on Anna's phone. I don't have any.
And when was that text delivered?
January 5th, 2023 at 11:30 a.m.
You can close out of that, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. Yeah, of course.
Would you like to?
I'm sorry.
I was just listening to this ordinance.
What a gentleman.
Your Honor, this next collection of text, I would actually ask the NARC for ID. I will show it to the witness, but I would not seek to enter as an exhibit at this point in time.
All right, and I think consistent with this morning, this is the first one. Is this, what do we say, I for ID? So we'll mark this exhibit as I for ID. And George, I just remind you that things that get a designation as a letter designation and for identification isn't evidence unless and until the parties move it in and I move it in. The numbered exhibits are the ones that you have as evidence with you in the back.
You want me to approach?
Yes.
So first, I'm showing you what's been marked I for ID. Can you tell us what this is?
Yes, it is a text message report created by me on Celebrate.
Okay. And can you tell us the two numbers that are associated with this?
Yes, the first number is ending in 8646.
Okay.
And the
second number?
The second number is the number ending in 7966.
And who are the contacts designated with this?
The 8646 is Brian Walsh, and the 7966 is Anna New.
Your Honor, if I may have a moment.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Understand that this has been marked for ID, Your Honor. Is it appropriate to publish it and ask questions about it? If not, I can move on.
Well,
I'll move on. It's not a problem. I've got something else to do. I can keep busy. The final report I want to ask you about, sir. I'm going to show it to you, but I want to show it to counsel first. Can I approach your Honor?
yes.
It's the last report I want to ask you about today, sir.
Yes.
What is this, sir?
This is the call log report from
Please, I interrupted you. Sorry.
that I exported from Cellbrite from the iPhone 13 mini.
Okay. Now, the call log report, is that every call in the iPhone 13 mini?
No, this was only a certain date range.
Okay. And certain numbers as well?
Yes.
Okay. And so this call log report for the iPhone 13 mini, you created this?
I did.
Okay. And what was the date range you were looking to create this for?
This was, December 25th, 2022 through January 3rd, 2023.
Okay. And I would seek to move this to the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Okay. Any objection?
No objection.
It's now in evidence as 168. That's the call log report between the dates of 12/25/22, 1/3/23 for the iPhone 13 mini.
Thank you. 168. Now, Your Honor, may I publish 168?
You may.
Thank you. On 168, sir, I'd like to direct your attention to the columns. Under parties, what does that designate?
Who the call took place between the two calling parties.
And timestamp, I take it, is the same as it's been last. What's duration?
The length of the call.
And when you see source info and it's biome and knowledge C, what is the significance of biome?
Again, it was another in the iOS 16 when that came out. Biome was a newer database from Apple, so this data is going to be in two different places.
So at this point in time, I'd like to direct your attention to the bottom of page 12, item 143. What phone number is being called, sir?
They are very monotone in this trial.
This is an
I could take a nap.
outgoing call to number ending in 7966.
And what is the date and time of the phone call?
December 25th, 2022 at 11:52 a.m.
And what is the duration of the call?
33 seconds.
And if we could scroll up, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. And could we go up a little bit further to the next page, please? Continuing. All right. So, Ms. Gilman, can you please continue up to further up, please? There we are. On item number 129, what is the timestamp of that? 129?
December 25th, 2022 at 1:40 p.m.
And what number is being called?
It's an outgoing call to number ending in 7966.
And what is the duration of that call?
1 hour, 22 minutes, and 33 seconds.
And could you continue up, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. Directing your attention to item 123 on page 10. What number is making the phone call?
This is an incoming call from 7966.
And what is the duration of this call?
1 hour, 27 minutes, and 7 seconds.
And what is the timestamp on this call?
December 25th, 2022 at 4:11 p.m.
Now, if we could go to item number 13, I believe it's the top of page 2. Bless you. Sir, what number is being called?
It is an outgoing call to number ending in 7966.
And what is the date and time of the call?
December 31st, 2022 at 9:52 a.m.
And what is the duration of the call?
4 minutes, 5 seconds.
And if we could continue up from there, Ms. Gilman? Going to item number, pause if I may. Could we go to item number 9? What is the number what number is making that phone call?
Number 9, you said, sir?
Number 9?
Number 9. The incoming call from number ending in 7966.
And what is the date and time of that call?
December 31st, 2022, 7:27 p.m.
And what is the duration of that call?
0 seconds.
Looking at the item above it, item number 8, what number is being called?
It is an outgoing call to number ending in 7966.
And what is the date and time of that call?
January 3rd, 2023, 8:28 a.m.
And how long is that call?
15 seconds.
Does that mean that the phone's connected if it's 15 seconds?
No.
What can happen? What is an alternative explanation then?
Voicemail.
And do you see can we go up to 7 through 1? Do you see any incoming calls from the 7966 from entries 8 through 1?
No, I do not.
And do you see any calls longer than 17 seconds in entries 8 through 1?
No, I do not.
And Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes?
And Your Honor, may I approach in that sidebar?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh my God. Can we just get canonied? Can we just get canonied? For the love of God. For the love of God, just canoni us. Just canoni us. Still in court, New Jersey. In case you're wondering, still in court. I used to complain she ended early too. Like, Your Honor, there is another 40 fucking minutes in the day. Well, when it becomes a habit of you doing that every day and then getting, at first it would be like 3:50. Okay, cool, fine, whatever, right? But then it was getting earlier and earlier, 3:20. You know, like, come on, man. But to be fair, this is droning on today. A lot of it is just the monotone of the two guys, you know, one on the stand and one not. And of course, she cannonied us the last 2 days, but did not canoni us now. And it's 3:58. I'm guessing that she's probably going to ask him right now, how much longer does he have with this witness? Because if it's going to take forever longer or half an hour longer, maybe they'll finish it. If not, you're going to let the guy go for the day. It's 3:58. It is totally a verb, though. Don't get canonied.
Before the 4 o'clock hour. I know it's been a long day for you. I appreciate your attentiveness. You may catch me frequently. I know a number of you have, looking over and making sure everybody's still able to do their jobs. And I think I've said this to you a number of times. Sitting is very difficult all day. You're doing a marvelous job at it. You're all attentive, and I appreciate, and I know the parties appreciate your continued attentiveness to the case. And I appreciate your obedience to the rules, and I'm going to remind you again before we leave today. Don't approach any social media or any news media. Don't do any research about the case. Talk to anyone about the case and continue to have open minds as you listen to the evidence in this case. I remind you tomorrow, 9 to 1. Have a good night, jurors.
All right, for the court, please. Jurors, close your notebooks. Follow me.
Did you just say 9 to 1 tomorrow? Like a short day?
Thank you, Your Honor.
I thought that's what she said, but I wasn't sure.
Just going through the click, click, click in my brain to see if there's anything that I need to raise with you right now. And I think I'm going to hold off on the few things that are in my mind because I think they're a little bit premature. So, but I will start working on my main task in the next 24 hours. And so we'll talk a little bit more about that tomorrow. Anything that the Commonwealth needs to discuss before I get off the bench?
No, Your Honor.
And anything that the defense needs to discuss before I get off the bench?
No, Your
Thanks for your work today, and we'll see you back here tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All rise.
Give me 1 second, guys. I need to conspiracy pee real quick, and then we're going to stay on for about another half an hour until the end of Sewer Turtle's court today for New Jersey. But give me 1 second because I really got to pee. Okay, well, now that that's over, I knew this could go all day, but fuck, dude. You know, like, here's the thing with Aidan, aka the sewer turtle. He loves to drag things out, like drag them out to oblivion. So something like this, a court date, well, he makes his attorneys try every motion, ask every stupid question, try to ask irrelevant questions of sorts on purpose. And that's just not the case, right? The judge doesn't just let you talk nonsense and bring up shit that's completely irrelevant. Now, for the longest time, he thought that, hold on, let me get this out of the way here. Hold on. Let me get my little thing up here. Hold on. All right, we're gonna get rid of that, and then we're gonna get rid of this here. We're gonna can I do that? No. Can I do this? Aha! Make myself little for a minute. Enjoy my Christmas background. You know everything's gonna have pink in it because it's my favorite color, god damn it. And I wish my house looked like that during Christmas. The other one was better too, but still, nonetheless. He drags everything out. And that's the other part. If he drags it out so far that it has to be continued into a second day, that's strategy, right? To try to get it past Christmas or whatever. I believe there was over 50, 60, 70 or more violations of this one order. If you count every violation, it's well over a couple. I don't think a judge would take kindly to you telling the judge both this morning and immediately after court last time that you don't care what the judge says, right? You don't give a shit what the judge says, and you're just going to do whatever you want anyway, because like First Amendment and whatnot. Yeah, see, the problem with that is the First Amendment is not absolute. It does not give you the right to create criminal actions with your First Amendment. So in turn, by making people do things for you or threatening them into doing things for you, that's a criminal action. You used your First Amendment, your words, but you made it a crime. The First Amendment is not absolute. Oh yeah, there's that many. There's that many. So I can't imagine that her very high-priced attorneys, the ones very well-versed in the vast laws, would not bring to the judge's attention these videos of himself like an idiot saying, I don't care what the judge says. I'm going to do what I want. I'm not taking anything down, and I'm going to keep talking about it in First Amendment, and the judge has no jurisdiction over me anyway. What a stupid thing to say. The fact that that came out of his mouth is about the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Of course the judge has, what do you think? Because you're in Massachusetts and the judge is in New Jersey that they magically don't have jurisdiction over you? What world do you fucking live in? That's not the way it works. That'd be like saying you could run to another state, commit a crime, and come back and, haha, judge, you can't do anything. No. No, that's not the way it works. Sorry, not sorry. I can't even believe that he even attempted with that one, right? It's really sad that we're dealing with a man that's stupid in some ways, with the impulse, and then just doing whatever he wants just to do it, and being a dumbass, and then having the smarts to know how to control people. You get 3 levels of just a dumbass with no common sense, the impulse, right, and then being smart enough to know how to control people. Like that's a whole lot of, maybe one side of his brain is working right and the other side isn't. I don't know, maybe he was dropped on his head as a child. I don't fucking know. But what I do know is he's not very smart when it comes to knowing when to shut the fuck up, right? When you get a lawyer, usually your lawyer tells you in the kindest words possible that the best thing that you can do is shut the fuck up. Literally. I mean, they won't say the F word, but they will essentially tell you the best thing you can do is keep your fucking mouth shut. Don't talk to the cops. Don't talk to anybody. You talk to us only, but shut up. Aidan Kearney is incapable of shutting the fuck up. Absolutely incapable. Does not know how to do it. Probably couldn't do it if you paid him money to do it. Just saying. And he'll do anything for money. You know? Just saying. Right? That's literally the first thing they tell you. Hold on. Nobody with a sane mind should like him. Just saying. I'm just responding here to Dr. Jones, who said to one of the comments I made that the broken idiot who is, does what the turtle tells him and does what Will does, does, he like copies that whole thing. I said he just bashes anyone the turtle does. And Dr. Jones here said, some of you have ramped up your trashing and bashing while following trials or cases. I know from watching some of your content, you're not a fan of AK and others. Well, it's not really others as much as it is him and his sewer crew, right? I don't just go off on tangents on people who watch me. I don't go off on tangents on people I don't like outside of that, really, unless you're actively spreading rumors and lies to the point where I need to address it. Most of the time, I just ignore that shit. But when you have someone that is so manipulative, that is so dangerous, that they are controlling other people's behaviors and essentially thoughts, right? Then yes, no sane person should like him, right? And so my response really was, he's an abusive manipulator, right? Abuse doesn't have to be physical, can definitely be emotional and mental. I lived it. I did live it with the physical as well, like all in one, but I would rather be punched in the face over and over than be gaslit and mentally and emotionally tortured every day, right? And my response was, well, he's an abusive manipulator, and I do know more than the general public does on this subject, and nobody with a sane mind should be a fan of his. Just saying. Just saying. Even from what you guys can just see publicly, wake the fuck up. Wake the fuck up. I mean, really. Still waiting on that, Beach. Still waiting. Unlike Massachusetts, New Jersey court goes a little longer than we do. A little longer. And if they're going this far, all the way, all day, seems to me like there's a small possibility that this could go into a second day. Now, it probably won't be tomorrow because he already has another court appearance tomorrow. When will it be? No idea. If they have to do a second day. Maybe they don't. Maybe they just wrap it up now and the judge goes, what can you do in the next 20 minutes? Wrap it up. Let's get done with this shit. We're not doing a second day. I don't know. I actually saw that. Someone posted it last night. Her like thing on him last night. And she said she was trying to figure out something about the, Lindsay's wiretapping or whatever. And I'm like, wow, I could have answered that question for you, like, I don't know, forever ago. I literally could have answered that question for you a very long time ago. Oh, no worries, no worries. Yeah, they target everyone. Don't worry about it. Believe me, I get it. I know, I'm sorry. I can't. Nothing I can do. I can't make them go faster. Believe me, if I had a time for you guys, I'd be like, come back at this time. I don't have a time. I'm sorry. I'm going until the court closes in New Jersey and they're done, right? I did. I watched it. I watched what was posted last night on Truth and Transparency. And I actually left a comment, I think, under one of her comments, which was like, listen, if you have questions, I'm more than happy to answer them and make you understand what the parts that you don't get, if that makes sense, right? Because I could have answered her questions a long time ago. A million of them, probably, The man's a master manipulator. I mean, anybody who doesn't say that is just sad, you know? It's sad, you know? I mean, she did that video last night. I don't know if she's simping for him right now. I would hope that she isn't. I would hope that she isn't. But the video that I saw last night was about what Mike posted, and she was very critical of Aidan. So I mean, if she's back simping for him now, I don't know. I'd have to look. But I would hope not, because it is abundantly clear to anyone with a brain cell left in their mind that the man is a manipulator. He's a gaslighter. He twists everything into oblivion. That's what he does, right? All I care about is he stops hurting people, right? And I don't give a fuck what else he does. But using innocent people to, you know, bash their personal life from fucking 20 years ago, or, you know, some old charge they had. Listen, I've been sober 18 years, okay? I know what it's like to have people judge you. It's not okay, bottom line. It's just not. And I don't know who he thinks he is. That's the part that gets me. And these people are so hypocritical that watch him, because you guys think it's like cute and it's funny until it's you, right? It's cute and it's funny and it's entertaining until it's you. But what happens when he lies and gaslights about you? Are you going to think it's funny and cute then? You know? No, Betterow wouldn't do this one with him. Gee, I wonder why. Betterow cannot get in the ring with these attorneys. That's most definitely why he did not take it. Hold on a second, guys. But no, Betterow wouldn't do it. I know that some people are. Hold on. Hold on. What the? But Betterow wouldn't take it. Hold on one second, guys. Hold on. Sorry, had to deal with the crisis real quick. He's in court yet tweeting all day to contain the fallout from Meredith, who is of course also because you have to be in order. You have to be in order to date Aidan. Thinking he does the same thing to everyone. Well, here's the thing, right? I don't necessarily think you need to be crazy to date him. I'm very good friends with my friend Leah, and once upon a time she dealt with him. Well, that's the thing. I was just an acquaintance. It's just an acquaintance. You know what I mean? Like, and he'll never keep my name out of his mouth. Do you want to know why though? Because I cannot be controlled. I cannot be controlled. I cannot do it. Is he tweeting today? Is that what he's doing? Is he tweeting today? Is that a thing? I haven't blocked. So like, I mean, I know he has like 72 stock accounts, so you can just look at mine, but I prefer to just not look at his nonsense because he's a weirdo. But is he tweeting today? Ugh. But the fact that he has to do that. Thank you. Pink's my favorite color. I will never let anybody ruin that for me. My Christmas tree is pink, okay? We can all thank Wallflower because she got me a new Christmas tree this year. Because mine broke when I moved and I didn't have one. And my last one was pink and I loved it so much. And now I have a new one with purple lights. I have purple lights. Purple lights. Hold on. He should. Well, it's a Zoom, right? It's a Zoom. It's a Zoom. It's my favorite color. I love it. I have the speakers to the computer. Yeah, they're pink, right? And their wrist guard that one of you fabulous people got me for my keyboard is pink. My keyboard, freak got me, is pink, right? The whole setup is pink. My mouse is pink, it's pink. My mouse pad is pink. Little thing that holds all my pens and my inhaler in case I need it. Pink, okay, it's pink. This thing actually came with like a cup thing that you put your cup on, and it's a little cloud and it's pink. Probably need to clean it because it's got like a ring now from my coffee from today, but whatever. Yeah, his court is Zoom. So, I mean, he could still text or tweet or whatever. He could. Yeah, I mean, I would too. But you know what we're talking about here, folks? I do not know what time Meredith is going live. I did not see a time posted anywhere. I just think it was said that it was like going to be a Spaces, I think. Somebody confirm this. Spaces, right? Is it pink? Stop it. I love this. I love this. Stop. All right, hold on. Ooh, let me see if I can see what is weirdo Dockster Turtleboy. What is he? Who is he fighting with? Like, what is it? I mean, you should be paying attention in court. Christina said she said Spaces. So let's see. Check replies. Okay, so it's just a silent supporter who's been lurking all year. Top 4% of viewers. Yeah, that's weird. Why would you want to announce that? That's really confusing to me. Okay, weird. Where are the replies from him though? Shabusiness. Did anybody see Shabusiness get rolled into the court in her like chair that she's strapped into the other day for sentencing on her jail attack charges? The judge ordered like no live streaming, which is weird. Let's see. I don't see. Right? You go, girl. You go. Possibly. I don't know how that works. Can anybody confirm if someone has you blocked on X, can you still listen to their spaces? One time I had someone that had me blocked, but someone else that I didn't have blocked was on it, and it gave me like a notification like this person is speaking on Spaces. So I clicked on that one and it let me listen to it, but I don't know. Yeah. New motion for the stuff for today, you mean? Because I don't watch him in the morning. He's rage streaming, rage tweeting, rage a lot of things. I think he's probably going to be raging quite a bit after court today. I just have this sneaking suspicion he's not going to be so happy if he makes it out of there. Oh my God. I'm like, can I get an update? What the fuck is happening? It's hard, right? Like, not sure he said look out for emotion. So if he means emotion to the stuff he's dealing with today, which I highly doubt that's what he means, that's already, if he means emotion for the stuff for tomorrow, here's the thing. Under Massachusetts law, they have him dead to rights. Okay, you might not like the wiretapping statute, you might not like it, but it's the law of the fucking land. All right, it is. Bottom line, it's the law of the land, and they have him dead to rights doing exactly that. So I really don't know why he hasn't just made a deal yet. I do think he'll drag it out as long as humanly possible and then make a deal in the end. I have no doubt he will make a deal in the end. Why, at least? Why would he make a deal? He's saying he's innocent. Why would he make a deal? A, he isn't innocent, and B, that's my opinion, but B, it's because he knows that if he does not make a deal, all of those things that he does not want all y'all to know, that I've been telling you for quite some time now, that's in his devices, it's gonna come out, and the public's gonna see it. That's the bottom line. Because Stone Cold said so. Stone Cold said so. I mean, I know I like YouTube better too, but I guess some people do Spaces because Spaces has been like glitching out. That's the part that gets me is the Spaces. Also, if you guys didn't see Deidre and Amber's Spaces / YouTube, they did like a Spaces and a YouTube like at once. Y'all should check that out. I think I tried to retweet. I hope I retweeted it. I should have retweeted it. I'm pretty sure I did. I did. Okay, yeah, I did. So if you just go to my Twitter, I reposted Amber's thing about the Spaces / YouTube they did. It was pretty good. So I suggest y'all check that out too. It was like get simulcasted, you know? It was yesterday at 8. I was asleep, but I listened to it afterwards. So that's good. That's awesome. Is it emotion or a letter? Yeah. So this is what people don't seem to get about his letters. Right? Federal letters aren't worth the paper they're written on. I told people the other day. Literally. This paper is not worth what it's written on. All right. And I'll tell you because he doesn't file them in a motion for a reason, because you cannot put egregiously false claims in a motion or you could be sanctioned as an attorney. And so his way around that was to write his crayon federal letters, you know, like purple and the Herald crayon. Don't eat the crayon, sir. Don't eat the crayon. And so he wrote these Dear John letters to the judge. Dear Judge, everyone sucks and everybody has turtles arrangement syndrome, and Aidan Kearney is a fucking angel that does nothing wrong ever. He is a perpetual victim of everyone and everything is a setup, and everyone's trying to shut him up. I mean, everyone wishes he would just shut the fuck up, but that is certainly not why he's being charged with crime after crime. It's because, I don't know, he's committing crime after crime. And then laughing about it and admitting to it and then changing his story as well, all on social media, like a dumbass. So then when they take your first story and then they take your second story and then your first denial, they can put those things together and say, does this person look credible? They lied about this, they lied about this, they lied about this. And then they only told the truth when they were caught, Or they only told a little bit of the truth and twisted the rest. Or he has 5 versions of the story, Your Honor. Here they all are in a row. They have him dead to rights. He is screwed. I don't know why he doesn't just take that deal now. We all know he's going to do it. Why not just take it now? Why not just take it now? I rarely have issues with spaces, but for the last week, it has been very glitchy. Right? It is like a slow drip, drip, drip. You know? Oh, absolutely. You think the judge is going to be happy about him, right after court the last time saying how he's never going to listen to the judge, and then first thing this morning saying the exact same thing? It doesn't matter what the judge says. He's not going to listen. I mean, how dumb do you actually have to be to say that shit? How dumb? Stupidest criminals ever. Yeah, saying he'll not follow the orders. How dumb do you really have to be? I'm just, that's fucking insane to me. The docu deal Meredith posted on X is so interesting. Wait, what? Missed that one. I must have missed that. I thought I saw everything, but I guess I didn't. Hold on. Let's take a peek. Nope, still waiting. I'm still waiting, which means court's not over yet. Could be over any minute, though. New Jersey goes a little bit later than Massachusetts. I have gotten no updates yet, other than they're still in court. So, yeah. That's the part that really gets me. Why do I feel like I have to lean on New Jersey to do what Massachusetts should have done already when it comes to, his bail should have been revoked 7 times over already at this point, right? Judge Doolin wasn't doing him any favors by giving him breaks, okay? Let's just be fucking honest here. It's shitty. It's shitty. But he does. You're right, Steve. He does usually brag by now if he wins. And I'm telling you right now that his court day did not go as he expected in his sort of winning nature. You know what I'm saying? He expects to win everything all the time, and that's just not real life. It's not over yet, obviously, but it could possibly even go into a second day if it's going this late. I mean, that's just my best guess. Hopefully they just wrap it up today, and the judge is like, all right, wrap up whatever the fuck you're going to say, and let's get this over with. We'll stay a little late, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever, and get it done, Because coming back a second day is just ridiculous. But you have to remember, that's what he does. He literally drags everything out because he thinks somehow, some way that's going to help him, It just is. Oh, he's triggered, all right. He's triggered. But here's the thing. He's triggered by things that are the truth. That's what he's triggered by. Massachusetts absolutely needs to do better, 100%. It's for victims, for witnesses, they just need to do better. Oh, I agree with this. I believe that Judge Doolin was playing golf with Timothy Bradle. We just couldn't prove it. So there's that, He said they offered Karen $1.5 million for his documentary, and Meredith posted his contract for $100K. No way he'd give Karen more than him. Well, he would never let that happen, of course, Partner job, I don't think will go as Aidan thinks it will. If she's actually a VP at a bank, they're likely to side with her if a rando simp of his tries to get her in trouble. Well, it's just so stupid. Do you think that random people are gonna, yeah, it's been going all day. All day. All day. I've been here 7 hours and 26 minutes and 50 seconds, 51, 52, yeah. Yep. Well, I mean, to be fair, that video was funny, I'm not gonna lie. But that's the way he acts when nobody's looking. Remember that. And also, just like Sam's saying, it's predictable behavior. It's something he's done to many exes in the past. Target their jobs. It's gross, but it's not something he hasn't done before, If while we're waiting, you guys would like to support this channel, the like button is there. Make sure you hit that like button. I'd appreciate it very, very much so. There's only 100 of you here on YouTube, but there's over 500 of you on X at the moment. There are many possible outcomes for this. Yeah, I was covering the Walshe case all day. I've been covering that case. This is day 4 of that case. So I've been covering that case. And so we've been waiting in the meantime to get the word on what happened. There are a bunch of possible outcomes for him. This hearing is for the final order for one of the New Jersey victims and the fact that he violated over like 60 or 70 or like a ridiculous amount of times. It's not Cape May, is it? It is. Just kidding. The other one was whatever. But yeah, I think the courthouse itself closes at 6, but I think they don't go like hearings until 6, as far as I understand. Hey, Racer. Yeah, one of the options is the silver bracelets. They could ask for him to be held, or like him to turn himself in, depending on if they say he violated and they want to give him a shot to shut the F up or not. If I'm that judge, I don't think I want to give him a chance, considering the fact that he spit in the face of the judge numerous times and saying, I don't care what the judge says, I'm going to do what I want. I'd lock his ass up. And since it's Zoom, they can't physically do it. So they would probably say, hey, you got to turn yourself in by this time, this date, or send a warrant out for him, have Massachusetts State Police pick him up, extradite him back, whatever, right? I don't know. Or they could let him go, but give him a stern talking to and just watch him violate it again, because ultimately that's exactly what will happen. That's so pathetic. You can't file a restraining order because somebody posted a video of you don't like, Turtle, right? Mean words. Come on, guy. Mean words. You can't do that. Mean words. You can't do it. Can't do it. I mean, what do you mean? Like the charges themselves? Like, you know what the charges are themselves, right? But what do you mean? Like, I mean, you do know what he did, right? I mean, he organized a rolling rally past people's houses. Oh, that would be so fun. I wish all the time that I had, finished college and it just wasn't in the cards for me with my daughter's health, I wish all the time that I had just finished school and taken the bar, and it's my dream. Made it to college, just never finished. It's unfortunate, but my life had different twists and turns, different circumstances. No, I know what you mean. I'm just trying to figure out if you mean just like the charges themselves, or like a more in-depth like explanation to like each thing he did or not. You know what I mean? I don't know. Did Truth and Transparency go over I don't think they went over she went over like all the charges, but basically it was the wiretapping and picketing. Wiretapping, witness intimidation and picketing of witnesses. That rolling rally was a big part of that. Taking people past usually when you're going to do something like that, by the way, you need a permit. And since he did it on the down low, he organized it semi quietly, right? To the point where the cops got wind of it ahead of time. And so they were there taking pictures, taking videos of that rolling rally. So he screwed himself, right? You cannot bring people down to witnesses' houses with a bullhorn, scream that they're murderers when they've been charged with no crime, and say, tell the truth. You're essentially telling them to change their testimony or not testify at all. You can say you're not punching someone in the face when actively punching them in the face, which is something he does all the time, which is doing something and then telling everyone he's not doing that exact thing. I'm not gaslighting you guys while actively gaslighting, right? You can say it all you want, doesn't make it true, right? And that's like one of his like standard things, is to like tell people he's not doing the exact thing that he's doing. And so those original charges were for picketing the witnesses and witness intimidation of the witnesses in the Karen Read case. And then he took it a step further and went to Jen McCabe's child's lacrosse game. Gross. I mean, it's a kid. Gross. It's just gross. Why? Like, why? What? Does anybody know? Oh, I got an email. Hold on. It's PayPal. Thank you to the anonymous person that sent $10. It says, thanks for the stream today. You're totally welcome. I appreciate you very much. Anybody else who'd like to donate, you guys know how to do that. One of a bunch of different ways. We have a link in chat. It's for debit or credit. Hold on. Hold on. Incoming information in a second. Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. It was witness intimidation. I forget how many counts because they've dropped some counts since. Well, the rolling rally and the bullhorn thing, like that's sort of baked into the witness intimidation and picketing. Essentially, they're not like their own charges. They're like baked into those as the actions that led to the charge. You know what I mean? But neighbors, I never heard that. Never knocked on her door and asked her a question, so I wasn't trying to. I do note they didn't knock on her door and ask a question, saying she wanted to pressure her neighbors. He said that? The neighbors? I don't know. I don't watch him, so like I probably miss a lot by not doing it. It seems like those in-person contacts are the gist of the case, though. If you listen to him, you'll think it's only for his streams. Well, that's right. Another one of the problems that I have, which is his assertion is that it's just for asking questions. But that's just not reality. It's not just for asking questions at all, not even close. And so he just makes it sound like it's only because he does YouTube streams and gives his opinions. But an opinionist is not the same as a journalist. You know, it's just not. Hold on a second. They got to do a second day. They have to do a second day. It's not done. It did not finish. And in the meantime, he's still bound to the order of not talking about it. So the result is nothing until December 18th when they finish this off. Although I do like that it's before Christmas. It should just like get it over with, get it done. Maybe then everybody can have just a quiet, overdone with Christmas and like whatever. But looks like there's going to be a second day of it. I knew it was getting too late. I knew it was getting too fucking late. You know, I feel like there would have been a result either right near 4:30 or, you know, so it looks like they have to do a second day of this, which is unfortunate because it normally usually takes not even a couple hours, never mind 2 fucking full days, you know? That is settled law. You are correct on that. I mean, to be fair, yeah, I would hope to, because that's just crazy, you know? I mean, and in my opinion, I don't think he's a commander of free speech. I just don't. I mean, he only cares about his own free speech. He certainly doesn't give a fuck about mine or yours. I know. I just told people that it's not nothing until the 18th. It's not over. That's why I said it's unfortunate. I knew at 4:30, like I told you guys, like it might go for a second day because that's, you know. So essentially, we won't have a resolution to that until the 18th, because what happens is they have to go do the second day of all of it. Hopefully, it won't take a full day on the 18th, though. Maybe, you know, it'll be half a day instead of a full day. You know, hopefully, fingers crossed on that one. But you never know. You never freaking know. I mean, my opinion is he's not some sort of free speech champion, right? If he's threatening people, which I know he's done for a fact, and he's trying to blackmail people, which I know he's done for a fact, that is essentially trying to shut them up. So are you about free speech or are you only about your free speech? I'll leave that up to you guys. But my opinion is that he only cares about his free speech. I mean, it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. And I think in some ways, we all care about, our free speech, but I'm never going to claim that I'm sort of free speech, for everyone. Like, I love free speech. I don't love free speech when it hurts people, right? I don't. That's my truth, right? I don't love it when it hurts people. It's not my thing. I really think that there is limits on the First Amendment, of course. But I also think our laws have not caught up with our technology. That's just a fact. Our laws have not caught up with social media and the sort of mobbing and, sharing of ideas that like one person makes as an opinion and then it turns into a fact when 75 other people do. It's like a game of telephone, right? You ever play telephone in school when you were a kid and like the first person starts off by saying, I saw a banana, and then the last person has to say out loud what it went around every person's ear and said, and they end up being like, gas is $5 a gallon, two things that have nothing to do with one another. It's kind of like that, where it goes from one thing to another, to another, to another, to another, and it's our laws have not caught up with that. Has not figured out a way to keep people safe. I will say, though, our government loves using surveillance technology. That's why I said earlier to you guys, I'm not a fan of those plate readers. I'm not, we are surveilled everywhere. In your home, outside your home, every device is monitoring you. I think it's a lot of wasting of court time, that's for sure. God, again, just concede to when you're wrong. That you did something you weren't supposed to do. If an order says don't do X, Y, and Z, why keep doing it? You're just causing a bigger problem for yourself. Just fucking don't do it until you go to court. I feel like that's not, it's not hard to know that you shouldn't be doing something that a judge ordered you not to do. Well, the whataboutism, his defense is he didn't do, but that someone else did something. Well, that's always the defense, right? Which is, look over here and the whataboutism and what about this person and what about what they did? And unfortunately, it doesn't matter what they did if you're ordered not to do something, right? It's you they've ordered, not the other person. So it's like, listen, you have to listen to the judge's order. I've been in front of judges. I would never get in front of a judge or make a video that's like, I'm not going to listen to what the judge says. Fuck the judge. Because I know that that's going to go very badly for me. I cannot expect that's going to go great after I say something like that. Judges aren't supposed to have a bias, but they're human. Let's get fucking real. If you piss off a judge, it's not the smartest thing you can do. It's the stupidest thing you can do. I'm not saying it's fair, but it's not smart, right? It's not smart. Don't do it, It's like, just follow the fucking order. It shouldn't be that hard. There's one person on planet Earth you can't actively talk about. Is that hard? It shouldn't be that hard. One person that you can't post about and talk about. I feel like that shouldn't be too difficult. Although it is, apparently, It's crazy. Sorry. What the? Oh, what the actual fuck? I'm gonna go with no, it didn't. Not for him, it didn't. I'm gonna go with no, it didn't. That's my opinion. I'm gonna go with my opinion that it didn't. Yeah, it went pretty well. Sure. That's why we got to do a second day, right? Sure. Sure thing, bub. Sure. I know that Mark is a former prosecutor and a decent defense attorney there, but the attorneys that this girl has are top tier, and they are the ones that like have the most experience in that order, the VASPA, right? And so I don't think anybody is really a match for those attorneys when it comes to that specific order, because they have more experience than any attorney in that order, you know? Read large portions of his case file yesterday without commentary. Oh, see, I kind of, maybe I didn't watch that video. I watched a different one where she did like the, or maybe that was just a clip. I don't know. It was posted on X, and it was, maybe it was just a clip. I don't know. Someone posted, I think it was Beatrix posted it on, I think it was the Young Jerks, and he reposted it. And then I clicked on it, and maybe that was just a snippet of it. Maybe it was just a clip. Maybe I need to go and see the whole thing. Was that a clip? Do you know? I feel like it must have been a clip then of the full thing. Because that's the one that I watched, but I didn't see any of the case file. So I must have even clicked on a different video. We must be talking about a different video, or maybe it's just a snippet of the full video. I don't know. Well, that's half the problem. Is if you're going to read the whole case file, you got to read everything top to bottom. If you're going to go over a case, you gotta go with everything that the stuff has. You can't skip the parts you don't like. I mean, it's part of the record. You know, you got to go over it. You can make a comment that you don't like it. You can make a comment you think it's stupid, but you still should be reading like the entirety of it, because context matters. It matters, you know. No, it's not Donna. It's a different lady from New Jersey. It's a completely different victim from New Jersey. Although you should leave Donna alone too. I mean, really. It's fucking stupid. I'm not harping on somebody who sold 4 shirts because, come on, man. Come on. I think that's ridiculous. Well, you know, I guess December 18th it is, folks. I should write this down before I forget, because yes, my brain will forget if I don't write things down. That's why I'm old-fashioned and I write things down on paper. Got my little stickies here. Then what happens is I get these little ones. This one's pink. Right at the bottom of my computer here so that I don't forget about it. And I have it there. Thing comes in handy dandy. Handed. All right. I love your stinking faces, but I'm tired now. I've been here 7 hours and 45 minutes, and the trial's over, and his thing is over, so we won't know anything until the 18th. Sorry, guys. That is out of my control. That there's not going to be a resolution in that until the 18th. Kind of went all day. I knew at 4:30 that it probably would at that point. Probably need another day if they couldn't just wrap it up at the end. But I guess we won't find out the end result until the 18th, December 18th. But in the meantime, I guess court tomorrow is only, what'd you say, 9 to 1? 9 to 1. So thankfully, we'll be canonied tomorrow, essentially. We will be canonied at 1 o'clock. I don't know why. The judge didn't say why. She just said that it would be only till 1 o'clock. So I love your stinking faces. And I will see you guys at 9 a.m. in the morning tomorrow. If you would like to support the channel, there's a bunch of different ways to do so. You can hit the like button, the subscribe button. Make sure you get your membership before Christmas Eve. We're having a Christmas Eve pajama party. It's members only, so you want that membership so you can attend. We have a link in the description of the video here on YouTube, and it's in the chat pinned to the top. That's for credit or debit. You can remain anonymous on any of those. And then there's Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Revolut, and Chime, all those. And everything along with our Amazon wish list is in our description of our video here on YouTube. And until the morning time, my friends, behave. I don't know how to do such things, Christy, all right? Until the mornings, my darlings, I will see y'all later. Everybody have a fabulous night, my dears.